This young man went to school today, just like any other day. Only when he got to school, he found the place completely empty, not a single soul in sight. Noticing something strange, Jo In-han immediately returned home. But at his house, there wasn't a trace of anyone either. It didn't stop there. When out of thin air, a blonde angel with white wings appeared before him. Although she was very beautiful, In-han felt more fear than fascination. "It's exactly as you think. Time on Earth has now stopped except for you," the girl suddenly declared. In-han hadn't really processed what was happening. Therefore, he still thought the person in front of him was just a young woman in cosplay and that she was illegally trespassing in his home. The girl's pride was deeply wounded. She turned her back, trying to prove to him that her wings were the real deal. At first, In-han wasn't really convinced, but the other party firmly insisted that she was an angel, a messenger of God named Lita, and the reason she came here was to inform In-han that he was the one left behind. Those 4 words, "the one left behind," truly had a huge impact on In-han's mood because he could never forget how from the elementary school field trip, he alone was forgotten. Then there was the middle school training course and the high school math training camp. Even in college, he was once forgotten during a membership training session, and now it was happening again. In-han collapsed, muttering non-stop, wondering what he had done wrong, to have to endure this his whole life. But the girl didn't pay any attention to his mood. Lita said that all of humanity had been transported to another dimension, except for him, because Earth was about to face a great cataclysm, meaning it was preparing to level up to a new tier because it had reached its maximum experience points. When that happens, mana will be released, and an ancient record will link with the Earth. Humans will then be able to perceive this record, also known as a status. Once mana is released, monsters will also reappear. They are creatures that cannot be easily destroyed by modern weapons. If humanity is not guided, then they will be driven to extinction by monster attacks. That's why God paused time on Earth and moved humans to another dimension, giving them time to train and absorb mana. In short, humanity's real bodies are being stored elsewhere, while creating avatars for them to log into another world. In this world, they will learn how to use mana to increase their ability to fight against monsters. After receiving a series of information that sounded so unreal, In-han's ears started ringing. "Monsters can't be taken down with guns or explosives," he asked. "Guns and explosives are nothing," Lita replied, "because a monster is formed from a high-level energy source. Even if it's hit by a nuclear warhead, it won't die. That's why mana has become essential." But the more Lita spoke, the more desperate In-han became. If everything she just explained was true, then what about him? If the merciful God gave all of humanity time to learn about mana, then why was he the only one left behind? When confronted by In-han about this, Lita looked very unnatural. I think there was just some kind of error." "Then why don't you fix it?" he yelled. Lita let out a few cold laughs. Then she said that the transfer gate was already closed, so fixing the error would be a bit difficult. In-han immediately started thrashing on the floor, crying and screaming. "I won't accept this. Send me to the other world, so I can learn how to use mana too." Lita hurriedly reassured him, saying that the merciful God felt pity for him being left behind, and decided to give In-han something else. From now until the great cataclysm occurs and humanity returns, there are about 10 years left. During that time, Lita would be the one to take care of and teach him. But In-han was completely devastated. A whole 10 years. What was he supposed to do during those 10 years? "Why don't you think about training to prepare for the great cataclysm?" Lita suggested. "What for? I don't know how to use mana anyway." "In that case, you just need to become physically strong," she replied nonchalantly, but In-han vehemently refused. "How can it be so unfair? In 10 years, while everyone else has superpowers from mana, he'd just be a punching machine." However, Lita gave him no chance to object. And just like that, his lonely life on Earth officially began. Life went on. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since humanity disappeared from Earth. During that time, In-han had been training diligently at the gym, while others were continuously accumulating mana and developing abilities to fight monsters. All he could do was cultivate his physical strength, of course under the supervision of the angel Lita. At first, she was the one who made In-han do these things. But after 5 years of constantly watching him repeat the same training every day, she was the one who started getting bored first. Actually, In-han was bored to death too, but because he had no other choice, he had to keep at it. Lita watched In-han's back intently. It was true that in 5 years, his muscles had developed a lot, and his strength had improved significantly. Usually it's not easy for people to focus on one thing for such a long time. "You have surprisingly amazing patience. Jo In-han, you are truly no ordinary person. I knew it from the moment you used your hidden ability to hide from God's sight." But just as Lita said that, In-han cut her off. "Are you saying it's my fault that I was the only one not transported to learn mana? Is that it?" Despite being scolded, Lita still flashed a bright smile. To be honest, this angel's chattiness was the only comfort for Inhan. For 5 years, she was the only person on Earth he could talk to. Initially, Lita stayed with him quite often. Later, she would only visit once a week. Inhan's meals were also prepared by Lita's hand. When it was mealtime, his dining table would automatically be filled. And though it may sound a bit unfilial, to be perfectly honest, she cooked much better than his own mother. After Inhan finished eating, the dishes were also automatically cleared. Incredibly magical. Therefore, for all these years, the only thing he had to focus on was his training. Now that he had basically built a good foundation of health and muscle, Inhan was considering whether he should learn martial arts or how to use weapons. Seeing this, Lita was very curious. "How do you plan to do that when there's no one to teach you?" "I'll just self-study online," he replied. This was also something miraculous. On this deserted Earth, the electricity and internet still worked. So he decided to learn through videos that were uploaded to platforms in the past. But all that said, Inhan was extremely curious. How was it that humanity had been gone for 5 years but the internet servers hadn't crashed yet? "That's because time has stopped," Lita replied immediately. But Inhan was sick of hearing this line. For the past 5 years, "When are you going to stop answering all my questions with that sentence?" "Oh, really?" Afterwards, thanks to the guidance of information technology, Inhan began to diligently practice martial arts. Seeing how eager he seemed, Lita didn't forget to remind him, "Pay attention to the basic movements. You have 5 more years anyway." Just like that, another 4 years of martial arts training passed. Then one day, Lita suggested that he try sparring with her. "Because you'll improve faster if you have an opponent." "You mean you want me to hit you, Sister Angel?" Inhan confirmed skeptically. Yeah. Don't worry, just fight me." Inhan let out a sigh. At first, Lita thought he couldn't bring himself to hit her because they had been together for 9 years. Who knew that Inhan would then reveal a face that looked like he'd been dying to do this, and then threw a punch, filled with all the loneliness and resentment he had held in for 9 years. But unfortunately for him, Lita was a prodigy born to fight. So without batting an eye, she beat Inhan to a pulp. And from then on, his life became even more miserable, because he had to spar with this girl every day. Honestly, Lita was more like a female demon than an angel. Inhan's days of lonely suffering were about to end as the 10-year mark had arrived. But because he wasn't sure what would happen next, he was a little worried. Lita encouraged him that with his current martial arts ability, Inhan could totally defeat low-level monsters without any problem. Moreover, if he continued to level up, he might be able to use mana, like everyone else. "I taught you myself, so that's proof of your skills," Lita said with a voice full of pride. "You beat me up yourself is more like it," Inhan seriously corrected her. Regardless, Lita couldn't help but praise him because for the past 10 years, Inhan had done very well. Now the great cataclysm was about to hit, and of course many things would change. Lita had to leave too, and Inhan hoped they would meet again in the future. That day she had chosen a neat suit for him. After changing, Inhan went outside, ready to welcome back the people he hadn't seen in a long time. Although he was sad to part with Lita, he could finally feel the happiness of returning to a normal life. However, Inhan waited and waited, but no one appeared. Lita, who had already flown high up, had to stop and descend because of this. Inhan was so angry he was practically steaming. "Explain yourself." "Why has no one appeared?" Faced with his questioning, Lita put on the same evasive expression as she did 10 years ago. There must have been a small error again. And Inhan reacted exactly as he did 10 years ago, rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. "I hate you so much. 10 years have already passed. Do I have to wait another 10 or 20 years? Fine, if that's the case, I'll wait until the very end, just you watch." However, 10 years, 20 years, and then 50 years passed, but no one returned. By this time, Inhan's strength had ascended to a new level. He also gradually gave up on counting the time, and no longer found Lita's jokes funny. Inhan couldn't even remember his mother's face anymore. This made Lita feel very guilty. Today, after cracking an entire mountain, Inhan threw down the wooden staff in his hand and said he was sick of martial arts. He simply wanted to know when his family would return. Lita tried to persuade him that the great cataclysm could start at any moment, and he couldn't just ignore martial arts. What she feared most had happened as Inhan seemed to be falling into despair. But then he replied firmly, "I understand. I'll continue training while I read." Only when Inhan said this could Lita breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that he hadn't despaired. After that, Inhan began a period of confinement in the reading room. At first, it was modern novels, then business books, general knowledge, history, geography, physics, chemistry, art, and then he read every book in the library. After learning more languages, Inhan began to travel around the New World. First China, then Russia, America. Everywhere he went, he diligently learned the local language, read the books there, and took photos of the places he passed through. And just like that, he read every book in the world. Europe, the Middle East, Africa, he had visited them all. A very, very long time passed. Inhan had officially finished the last book and didn't know what to do next. "Aren't you tired?" Lita asked. After hundreds of years, Inhan's demeanor seemed to have calmed down a lot. He said he didn't even have time to feel tired. There were too many things he wanted to do before that great catastrophe arrived. Lita really liked this determined side of him. Jo Inhan was the type of person who, despite experiencing hundreds of years of solitude, still held on to the belief that everyone would return. After that one time he seemed to lose his spirit by the rock mountain, he always maintained an optimistic and persistent attitude, preparing everything for that great catastrophe. Lita also silently prayed to the highest beings, the Father, the Holy Spirit, for humanity to return to Earth before Inhan was pushed to his final limit, grew weary, and gave up on this life. After reading all those books in the world, Inhan started learning hunting and blacksmithing. He quickly became skilled in these fields as well. Today, Inhan even managed to hunt a very large wild boar. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked Lita about it. "If I kill all the animals now, will it prevent the appearance of monsters?" "You can only hunt what I allow," Lita replied. "If you slaughter all the animals, the balance of the ecosystem will be destroyed. Besides, monsters are actually—" Stopping mid-sentence, Lita suddenly clamped her mouth shut, as if she had almost let a secret slip. Of course, Inhan also noticed her strange expression and questioned her, "Why didn't you finish?" "You're trying to pull a fast one on me, aren't you?" "Just pretend you didn't hear anything," Lita replied. Inhan didn't bother with it anymore. His face expressionless, he began to butcher the wild boar, as if the bloody scene before him couldn't stir his emotions at all. He said that he must become a hunter. Seeing Inhan so serious about his work, Lita became more and more surprised. She didn't understand why Inhan could always find new things and focus on them like this, to the point of losing track of time. 274 years had passed since Inhan was left behind. That was a very long time, even for an angel like Lita. But surprisingly, a human with a very short lifespan like Inhan was able to dedicate himself to preparing for the future. During this long, drawn-out period, Lita couldn't deny that Jo Inhan was the most extraordinary human she had ever met. From the mountains to the seas, Inhan had hunted many species of animals, and his final goal as a butcher was the sperm whale. Lita, of course, did not agree to let him do this, because the sperm whale is a dangerous animal and hunting it is prohibited. But because she felt so sorry for Inhan, she still decided to turn a blind eye just this once. Just like that, 300 years had passed since humanity disappeared. Inhan's butchering and hunting skills had become proficient. He then switched to learning blacksmithing, but he faced many difficulties. If you read about the skills in books, they seem quite simple, but in reality, mastering them was not simple at all. Inhan failed many times in forging weapons, and sometimes he even felt like he was useless. But Inhan still didn't give up. After countless failed forgings, after 5 years finally, he succeeded in making a complete sword, though its quality was very poor. Of course, Inhan wasn't very satisfied with this result. He got even more annoyed when Lita said that the sword wasn't even sharp enough to slice a radish, but she decided to take this sword back as a souvenir. Lita truly had the disposition of a mother watching her son grow up step by step. Inhan continued to persevere. Later, he forged every type of weapon on Earth, from daggers, long swords, spears, axes, hammers, and so on and so forth. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years passed. He continuously repeated this process until the results truly satisfied him. After all, the one thing Inhan had in abundance was time. And after swinging a forging hammer for 100 years, Inhan finally created a masterpiece, a spear of absolute perfection. Lita looked at the spear, unable to help but marvel at Inhan's extraordinary perseverance. It was also the finest steel weapon she had ever seen. However, after mana was discovered, a material stronger than steel came into existence. Therefore, Inhan decided to continue forging new things. "You are truly someone who never gives up. It's wonderful," Lita thought to herself. Just like that, after mastering blacksmithing, Inhan returned to spending his time on martial arts training. He couldn't count how much time he had spent on this anymore. Lita always witnessed his process. Besides feeling proud, she was also very anxious. Although Inhan had gained experience that would take many generations to acquire, it had been 1,000 years since he was left behind. This number was too long, and Lita was worried that Inhan was about to be pushed to his limit. Lita wanted to let him experience something new, but it seemed he had already mastered everything in this world. She tried to think about what else he hadn't experienced, but it seemed the only thing left was a romantic relationship with someone else. But just as she thought of this, Lita's cheeks flushed red. She mentally slapped herself, because even though she had become an angel, she dared to think of such vulgar things. However, Lita truly had an internal struggle. Because her mission was to help Inhan, Lita reassured herself that she was only following God's orders, and it had nothing to do with her own true desires. Therefore, these things were completely reasonable. Seeing Lita acting fidgety, not at all like her usual self, Inhan wondered, "Hey, what are you doing?" When she heard his call, Lita immediately flew down, flashing a friendly pageant winner smile. "What's up? What's the matter, Inhan?" Lita deliberately moved very close to Inhan, as she was trying to find a way to lead the topic to love naturally. He suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. At first, Lita thought that he was so perceptive that he had already realized her feelings. However, the thing that wasn't right was the sword hanging at Lita's hip, which had been twitching. Hearing him say that, Lita also realized something was wrong. This had never happened before. And twitching wasn't all. The sword suddenly shot up into the sky. Without a second thought, Lita immediately took off, chasing after it. This was the first sword Inhan had ever forged. She couldn't lose it. Watching Lita's figure gradually shrink, Inhan was afraid she would truly get lost. But as he reached out for her, Lita was shocked to discover something else. The clothes on his body had suddenly changed. Moreover, they had become the set he was wearing when the earth stopped turning. Everything around Inhan also began to change, and he realized they were returning to their original state from that fateful day. And Lita, who had flown high up and grabbed the sword, at that moment she accidentally glanced down at the ground and realized that the great cataclysm seemed to be starting. And Inhan, who had been standing firmly on the ground, suddenly began to float up. This made a tough guy like him extremely panicked. And Lita, seeing that, also panicked. "Oh God, this is too much. I don't even have a chance to say goodbye to Inhan," she thought. But at least in her hands, Lita still had the first sword that Inhan forged in his life. That was some small comfort. At this moment, Lita could no longer lie to herself. She had truly fallen for Inhan after the long period of 1,000 years, but the next time they could meet again, nobody knew when. Inhan could vaguely see Lita's silhouette, now just a tiny dot against the blue sky. He also guessed that this was the end for them. It was just too sudden, without a single word of farewell. Inhan couldn't help but remember the first day they met. Then he thought to himself that, if he himself became a higher being, like an angel, would he be able to see her again? Along with the strange feelings that had developed between them, the thing Inhan had longed for most over the past 1,000 years had actually happened. Humanity had returned. Their appearance was no different from 1,000 years ago, but they were all looking at each other with eyes of disbelief. Inhan also returned to his school. But at this moment, the miraculous thing was that a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. On it, his information was encoded, like a character in a fantasy game. Joe Inhan, race human, class unemployed, level 1. His title was the lone survivor of the universe. His attributes were strength 72, agility 81, health 78, and mana 1. The active skill he possessed was concealment, which had reached max level and could not be upgraded further. His passive skills were immeasurable. Additionally, because he was the one left behind, Inhan also received an extra reward. Each time he leveled up, he would receive an additional 5 attribute points. Inhan was completely floored when he saw this status window. Does this also mean the apocalypse is about to begin? Whoa, we got a status window. Have we really returned to 10 years ago? Inhan could hear the people near him exclaiming in awe. It seemed like everyone had received a status window. But for them, the time away from Earth was a mere 10 years. But Inhan had to be alone for a period of time 100 times longer than them. In the end, he still didn't know where this discrepancy originated from. But then Inhan heard the astonished voices of many other people. What is this? My stats have been reset. Is everyone else like this? How come our stats have returned to what they were before? Oh man, what a waste. I worked so hard to earn those points. Inhan's ears were ringing. Everything was so strange. Even though there were so many people around him, it seemed as if no one noticed his existence. Could this be the effect of the max level concealment skill? Speaking of which, even though this skill was called active, Inhan couldn't find a way to turn it off. It was like a passive skill. The people around were still talking and laughing with each other, while he wasn't noticed by anyone. Inhan was truly going crazy. Did he wait for 1,000 long years, only for fate to still condemn him to be alone, separated from the world? After a moment of panic, Inhan decided to put that aside and go home first. After all, he was happy to see bustling crowds on the street after such a long time. Inhan opened the door to his house. He thought that his parents would be like everyone else, unable to see or hear him. But as soon as he stepped inside, he heard his mother's emotional voice. Inhan. Facing him was the face he had long forgotten. It was his mother. She seemed to be trembling with emotion. Inhan immediately rushed to hug his mother. He was just as emotional. "Mom, you're finally back. I missed you so much." For 1,000 years, he had long forgotten what his mother looked like. But as soon as he saw her, all the memories came flooding back. That's right. This was his mother, the one he had lost for 1,000 years. The next morning, In-han watched the sunrise for the first time in a millennium, experienced the taste of his mother's cooking along with the sizzling sound from the frying pan. His father seemed more stoic, still reading the newspaper at the dining table. Everything had returned to its normal orbit. However, there were still differences. "My goodness, nothing new in here." His father suddenly put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed. "Where were you in Haya?" "I was in a place called Jamin, with the other women from the neighborhood." It was only then that In-han realized that not everything had returned to how it was. Haya, according to his father, was a perfect place because it had rice, while other places didn't. His mother laughed and said she couldn't learn how to control mana because it was too difficult. And In-han, who was stuck and didn't get to experience those things, could not participate in this conversation at all. "So where were you, In-han?" his mother suddenly asked, making In-han almost choke on his rice. What should he say now? Should he say that he was stuck on Earth and lived like that for 1,000 years, while for his parents' time had only passed for 10 years? In-han didn't want his parents to worry too much about him, so he felt it was better to hide this. Therefore, In-han lied that he was taken to some unknown place. "That mana thing, it's really hard to learn," In-han's father said again. His mother nodded vigorously in agreement. She felt it was absurd that the Almighty had taken newborn babies, the elderly, and even pregnant women and left them there for 10 years, when the young and healthy should have been the ones chosen for training. That's because the Earth's balance will soon be lost. If that really happens, they have no choice but to do it, even if they know it's inefficient, In-han replied unconsciously, and only after speaking did he realize he had spoken out of turn. As his parents' eyes simultaneously turned towards him, he choked. "What did you say? What efficiency? What balance?" In-han quickly waved his hands and deflected by saying he was just guessing. He felt he should still be a bit more careful with his words if he didn't want to be suspected. Fortunately for now, his parents hadn't noticed anything strange. His mother just asked excitedly how In-han felt after the 10-year training. Moreover, she heard that one could get a lot of money and fame if they were good at using mana, because monster corpses were said to be sellable for a high price. As parents, of course they wanted In-han to be among those skilled in using mana. That way, then your future would be much brighter. But In-han didn't dare to say that his mana stat was only 1. This meal was becoming hard to swallow. In the end, In-han couldn't hide it anymore. He decided to confess to his parents that he couldn't use mana. He thought they would be very disappointed. But to his surprise, his mother just smiled brightly and replied, "Oh, really? I see. You should just focus on your studies then." His father didn't seem happy, but he clearly didn't blame his son. "Damn, I knew it. I guess this is probably hereditary. Because I can't use a mana either, so it makes sense you can't." The way they took the news was much calmer than In-han had imagined. He let out a sigh of relief, then gave a relieved smile. The whole mana thing wasn't important to In-han right now. He was just happy that peace had returned to his world. But that night when he returned to his room, In-han discovered something that shouldn't have been there. It was a steel spear forged to perfection. He had thought it would disappear when the world was reset, but here it was showing up out of nowhere. Could this have something to do with Lita? In-han wondered. After all, she had tried everything to prevent the spear he forged from disappearing. But anyway, this spear was awesome. He could use it in the fight against the monsters, instead of having to find other weapons. After In-han picked it up and tried a few basic moves, the system window appeared before his eyes, bringing some information. This item was named In-han's Spear. It was a unique item with an attack, power of 800 and durability of 500. It was described as a miracle created by a human using only steel without any assistance from mana. It was so strong and sturdy that people would think it was made from the bones of mid-tier monsters. In-han stared at the item's stats for a while. He didn't know if an attack power of 800 was a lot or a little, but now it seemed he had to start gathering information. So In-han went online to check things out. There were quite a few posts on the forums now. After having read every book in this world, he was thrilled to finally see some social media posts. The people who had returned from the other world were starting to post the information they knew. In-han glanced over the information chart about levels and the monsters predicted to appear. He needed to defeat them all. It seemed an average person could fight a level 5 monster, but players had to reach level 7 to meet the minimum standard of a warrior in the other world. After reaching level 10, they would start to receive classes like swordsman, archer, and so on and so forth. Upon reaching level 50, a person was considered very powerful and could acquire new skills, specialized for their own class. The third-class advancement would be around level 100. From that point on, such people were considered powerful assets for an entire nation. Because of these difficult conditions, most people stopped at the third-class advancement. And currently, there were no reports of anyone having advanced to a fourth class. There was much speculation that high-level monsters like dragons or behemoths might be equivalent to a fourth or fifth class advancement user. Ilhan had gathered a good amount of useful information. He decided to rest and ask a few more things when he went to school tomorrow. It had been a long time since he'd been to a lecture hall, and the thought of going back to school tomorrow made him as excited as a first grader. Somehow life seemed normal, as if nothing had affected this world at all. "I miss Lita so much," Ilhan mumbled unconsciously. "Lita would be very happy to hear you say that." Suddenly a voice replied, startling Ilhan. "Who's that? Who just spoke?" Ilhan spun around but saw no one. "I was once punished by the heavens, but that's okay. From now on, learn how to use mana." Another intruder. Ilhan turned around again, but the creature that appeared before him made him freeze, because it was also an angel, only it was as small as a fist. This person introduced herself as Urta. This scene felt familiar. Ilhan felt like he had returned to a situation he had experienced 1,000 years ago. Why did angels keep barging into his life like this? Urta sat down on Ilhan's stack of books and began to complain about her life. She said that controlling mana was very difficult, and that was why God had given her a physical form and sent her to another world for 10 years to practice mana control. "That's your problem, not mine," Ilhan retorted with a pout. He thought that Urta was here to teach him how to control mana. Turns out he got his hopes up for nothing. "That's why I have to be here," Urta replied resentfully. Then she added that in heaven, there was someone who made a very strong demand for justice for you, Ilhan. That person said that leaving him like this was unfair, when all he had done for 1,000 years was train diligently and never give up. In the end, the Supreme Being had another angel come to help, so that he could learn to control mana in a short amount of time. Ilhan immediately understood that the person who made the strong demand Urta was talking about was Lita. It seemed that after they said goodbye, she had fought for his rights with all her might. But then Ilhan started to wonder, then why didn't Lita come? Urta shrugged and replied that her superiors were worried about letting an angel and a human get too close. So they sent her instead. And they were right to be worried, because a different kind of feeling had already blossomed between those two. After that, the little angel started to use her mature-looking face to size up. Ilhan from head to toe then mumbled, "But something's a little different from what Lita reported." "What's different?" Ilhan wondered. What made Urta suspicious was Ilhan's ability. With his strength, he only needed one punch to take down a low-level monster. So what the hell did he need an angel for? Meanwhile before, Lita was always crying, saying that Ilhan needed to be taken care of because he had been alone for 1,000 years and couldn't use mana. The way she described him, Ilhan was pitiful and pathetic. But now that she was here, Urta realized that aside from not being able to use mana, which was true Ilhan, was just like a humanoid monster with extraordinary strength. It's just that she had already accepted this mission, so there was no other choice. She had to carry on the ideal of being Ilhan's unpaid nanny. "You seem to have trained your body quite well. Now I will support you so you can use mana." "Mana support how?" Ilhan felt her words weren't very trustworthy. And this little angel's personality wasn't as nice as Lita's. If he could make a request, he would have switched her out already. Then Urta snobbishly stepped on top of Ilhan's head and sat comfortably on it. She said that supporting him was very simple. She just needed to operate her mana next to Ilhan. After all, she was a higher-class being than him. Urta, just by sitting here, his awareness mana control ability and growth speed would increase tenfold. If you went back to the days when mana didn't exist, even if Lita stayed by your side for 1,000 years, you couldn't do anything. But now it's different. Mana has been restored. According to my calculations, 1 year should be enough, Urta declared. But hey, are you really going to sit up there the whole time? Ilhan couldn't stop being suspicious of his new teacher. "I've cast a spell that prevents low-class beings from seeing me, so you can rest assured," Urta replied. But that wasn't the important issue. If she just sat there, what was Ilhan supposed to do when he showered? Not to mention when he had to use the bathroom. Just the thought of it made him feel like his privacy was being seriously invaded. Besides, that wasn't even the most serious problem, because he had a whole stash of material not suitable for minors stored on his computer. How could he possibly watch it with someone supervising him? But Urta seemed to read Ilhan's thoughts, so she said, "Don't you worry about that. Because I don't pay any attention to low-class beings. I really don't care if you jump around, dance, or do whatever stupid thing you want." From the sound of Urta's voice, it seemed she really wouldn't pay attention to Ilhan, but he would. Moreover, hearing Erta's last sentence, it seemed she even knew what Ilhan was worried about. A higher being like myself, of course, knows what kind of pastimes you low-class beings have. Erta smiled contemptuously. Honestly, at this moment, Ilhan missed Lita terribly. But he would have to be with Erta for a whole year. This was truly torture. And so a year of living with Ilhan's house-wrecking fairy began. The next morning, he woke up early and returned to school, for the first time in 1,000 years. The peaceful days had finally returned. That is, if Erta wasn't perched on his head like she was now. Although she was only as small as a fist, the fact that Erta chose this spot, plus her constant leg swinging, annoyed Ilhan to no end. But while the two were bickering, Ilhan suddenly saw an army unit pass by him. Everyone's face was very serious. To be honest, life hadn't completely returned to normal, and Ilhan guessed that it would never be normal again. The government had deployed the military to guard against any monsters that might appear in the future, though no one was sure how effective this would be. Lita had once said that against high-level monsters, there was no other way but to use mana to take them down. Therefore, these soldiers with their normal guns and bullets probably wouldn't have a chance to be effective. Thinking this, Ilhan walked into the classroom. It was noisy and bustling all around, but still no one paid any attention to him. It seemed that apart from his parents, his invisibility skill worked. On everyone else, Ilhan had tried to turn it off many times, but no matter what he did, he couldn't deactivate that damned skill. Seeing Ilhan sighing deeply, Erta, sitting on his head, said, "That skill isn't bad, you know." Ilhan was confused by what she said. "What's so good about being invisible? Isn't it a skill for losers who like to hide? When did I say it was good?" "I just said it wasn't bad," Erta retorted. Then Ilhan overheard his classmates talking about creating skills. Someone already had one skill, someone else had two. As the one left behind, Ilhan couldn't keep up with the conversation of those who got to study abroad in another world for 10 years. So he asked the little fairy again, "Erta, what are they talking about?" Erta tried to explain it to him in the simplest way possible, saying his classmates were combining fragments of mana with their disastrous real combat experiences to create some kind of attack skill. The reason she used harsh adjectives like disastrous was because in Erta's eyes, humans were just low-class beings not worth her notice. And even if you gathered all the skills they were bragging about, they would still be inferior to the invisibility skill of the person she was sitting on. "That's why I said your invisibility skill isn't bad," Erta concluded, but she had never asked if Ilhan wanted it or not. He felt that if other people's skills were disastrous, then his skill must be super disastrous. The only thing that made him find it useful was that it could help him eavesdrop on others' conversations easily. Even if he looked around shiftily, no one would pay him any mind. Although Ilhan didn't want to use it this way, in the end this was still a perfect opportunity to gather information. And he overheard an interesting conversation from two male students sitting in front. "Who's the queen?" "Obviously the famous queen from Landpass who's been renowned for a decade. She's from our university, you know." "Hey, no one knows for sure. We might just find out when the monsters appear." At first, Ilhan didn't quite understand what they were saying. He just guessed that there had been a female student from his school who had shown outstanding talent in the world of mana cultivation and was praised as the queen. Besides being curious about which female student at the school was the queen, all the students were discussing when the dungeons would appear. Ilhan listened intently. From that, he learned that besides the appearance of dungeons, there was also something called a level restriction. He asked Erta about this and received the answer that a dungeon is a trap created by God. Initially, it contains a lot of tasty bait to lure monsters in. After a large number of monsters have been lured inside, God locks the dungeon, trapping them inside. But unlike monsters, humans can enter and exit dungeons freely if they meet the level restriction requirements. God created a place where humans can safely hunt monsters. That place is called a dungeon. Is that so? Then why don't we just lock the monsters up forever? They can't get out anyway. Ilhan wondered again. Explaining his question, Erta said that after a certain period, in other words a cycle, the dungeon will release a number of monsters. Therefore, it is necessary for humans to periodically eliminate monsters in the dungeon if they don't want them to break out. Furthermore, from the beginning there were intelligent monsters that didn't fall for God's trap. And there were also those not so smart but strong enough to break the barrier and escape. They have gathered and created new dungeons, their own territories. Sounds tough. Ilhan clicked his tongue. As they were talking, the professor entered the classroom. And, like any other class, the first thing was to take attendance. Then came a long and off-topic lecture about how students must quickly adapt to the changing pace of society. The United Nations has banned the unauthorized use of mana and raised the severity to the highest level. Other major powers are all focusing on the monsters. The environment will also change due to the appearance of mana. Based on South Korea's policies, countless enterprises will go bankrupt, while others will rise like a kite in the wind. Ilhan couldn't help but slump over his desk. He clearly came here to learn, but the way the lecturer was talking, couldn't anyone say that? He began to think seriously about whether he really needed to go to school and pay the exorbitant tuition fees just to listen to this nonsense. In an age where dungeons and monsters are about to appear, what good would a bachelor's degree be in society? Consider a simple example between the ability to use mana and a piece of paper certifying you've graduated from university. People would definitely choose the former. Unless the university professor taught a course on mana control. Erta seemed to have read all of Ilhan's thoughts, so she said, "The most effective way to practice mana control is to go hunt monsters." Hearing her say that, he was startled. "But I don't want to take risks." Erta shook her head. She said that right now, they were still in the early stages of the Great Cataclysm, so the monsters were still weak. Precisely because they are still weak, Ilhan had to start practicing hunting. That's how he could gain experience points and level up. But even so, he was still scared. Because he was only level 1 and couldn't even use mana, like other people. But you have a very good physique. Using just your muscle power, you can take down monsters, up to level 25. Erta said something that Ilhan thought he had forgotten. That's right. For the past 1,000 years, he had been crazily training his body, learning martial arts alongside countless other skills. Why not use those things to give it a try? Just as he thought of this from outside, a loud noise came. All the students rushed to the window to watch, and Ilhan, of course, followed them. The scene outside was truly terrifying, because the monsters had appeared. But it seemed like this was a good opportunity for Ilhan to test his abilities. After 1,000 years of insane training, then a giant praying mantis was crawling towards the building. Erta calmly opened her mouth. "The tutorial has ended. From now on, humanity will have to learn to survive on its own." At the same time, the students were in a state of utter panic. Some were scared, while others boldly suggested forming hunting parties. However, that intention was quickly extinguished by the death of an ability user below. They grew more and more terrified. Finally, they turned and ran. Ilhan watched this scene bewildered. He was a bit speechless. He muttered in confusion, "I've been abandoned again." Erta spoke coolly. "As expected of the only one left behind by humanity?" Hearing this, Ilhan snorted in dissatisfaction, as if I like being left behind. "By the way, anything here?" Erta asked doubtfully. "Are you going to fight it?" He answered casually, "Yeah. It looks weaker than a sperm whale." Erta was a little amused by this comparison. She spoke nonchalantly. "Monsters are a bit different from animals. Their exteriors are unusually tough, and their physical strength is also different. However, it doesn't look over level 20, so it won't be a difficult opponent." As Ilhan listened, he broke off a chair leg. Next, he tried spinning it in a circle, nodding in satisfaction. "I can handle this easily." Erta, standing by, watched this scene stunned. She thought to herself, Ilhan has a very strong core and excellent muscles for maintaining balance. Therefore, monsters under level 25 would be no problem for him. Ilhan was unaware of her thoughts. He continued to test the wooden staff in his hand. A gust of wind momentarily swept past Erta's face, leaving her dazed for a long moment. Ilhan then exclaimed happily, "All right, this is good to use now." Erta, after regaining her composure, looked at him in confusion and asked, "You made a good weapon so quickly." "Your craftsmanship is quite good," praised Ilhan, shyly scratched his head. "Really? I used to get bored a lot, so I taught myself how to make a few things." Erta suddenly remembered what Lita had complained about when she returned to heaven. "Didn't she say you couldn't do anything?" "You're completely different from what she said. Physical fitness is the highest achievement of arduous training." While she was thinking, Ilhan spoke again. "It would have been great if I'd brought the spear from home. But it's okay." He had made 3 spears just from wooden chair legs. Ilhan thought of something, looked up at Erta and said, "People will notice if I cause a scene at the shopping center, but I want to hide my identity." Erta thought for a moment and suggested, "Just wear a mask." Elsewhere below the city, the monster had begun its destruction. Even a large, towering stone statue was sliced apart by it. The giant praying mantis rampaged unchecked. No one could stop it. At that moment, a figure appeared from the sky. It was Ilhan, only now he was wearing a mask. He rushed forward like lightning and kicked the mantis in the head. Immediately, a series of notifications appeared before Ilhan's eyes. He had received 800 experience points. He had also reached level 3. His stats had also increased. Ilhan muttered in amazement, "So this is leveling up." Level is a system where the Akashic records and connects all beings in the world. You can absorb new power by taking the life of an opponent and absorbing all the experience points gained. What surprised Ilhan even more was his mana. It was also increasing, albeit by a small amount. While he was celebrating, Erta's mocking voice suddenly chimed in. "What's gotten into you? Have you finally discovered the joy of violence?" Ilhan snorted in annoyance. "That's right, one of these days I'll punch you." At that moment, two monsters came from behind trying to ambush him. Unfortunately for them, Ilhan noticed. He curled his lip in contempt. "Now that, I think about it, I've never learned how to fight a group before." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden staff in his hand was thrown. The two monsters quickly dodged. Erta then spoke up, reminding him, "Just use your body." Ilhan was a bit confused, but soon after he charged forward with his wooden staff. Ilhan fiercely swept his staff in an arc. The monster was sent flying. Thanks to that, he received 700 experience points. He smiled happily and said, "This is what Lita was always talking about." But Erta reminded him, "Don't relax yet. Watch out above." Ilhan heard and looked up. Sure enough, he saw a group of monsters in the air. But he didn't hesitate at all. He lifted his leg and jumped into the air. The wooden staff in his hand swept horizontally. One monster was killed, but at the same time, one had appeared behind Ilhan. It stabbed his chest with its pincer, pinning him to the ground. But there was no major damage. Erta, seeing this, was astonished. His body has been trained to the extreme. Ilhan's skin is very tough, so the mosquito's proboscis couldn't pierce it. At the same time, Ilhan stood up from the ground, fighting the monster again. His body had surpassed the limits of a human. Ilhan had now killed another monster. He gained another 300 experience points. He didn't stop and continued to run. Another giant monster blocked Ilhan's path. It raised its large claw and swung it at him. Ilhan quickly dodged, conveniently killing another one that was attacking. Erta suddenly screamed in alarm. "Monster reinforcements are coming!" Just as she said, Ilhan was now surrounded by a horde of monsters. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lip in disgust. "This is disgusting." With that, Ilhan pulled out another wooden staff and snorted. "To kill bugs, you have to call the exterminator." Immediately, he spun the wooden staff in his hand in a circle, creating a powerful whirlwind. In an instant, several monsters were killed. At the same time, Ilhan had also leveled up to 6. His stats had also increased a bit. He was excited and wanted to kill a few more. But then a strange phenomenon occurred. Suddenly in the sky, lightning bolts appeared, striking down. Ilhan was bewildered. What's going on? When the lightning dissipated, he saw a girl standing in the distance, controlling the lightning. She was also wearing a mask. Ilhan watched the girl intently, muttering in a daze. "Is she a mage? Who is she?" Seeing him distracted, Erta quickly reminded him, "Don't get distracted. Focus on killing the monsters." Meanwhile, the girl was still controlling the lightning to kill the monsters. Erta, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim at the amount of mana she possessed was insane. How can she continuously use lightning-type attacks? Like that. Ilhan also muttered in a daze, "Is she leveling up like me?" Every time he leveled up, his stamina was restored and so was his mana. And right now, he had just killed the last monster. This top-tier performance by Ilhan made the people hiding nearby stare with their mouths agape. Ilhan didn't care about them. He let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Just then, a group of soldiers armed with weapons ran over. "Sir, sorry, the traffic was bad." But as soon as they arrived, they were completely stunned. Because all the monsters had been killed. Their bodies were scattered everywhere. But Ilhan didn't pay attention to them. He was looking for something inside the monster's corpse, muttering nonstop, "Doesn't this look a lot like the Shikon jewel?" Hearing this, Erta immediately explained, "If you dismantle a monster's corpse, you can get a mana stone. Remove the hardest part of the exoskeleton. Pay attention to where the mana is most concentrated. I'll show you where that part is." Ilhan obediently began to dissect its corpse. The soldiers outside watched this scene, exclaiming in admiration. "What level is he? Amazing. How can he be so strong?" Even the masked woman from before was secretly watching Ilhan. He didn't care much. After a while, he found a stone. He asked doubtfully, "Is this a mana stone?" Erta nodded slightly. "Yes, keep it safe. It's the core material for all items." Ilhan showed that he understood. But then he realized something. Somehow, a lot of people had gathered around him. Ilhan quickly turned his head to hide his face, afraid of his identity being revealed. But he forgot he was wearing a mask. While Ilhan was flustered, someone walked towards him. It was the masked female mage from before. She looked at Ilhan cautiously and asked hesitantly, "Can you help me dissect?" Ilhan stared at her in confusion. It took him a long time to react. He asked doubtfully, "How much are you going to pay me?" The girl calculated for a long time before answering 40%. Ilhan immediately sealed the deal. Then he started cheerfully dissecting the corpses for the girl. The crowd gathered outside just watched, not daring to enter. They kept gossiping about the girl's identity. But there were still some infatuated enough to want to get close to her, even if it meant getting struck by lightning, leaving those standing beside them speechless. What a simp. Meanwhile, Ilhan was dissecting corpses while thinking. It seems that girl is the one known as the Queen of Legends. She's really strong. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted by the chatter of the people outside. He was a bit speechless. At that moment, Erta spoke nonchalantly. Look, isn't it? Isn't your hiding skill amazing? You can do whatever you want in that mask. And an AI can remember things clearly. Ilhan felt a little sad after hearing that, so he took out all his sadness on the bodies of the monsters. Truly, even in death, there is no peace. A moment later, he finished dissecting the bodies, handing the queen a stone. Holding it in her hand, she immediately thanked him. After finishing the job, Ilhan went up to the soldiers and said, "I've done my part, I'm leaving." But the leader wouldn't let him go just like that. She immediately stopped him. "I have something to ask. I hope you'll cooperate." The look in this person's eyes showed they intended to pressure him. But before they could do anything, they were struck by lightning, making their scalp tingle. The one who acted was, of course, that queen. The only one who could control magic here was her. The crowd outside saw her take action, and immediately cheered. Taking this opportunity, Ilhan grabbed his bag and bounced. "I have to leave before things get crazier." Erta saw this and reminded him, "You don't need to worry." He didn't understand what was happening when suddenly there was a shout of surprise. "Hey, where did the guy with the mask go?" Although Ilhan tried, waving to everyone to show his presence, unfortunately no one saw him. He collapsed onto the ground in despair. Erta saw this and pouted, saying, "Didn't I tell you? You don't have to worry." Ilhan muttered incomprehensibly, "It's strange, this is what I wanted. But why do I feel sad?" A long day ended just like that with the appearance of two talented individuals. That evening at a park near his house, Ilhan sat on a bench. He looked a bit dazed. Erta beside him asked doubtfully, "What are you planning to do?" Ilhan replied casually, "I'm trying to sketch out a design for defensive armor. Making a full set of armor is a bit difficult, but I think I can at least make wrist and knee guards." Hearing this, Erta immediately pouted and reminded Ilhan, "Processing monster byproducts is extremely difficult. You'd be better off finding a master craftsman and asking them to do it." But Ilhan winked at her and said with a confident smile, "Erta, what are you talking about? The real master on this earth is right here." Seeing his attitude, Erta remembered Lita's words back in heaven. Afterward, she felt like cursing. "Very well. Didn't you say he was so pathetic he wouldn't know what to do?" She was so angry she gritted her teeth and called out Lita's name. Ilhan heard her and asked doubtfully, "You miss Lita too?" Biting her lip aggressively, Erta almost growled, "Yes, I miss her a lot right now. I miss her so much I want to go back and deal with her." Somehow, Erta felt like Ilhan was cheating. With that thought, she suddenly cleared her throat and asked, "Ahem, Ilhan, do you know anything about mana crafting?" Ilhan immediately shook his head and replied, "Not a thing." Erta breathed a sigh of relief. "I see, since you can't grasp mana, of course you wouldn't know." But before she could finish, Ilhan suddenly grabbed her small waist and exclaimed excitedly, "What's that, a new skill? Teach me!" Erta immediately panicked and scolded, "Wait, you're too close. I'll teach you, so let go." Ilhan finally realized his mistake. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Erta's face turned red with embarrassment. She cursed inwardly. "I really don't get him." Right after she began to explain to Ilhan, "In any case, mana crafting is the use of mana crystals similar to magic stones, to create items that can provide energy, especially for armor or weapons. It's a concept developed from blacksmithing." After hearing this, Ilhan got even more excited and shouted, "Erta, teach me!" Without thinking, he hugged her small waist again. This made Erta furious. She slapped him across the face and said in frustration, "I already said I'd teach you." Then she quickly moved away from Ilhan and sighed in resignation. "Honestly, I need to have a talk with Lita when I get back to heaven." Ilhan asked blankly, "With Lita? What are you going to say to her?" Erta really wanted to scream, "Keep your man in check," but the words wouldn't come out. So she decided to change the subject back to the previous topic. To start mana crafting, first you need to prepare the materials and magic stones. To create the equipment, they are mana crystals, with properties similar to those stones. Hearing this, Ilhan asked blankly, "Mana crystals, with properties similar to magic stones?" "Ah," Erta slowly explained. "For example, something like a dragon's heart." Ilhan's eyes immediately lit up. Erta didn't notice and continued to explain. "You will need to place the magic stone next to it and synchronize it during crafting. After the item is finished, grind the magic stone into a fine powder and rub it onto the surface of the equipment. That's the basic form. That's the final step. Then the equipment's stats will be increased." After hearing this, Ilhan asked in confusion, "You don't even have to do much. And that's the end of it." Erta continued to explain. "The basic form will simply enhance the equipment's performance and add stats. Beyond the basic form, there is a type of mana crafting that can grant special abilities. This is called option granting. However, option granting is a bit difficult. She said, Inhan would find it hard to do since he can't control mana. Inhan felt a little sad after hearing that. But he quickly adjusted his mood and said cheerfully, even so, just tell me. You won't know until I try, right? Urta was a bit surprised by his words. She sighed and said, to grant equipment special abilities, the creator must know how to control mana. If you can perfectly imbue the magic stones into the equipment, magic stones with different attributes can be used to create your dream equipment. It can generate fire or ice, or it can have a percentage chance to block damage. It can even have a healing effect on its owner. The creator's will is very important in determining which effect will be granted. The quality and attributes of the magic stones will also determine the final product. Inhan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, the theory is sound, but achieving such a skill seems really difficult. I'm not sure if I can do it. But then he started working on it. Urta beside him watched and couldn't help but exclaim, you're really skillful. A moment later, an arm and leg guard were finished. Next, Inhan started to sprinkle the powdered magic stone onto the equipment. Urta, in disbelief, mumbled, you actually pulled it off, without even having the skill. Inhan smiled happily and said, now that I've done it, it's all skill. Urta frowned slightly and thought, he's not wrong. Inhan understood the concept immediately, and he's a pretty fast learner. If Inhan adapts to everything like this, in the future he might possess a truly astonishing power. Thinking this, Urta continued, you've created the defensive armor. What are you going to do? Inhan thought for a moment before answering. Just wait and see, I'm not done yet. I still have one magic stone left. Saying that, Inhan closed his eyes and concentrated. In the blink of an eye, a flow of energy appeared around him. Seeing this, Urta's eyes widened in astonishment. No way, are you trying? To add an effect to the armor right now. You can't even use mana, this is too reckless. But Inhan didn't care. He continued adding the effect. He wanted something like a praying mantis's scythe. The mana stone in his hand began to dissipate. Urta watched nervously. It would be a waste if Inhan failed now. How could he have gotten this far? Watching the stone in Inhan's hand dissolve bit by bit, Urta grew more anxious. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to stop thinking. I'll just give it a tiny bit of my mana. Immediately, the mana stone, which had only a little left, was now full of energy. Inhan couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment at this sight. At that moment, mana energy enveloped his body until it converged at a point in front of Inhan. The arm guard had been enhanced with an effect. Urta then asked worriedly, did it fail, no? Inhan smirked confidently and replied, his crafted equipment had reached level 2 and also had a magic stone effect. Inhan waved his hand slightly, and a nearby iron chain was instantly severed. Inhan smiled with satisfaction. It turned out just as I planned. Seeing this, Urta's eyes widened in amazement. You were able to retain the blade skill of the giant mantis on those gauntlets? That's incredible. Inhan was very pleased with this. He smirked again and said, now things are going to get busy. Urta finally regained her composure, nodded and said, that's right, for now, you'll be busy, crafting other necessary items. But Inhan shook his head and said, no, not that. This made Urta a bit confused. Before she could understand what was happening, he got up and ran off. I need to run now because I broke the swing. Urta hurriedly shouted, I'll use restoration magic, so don't just run off. But he had already run out of the park. After yesterday's mantis attack, the media reported on 2 people, Inhan and the Queen. Inhan didn't have much of a reaction when he heard. He wanted to go to school as usual, but his mother said worriedly, you're going, just stay home. Urta, sitting on Inhan's head, watched. She was still very worried and pleaded, there are a lot of monsters outside. It's very dangerous. Inhan sighed in resignation. His mother's supervision was too strict. He couldn't do anything in his room. So he refused and didn't forget to reassure her. Don't worry, Mom, if I see a monster, I'll run away. Hearing this, Inhan's mother finally nodded and replied, all right. Be careful, okay? Seeing she was still worried, Inhan continued. I said I'll be careful. Don't go anywhere, just stay home. I'm off to school. With that, he quickly went outside. Soon he had left his building. Only then did Inhan dare to let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call, I almost couldn't get out. I can't believe my mother's ability is worry about son. Where would you even use a skill like that? Urta heard this and guessed. She probably uses it to keep track of her son. Inhan frowned slightly and muttered, what's the use of that kind of skill? Urta chuckled and explained, they say that in a penguin colony, a penguin, mother can recognize her own chick's cry exactly. It's similar to that. It's a useful skill for survival. Inhan thought about that possibility, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Urta asked doubtfully, why are you making that face? He hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's just that it would be a real shock if even my mom couldn't find me. A guy so left behind that even God can't find him like me. The two of them talked like this on the way, but the people around them didn't seem to notice. Erta didn't care. She continued to speak. Come to think of it, the government is trying to create a special abilities unit. What a joke. Inhan pouted slightly and said, I'm not interested. I'm not loyal enough to work for the government. Me and my family are more important. Erta felt that made sense. She nodded in agreement. Well, not being tied down gives you more freedom to move around. Inhan was thinking about something as he walked. After a while, he suddenly muttered, however, I want to meet that queen again. Hearing this, Erta asked with dissatisfaction, do you like her? Inhan shook his head, slightly denying it. It's not like that. I'm not interested in that stuff right now. Erta suddenly thought of a possibility and mumbled in fear. Could it be? As if knowing what she was thinking, Inhan immediately denied it. It's not what you're thinking. Erta still wouldn't let it go, her eyes narrowing as she mumbled, it's possible. Sexual function can decrease with too much physical training. Inhan was so infuriated by her words that he yelled, I'm not a eunuch. Only after yelling did he realize he was on the street. He froze on the spot. But it seemed no one on the street saw him. Erta pouted again and said, Inhan, even if you scream eunuch in the middle of the street, no one would even glance at you. Inhan's face turned red with anger, but he had no way to vent it. He suppressed it for a long time before speaking. I've thought about it. The reason is probably... Erta asked doubtfully. What is it? Inhan hesitated for a bit before answering. Lita is the reason. Erta, hearing this, clicked her tongue and said with a cold snort, For 1,000 years you've always had a beautiful angel by your side, so when it comes to human women you're impotent. Aren't you? The more Inhan listened, the more frustrated he got, not knowing how to argue. He had to change the subject. Anyway, that queen's ability to use mana is really remarkable. Even though he leveled up, he couldn't use any mana at all, but her ability was just too outstanding. Erta heard this and explained, it's not that unusual. That's the reason why God sent humans to another world. For training. Inhan heard this and asked with a cold snort, You mean everyone except me? Erta pouted and said, It's because you concealed your existence from the entire universe. Speaking of which, Erta suddenly paused for a long moment before continuing and speaking. Of being special, Inhan. You can handle monster carapaces without mana. But at that moment her expression suddenly turned grim. Seeing this, Inhan asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Erta pursed her lips and said, I sense the presence of a pack of monsters nearby. A pack of wolves or wild dogs about, 70 of them led by a level 35 diamond wolf. Hearing this, Inhan was shocked. He cried out in alarm, level 35 and 70 followers. You said that in the early stages of the Great Cataclysm high level, monsters wouldn't appear, but Erta sighed helplessly and said, I felt something was strange since yesterday. On the second day of the Great Cataclysm, a level 10 monster appearing was already a problem. The more Inhan listened, the more dissatisfied he became, questioning. You were so calm yesterday. Erta pouted and explained. That's because I didn't want to seem worried in front of a low-level being. Inhan was speechless after hearing this. She was really different from Lita. Erta was like an arrogant rich girl. It felt like she was secretly drawing a line between low-level and high-level beings. Compared to Erta, Lita was sometimes a bit goofy, but she was kind like an older sister. Thinking of this, Inhan suddenly felt that he missed Lita. Seeing his expression, Erta cleared her throat twice and said, I'll be honest. Inhan looked at her blankly, waiting for her to continue. Erta hesitated for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Earth is not normal right now. I need your help. Inhan felt like he had been struck by lightning and exclaimed in shock. What? Erta quickly jumped onto his head, urging him anxiously. I'll explain on the way because we're in a hurry. Let's go quickly. I'll tell you where the monster pack is. Inhan was a little speechless and had to run in the direction she pointed. Erta settled on his head and explained slowly, God transported all of humanity because a great cataclysm was about to happen and trained everyone to use mana. But God left the animals on Earth as they were. That's because God thought they would be fine, even without anyone to take care of them. For 10 years, however, due to an unknown anomaly, the flow of time on Earth was severely distorted. In the end, 10 years in other worlds became 1,000 years on Earth. Inhan was shocked to hear this. He had always been with Lita, never realizing that 1,000 years had passed. While Inhan was thinking, Erta grabbed his hair and pulled over there to the right. Inhan quickly turned right and shouted in frustration, My hair is falling. Out. Erta didn't care and continued explaining. Although time has reset, the animals that were supposed to live for only 10 years have existed for 1,000 years and have certainly undergone a drastic change. All of this combined has created the monsters on Earth now much stronger than in other worlds. While they were talking, Inhan arrived at the location. A pack of wild wolves was gathered there. Their eyes were full of ferocity, their mouths stained with blood. Inhan looked at them in horror, muttering in fear, "Earth is going to be destroyed." Erta looked at the wolves in front of them, sighed, and said, "That's why we need your help. Heaven is doing its part to restore the balance." Inhan listened while putting on his mask. Erta continued, "Until the restoration is complete, we want you to take on the responsibility of eliminating the monsters. Of course, when you defeat them, they will give Inhan a worthy reward." Just then a pack of wolves noticed Inhan and immediately attacked him. Inhan quickly jumped up to avoid them. He took out his spear and said nonchalantly, "This seems like a very difficult and troublesome task to take on." Hearing this, Erta's heart, which was hanging by a thread, felt like it could drop at any moment. But not long after, Inhan spoke again, "I won't refuse." Immediately after, he swooped down from above and shouted fiercely, "That's why I like this." With a loud bang, a powerful energy was released, sending the wolves in front of him flying. Some died and some were injured. Inhan received a lot of experience, jumping straight to level 9. His stats also increased quite a bit. Seeing this scene, Erta's expression changed slightly. She scolded in confusion, "Inhan, are you an idiot?" Inhan looked at her helplessly and shook his head. "It's not like that." Just then, the wolf pack bared their fangs and claws and charged at Inhan. Sensing the approaching killing intent, he immediately brandished his spear, killing another pack of level 18 wild wolves. While Inhan was slaughtering monsters here, a commotion on the other side startled him. A pack of wolves was chasing civilians, causing everyone to panic. Someone who had returned from another world hurriedly shouted, "Fireball!" But nothing appeared there at all. The man became even more terrified and muttered, "Damn it, I don't have any mana help." Just at that moment, Inhan appeared in the nick of time. He quickly rushed towards the wolf pack. With one swing of his spear, several of them died on the spot. However, the other man was still being attacked by a wolf. Sensing death approaching, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. But after a long moment, he didn't feel anything happen. He opened his eyes and saw Inhan standing on the body of the wolf. He had just killed a pack of wolves. His experience was full, but the window notified him that he had to choose a class before he could reach level 10. Seeing Inhan, the surrounding people immediately recognized him in surprise, exclaiming, "That mask! It's him, the one who destroyed the monsters near the university recently." The flash that vanished instantly. Inhan heard their chatter about him and was a little speechless. He muttered in annoyance, "The Flash. What kind of lame nickname is that?" Erta beside him laughed happily and said, "Now you've got some fans. Congratulations." Inhan angrily told her to shut up. Then he started slaughtering monsters again. Everywhere he went, wild wolves fell. Fresh blood stained the ground. Inhan's expression was clearly embarrassed, which made Erta find it a little funny. At this moment, Inhan spoke up doubtfully. "But why am I not leveling up?" He guessed it was because of the system message from before. But while Inhan was confused, a wolf threw its head back and howled, making him scratch his head in confusion. "Now what's going on?" In the blink of an eye, a pack of wolves had surrounded Inhan. He muttered in confusion, "Since when did they all get here?" Erta immediately warned him. "It seems those wolves received some kind of order. Be careful." Hearing this, Inhan couldn't help but exclaim, "They're pretty smart. If he stepped back, he would lose his balance. But if he defended, he would surely get bitten." So in that situation, Inhan could only attack. And so the place turned into his personal slaughterhouse. A pack of wolves died just like that. He also received a lot of experience. But there was still one that wasn't afraid of death and tried to sneak attack Inhan from behind. But how could he give it that chance? A bolt of energy shot out from his hand. Inhan continued to brandish the spear in his hand, causing it to die on the spot. But before he could even catch his breath, another pack of wolves came to attack. Inhan wasn't panicked, calmly brandishing his spear to fight back. Just one swing of his spear took the lives of the entire pack. The people outside watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible." He defeated 5 wolves at once. At that moment, a noise suddenly came from behind them, startling them. Looking back, they saw a wolf approaching them. Under its paw was a person. Inhan looked at Erta in confusion and said, "Is that wolf holding someone hostage?" "No." Erta nodded slightly and replied, "It seems to be used to doing that. It seems to have done this before." Seeing this, Inhan sneered. The spear in his hand began to swing again. "That won't change anything." The person pinned under the wild wolf trembled non-stop, wanting to escape. The people outside didn't know whether to save him or not. Inhan still hadn't made a move. He just stood there. Erta, beside him, reminded him, "Your decision right now could make you a hero or a villain." But as soon as she finished speaking, Inhan spoke coldly, "Hero-villain. I don't care about that crap. As soon as he finished speaking under Urta's astonished gaze, he swung his spear forward. The wolf holding the injured man was struck, dying on the spot. Seeing this scene, the wolves behind it were terrified. Inhan snorted coldly and said, "If someone is in danger and I can save them, then I'll do whatever it takes to save them. But I only do what I can. I'm not a hero. I'm just an ordinary person." At this point, the wolves' eyes looking at him were extremely fierce, as if they wouldn't be satisfied until they killed him. Immediately after, two of them slowly approached Inhan. Urta spoke up to remind him, "It seems they're planning to gang up on you, now that you've lost your weapon." Inhan clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, "These arrogant wolves." Meanwhile, one wolf lunged at him. It opened its fanged mouth, wanting to tear him apart. But Inhan remained calm, casually swinging his arm. The armor on his wrist slammed into the wolf's body, killing it instantly. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that spear is my only weapon. I'll show you the results of 1,000 years of training with the War Queen. Come on." Inhan was now like a dancer among the wolf pack. No weapon, just using his bare hands. Urta, observing from the side, couldn't help but think, "Inhan, you're not the type of person to foolishly sacrifice your life to protect others." But Inhan would act faster and more decisively than anyone, to create the most efficiency in the shortest amount of time. Lita raised a wonderful monster in 1,000 years, but when she looked at what Inhan was doing, Urta was shocked. This wasn't what Lita had taught him at all. Rather, it was a style he had developed himself. The people outside watching this top-tier, next-level performance by Inhan couldn't help but cheer. He's so strong, so cool. Flash. His whole body is a weapon. How impressive. Inhan didn't care about the crowd. He remained focused on slaughtering the wolf pack. Before long, all of them had been dealt with by him. But just as he let his guard down, a gun barrel was pointed at Inhan's head. A voice also came from behind. "Freeze, don't move." Inhan was startled and turned his head to look behind him. He saw a group of soldiers who had appeared out of nowhere, pointing their guns at him. This scene made the onlookers outside dissatisfied. They immediately started shouting and cursing. "Why are you pointing your guns at him? The Flash defeated all the monsters, and saved the hostage too." These words left the female lieutenant leading the team stunned. She muttered in astonishment, "He defeated all of them. Since when?" So the female lieutenant had her men surround the scene to investigate. As for her, she ran over to Inhan, apologizing. "Flash, I'm sorry about earlier. Don't misunderstand." The female lieutenant said she didn't intend to shoot. She just thought there were still monsters left. She just started rambling on, making her subordinate confused. He reminded her, "Lieutenant, he hasn't been listening to you." The female lieutenant was startled and looked again. Sure enough, there was no one in front of her. She exclaimed in confusion, "What he?" Disappeared again as expected. "He's as fast as a flash." Inhan was standing just a few steps away. Hearing this, he was a little speechless. "I'm still here." But he didn't pay much attention. He started to dissect the wolf pack's bodies with his spear. Inhan thought he needed to make a skinning knife. First, he needed to find a place to forge it. While he was concentrating, the female lieutenant noticed him. She immediately ran to his side, talking non-stop. "Please just hear me out." Inhan shook his head, refusing no, no, and no. The female lieutenant's expression immediately turned grim as she asked hesitantly, "Could it be that you have some dissatisfaction with the military or this country?" Inhan replied coldly again, "No." She didn't give up and continued to persuade him. "Then please cooperate with us." He just kept refusing. This left the female lieutenant completely baffled as she asked suspiciously, "Why not?" Inhan paused for a moment. He had a feeling he'd get into trouble if he agreed. Urta, knowing his thoughts, immediately agreed. "Spot on." Hearing the voice in his ear, Inhan was startled and demanded, "You're reading my mind again, aren't you?" Urta pouted. In reply, "No need to read it. When your thoughts are written all over your face." He grumbled in dissatisfaction, "I'm wearing a mask." The female lieutenant saw Inhan constantly mumbling, and even trembling with anger, confused. What is he doing? Just then, a wolf that had slipped through the cracks charged forward to attack the soldiers. Inhan immediately gave it a punch, killing it on the spot. Urta was still by his side, advising him, "It's best not to get involved with the military or the government. Acting on your own will be much more effective." Hearing this, Inhan let out a reluctant sigh. He pouted and said, "But this is kind of a drag. If I have to solve everything on my own, isn't it?" Hearing this, Urta didn't know how to respond either. A moment later, in the alley where the wolf rampage occurred, the female lieutenant, after handling everything, couldn't stop sighing. "I wouldn't have been treated like this if I wasn't wearing this uniform. Should I look for a new job?" As she said that, she sighed. Just then, her subordinate next to her suddenly exclaimed, "That's Inhan." Somehow he was standing in front of the two of them. The female lieutenant's tone immediately changed. "Have you decided will you work with But before she could finish, In-han coldly cut her off. "You guys want to buy the corpses of those wolves? I'll handle the butchering." Clearly, he would make more money selling them here than dragging them home. The female lieutenant was stunned speechless after hearing that. Her subordinate immediately whispered a reminder, "Lieutenant, monster corpses are very useful." Hearing this, the female lieutenant quickly agreed. "Yes, we'll buy them. What about the monostones?" In-han gave a cold laugh and refused without hesitation. "No." Afterward, In-han began to butcher the corpses for the military personnel. The female lieutenant and her subordinate went to inspect them. They couldn't help but exclaim, "The bones and hides have very little damage." She guessed it was because In-han took them down with a single blow. The hides and bones of monsters taken down by guns would have very few intact parts due to the damage caused. And In-han's butchering skills were incredible. He skinned them, deboned them, and carved the meat with great speed and precision. The female lieutenant quickly recorded a video. Then she sent it to her superior. "Sir, did you see the video I just sent? The skills of lightning are astonishing." An ear-piercing scream immediately came from the other end of the line. "Lieutenant Han Yul-gang, bring him here now." Yul-gang hesitated and mumbled, but he said he's not interested. Her superior snorted coldly. "Order seduce him with your eyes or something." Yul-gang was speechless at this idea. Even her subordinate said helplessly, "That's impossible, don't even try." A while later, In-han finally returned. He tilted his chin and demanded, "It's done, pay up." Before Yul-gang could do anything, she was hit with a dose of cold reality. She sighed and said, "All right, I'll report it to my superiors." In-han was very happy at this point and said with a smile, "Finally, it's all done." The monostone harvest was also 0. In his hand, he now had 2 small stones, like peas. In-han glanced at Eartha and asked, "Do you think these look tasty?" Hearing this intention, Eartha was alarmed and advised him, "You can't eat that. It could make you go crazy. Do you want to be consumed by the monster's energy? It'll be really bad." This made In-han think of someone who had actually eaten it, and then turned into a monster and caused a huge mess. A few hours later, In-han was still waiting in the alley for the money. Yul-gang's people brought him a suitcase full of money, a total of 37 million. Seeing the amount, Eartha couldn't help but remark, "They paid you a lot. They seem to want to establish a relationship with you." Just as she thought, Yul-gang then put on a seductive look and said with a smile, "If you're done checking, could we?" But before she could finish, In-han bluntly turned and walked away. Shot down so coldly, Yul-gang froze on the spot. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Unfortunately, In-han didn't stop. He pressed a remote in his hand. A few blinding flashes of light suddenly appeared. By the time it faded, there was no one in front of them anymore. Yul-gang exclaimed in shock, "He ran off again! What level is he anyway?" However, they didn't know that In-han was actually behind them. Eartha spoke up again to remind him, "While they're focused in the other direction, reactivate your invisibility skill." In-han nodded slightly and took off his mask. He walked away confidently. Eartha walked beside him, saying, "There's only 1 day left until Heaven begins a more thorough investigation. We need to keep moving." Yul-gang's people behind them didn't know he was walking right in front of them. They were busy searching, but after searching all day, they couldn't find a trace of him. Soon, In-han reached a deserted street. He opened his status window to take a look. He had to choose his first job class. In-han looked through the list, frowned, and mumbled, These job class names look like something out of an RPG." He decided to skip the assassin class for now, because he already had an invisibility skill. At that moment, Eartha spoke up again. "The reason you can't control your invisibility is because you can't use mana to guide and control it like an active skill. This is the problem you're facing." In-han was stunned for a moment and exclaimed in surprise, "I need to quickly learn how to use mana. It's hard to choose because there are so many job classes, Eartha. Do you have any advice?" Hearing this, Eartha frowned for a long time before speaking. 23 job classes isn't a lot. If we had a bit more time, it could be up to 30 or even 40 classes. In-han listened silently to her words. After a moment, Eartha mumbled gravely, "My advice is Lancer, since In-han can use a spear, or a job class that uses a close-range weapon, because the skills you were trained in are for close combat, with a spear." In-han felt this made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. "That's right. I started learning them because Lita introduced them to me. Lita even praised him for learning so well back then, because he fought with her for 3 whole minutes before getting beaten to a pulp." Remembering this past, In-han couldn't help but sigh. Eartha then spoke up again. "It's quite rare to have the opportunity to train with an angel. You're really lucky, Joe In-han." In-han had a strong aversion to the word lucky. He pouted and said, "If I were lucky, I wouldn't be a loser." Eartha pouted and said, "That's just your fate." She then told In-han that as his class advances, he could choose a second and third subclass. Hearing this, In-han exclaimed in surprise, "A second job class, not a complete job change." I've never read anything about having a subclass. Eartha snorted coldly. Social media is just a waste of your life. There's no way there would be information about it online. Seeing her expression, Inhan asked hesitantly, did you have some bad experiences online? However, Eartha didn't answer. Seeing this, Inhan didn't ask anymore. He focused on choosing the job class he wanted. He thought Lancer was the best choice. Eartha glanced at him and asked, and the reason is, Inhan slowly explained, the Fist King class relies on fist techniques. Now I'm used to using a spear, so it's only natural that I choose this class. Smiling unconsciously, Eartha said cheerfully, good thinking. You'll be able to forge many better spears when you find better materials. Furthermore, she had also recommended Lancer, but Inhan made the decision himself. She was sure he would become stronger than he is now. Just then, a notification window popped up with something that surprised Inhan. He exclaimed in alarm. A new option just appeared. It says Bladed Spearman. Hearing this, Eartha was startled and her eyes widened. She exclaimed in surprise, a modification? That's a unique job class. You'll get a unique path right from your first job class. Inhan mumbled in confusion. Unique? What's that? Eartha slowly explained. It's a job class meant for only one person. All the paths Inhan has walked, the experiences you've had, and the records you achieved in battle have created a job class that has never existed before. With that, Eartha immediately urged him, hurry up and pick that one. A unique job class is optimal for you, so it will be the best. It has requirements for leveling up that are higher than other job classes, but even so it's worth it. Inhan listened to Eartha's words and quickly chose it. Immediately a notification window appeared. You have become a Bleeding Lancer. Damage will be increased by 10% when attacking while in stealth mode. Inhan looked at the series of notifications with a slightly bewildered expression. He exclaimed in alarm, wait, wasn't it Bladed Spearman? I chose the Bladed Spearman job class. Eartha, hearing him shouting non-stop, sighed reluctantly. She pouted and said, that's just how the record is, though the wording is a bit different. Inhan was getting annoyed and wanted to curse. Just then, something suddenly appeared behind him. He turned his head in surprise to look. He saw the system emitting some kind of energy. It enveloped Inhan's body. Then his chest muscles began to grow larger. Inhan's arms also became more muscular. In just a blink of an eye, his entire body had been enhanced. Inhan exclaimed happily. My body has changed, Eartha calmly stated. Your body has become stronger. Because you have chosen your first job class, you've chosen it so you can't go back. Hearing this, Inhan frowned and thought, how will I have changed? Just then, Inhan's information appeared. After looking at it, Inhan couldn't help but feel dejected. His title hadn't changed. It was still the Loner. Eartha noticed his expression wasn't good and asked doubtfully, did you get any active skills? Inhan shook his head slightly and replied no. Eartha didn't seem to mind much. She spoke casually. Well, most first job classes don't have them anyway. But looking at your growth rate, I don't think you'll get mana control abilities. Hearing this, Inhan exclaimed in dissatisfaction, isn't that a bad thing? Eartha replied calmly. That's right if you were a normal person. Inhan's attitude immediately changed after her words. He happily asked back, really? Eartha nodded slightly and replied, yeah, so don't worry. If you don't get a skill active during your first and second job change, then you'll get a powerful skill on your third job change. Hearing this, Inhan exclaimed excitedly, that's the difference with this job class. If you haven't used up all the record data, then it's okay to save it all for one go. Eartha nodded slightly and replied, that's right. She thinks that normally, Inhan should get 2 active skills, since you've changed to a unique job class, but you didn't. If all the records are saved until Inhan changes his job class for the 3rd time, you'll get an amazing skill. Thinking of this, Eartha gave a satisfied smile. Inhan was truly a low-level being worth keeping an eye on. With that thought, she grabbed Inhan's hair again and demanded, let's go now. He asked doubtfully, where are we? Going, Eartha said casually. I've used magic to hide your suitcase of money, so no one will be able to take it. Now you have to start looking for new monsters. Inhan nodded slightly and ran off. I understand. Stop pulling my hair. However, she said, there are many representatives beside you, so you don't have to do everything yourself. Just hunt the monsters in your area. Inhan alone can't do all the work. There have to be helpers. Typically the girl known as the Queen. Eartha sat perched on Inhan's head and shouted, this is an order from heaven. If you have more achievements than the others, your reward will be greater. Try your best. Hearing this, Inhan smiled happily and said, that's the kind of order I like. If it asks me to save people in need, I'll try my best. I like fairness and rewards that encourage those who try. While he was excited, Eartha's tone suddenly changed, saying, watch where you're going. Inhan was slightly stunned and looked at his phone. Inside, there was information about a live bear appearing in Bukhan, the very place he had just arrived. The people present in this place were extremely panicked. A giant bear was roaring madly in front of them. Everyone quickly turned and ran. Only Inhan remained calm, standing there. He smirked and said, "Here we go. Looks like dinner tonight is bear gallbladder." Hearing this, Eartha pouted and reminded him, "You can only use bear gallbladder if you have poison resistance." Inhan was immediately crestfallen. There are conditions, too. However, he didn't back down. He still walked towards the giant bear with his spear in hand. Just then, rocks and debris suddenly fell from above. The ground shook violently. Inhan asked in confusion, "Did the government just fire a missile or something?" Eartha pointed into the distance. "Look over there." Inhan looked over and saw the giant bear. It was destroying the surrounding buildings. Below, there were military personnel. They were continuously firing at the bear. In a flash, a rain of bullets flew towards the bear. However, it had no effect, causing them to cry out in panic, "It's not working at all. How can we handle a monster like this?" On the fourth day of the Great Cataclysm, just then the bear stomped on several large vehicles. Then it turned its head and went in another direction. Eartha, standing in the distance, saw this scene. She spoke reluctantly. "Human architecture is weaker than I thought. It can't even withstand the attack of a second-class monster." Inhan said flatly, "You have to try to empathize with things." While people were training in the other world, all the buildings, materials, money, weapons, and technology remained in the same state as before. The Great Cataclysm. Of course they can't withstand the wrath of the giant bear. Then, seeing the bear continuously beating its chest and roaring, Inhan couldn't help but say, "It seems to be having a lot of fun." A lot of fun. I think a big fish in a small pond describes this situation. Hearing these words, Eartha couldn't help but snort scornfully. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, I'm timing you." Inhan wasn't in a hurry and spoke calmly. A moment later, he had put on his mask, ready to fight. The one time he could go invisible, he had to maximize its power. That was on the first strike. Immediately after, Inhan charged towards the bear. The spear in his hand swung relentlessly. However, the bear suddenly looked into the distance and roared. Coincidentally, that was the direction Inhan was charging from. Seeing this scene, Eartha immediately shouted a reminder. "As long as you don't interact with it, the bear won't be able to detect you. Trust in the skill that conceals. Your presence, it's from God." Inhan was immediately dissatisfied, but he didn't have time to say much. He focused his energy into the spear. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiped at its neck. Fresh blood immediately gushed out like rain. Seeing this scene, the soldiers below shouted, "Lightning has appeared!" Inhan couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction. "When did I get that nickname?" Immediately after, he landed on the ground from midair. But what surprised him was that the bear wasn't dead yet. Inhan frowned and mumbled, "Looks like I can't kill it in one hit." Eartha wasn't surprised. She said calmly, "After all, it's considered a second-class monster." Hearing this, Inhan took a deep breath. Then he turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted, "If you want to live, run now." The soldiers immediately hesitated, unwilling to leave. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Inhan didn't want to waste his breath. He snorted coldly and said, "Stay if you like." Just then, the bear attacked again. Its giant paw stomped hard on the ground. The surrounding civilians immediately fled in fear. However, the bear that was chasing the civilians suddenly stopped. It stared into the empty space. It seemed to feel Inhan charging towards it, but it couldn't see anything. The overwhelming sense of pressure made it open its mouth and roar. Inhan snorted coldly. "Don't even dream of it." Then he raised his spear. He didn't hesitate to stab down at its snout. The spear was firmly embedded in the bear's head. The pain made the bear shake its head relentlessly. Eartha, on Inhan's head, felt like she was on a roller coaster. The bear, having been wounded twice by Inhan, was now extremely angry. Inhan had escaped from its sight. Eartha reminded him again, "You're invisible again because it just lost track of you. Take this opportunity while it's still looking for you." Inhan nodded slightly, indicating he understood. He then looked at the spear in his hand. Because he made this spear himself, he didn't know if it could withstand the next attack. Although his body was the same as before Inhan returned, his strength had increased significantly, thanks to the long training and constant changes in his workout. He remembered the time he used to train with Lita. She once taught him this, "Don't think about anything else. Focus all your weight on one point." Hearing this, Inhan asked doubtfully, "But what if someone gets hurt in the process?" Lita sighed reluctantly. "Save those words for when you're close to my level." "Got it." Inhan bit his lip fiercely and mumbled, "Who do you think I am, Lita? If I face you head on, I'm afraid someone will get hurt." With that, he threw a punch at her. But with a bang, he was sent flying. Inhan lay curled up on the ground, crying tragically like this. Lita finally understood what he meant and laughed, saying, "Oh, is that what you meant? I thought you were talking about me." Just like that, Inhan trained with Lita for a whole long day. Only when he was completely exhausted was he allowed to rest. Lita let him lie on her lap and said cheerfully, "Anyway, Inhan, you did it. That last attack you were able to focus all your strength on one point." With that, she took a strand of her hair and held it in front of Inhan, making him suspicious. Lita smiled at him and said, "Your attack cut my hair. Good job." At that time, Inhan was very happy. Snapping out of his flashback, he began to focus on the single point on the bear's body. Then, when the time was right, Inhan immediately thrust his spear into the bear's head, causing it to roar in pain. The people below were stunned to see this scene. "Isn't it dead yet?" While they were confused, the giant body of the bear fell down. Inhan also received a lot of experience, jumping straight to level 20. After defeating the bear, he quickly jumped to the ground. Only then did he dare to take a breath. Eartha spoke flatly beside him. It took 3 moves, all of them without using any skills. Inhan pouted and asked, "Can't you praise me a little better?" However, she didn't say anything. Inhan couldn't be bothered with her. He looked up at the spear in his hand. Luckily, it was still holding up. Now it was time for him to butcher the bear. But before he could even touch it, the bear's body suddenly transformed very quickly. It had become a small bear. Seeing this scene, Inhan exclaimed in surprise. "It just shrank," Eartha slowly explained. "It had a giantification skill." The skill was dispelled after it died. Hearing this, Inhan frowned in thought. Then he remembered something. He quickly said, "Oh, right. I got the critical hit skill after leveling up." Eartha nodded slightly and said, "That's good. It also complements your invisibility skill. Everything you do has a big impact on the development of your skills, of your own. I hope you will continue to do good things and learn more skills." A moment later, a car appeared in this place. The car door slowly opened and someone got out. That person rushed onto the scene. As he ran, he said, "We're here. We'll handle the rest. Where's the monster?" Inhan saw someone coming and glanced over. Eartha also noticed. She frowned and mumbled, "It seems some other ability users have arrived." Inhan pouted contemptuously, arriving after everything is done, a little lacking in enthusiasm. The group of people quickly ran to the military's position. However, when they learned what had happened from the military, they were immediately stunned. The leader couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "The monster has already been defeated." Another person also mumbled doubtfully, "I heard it was a second-class monster, but what a bummer. I thought I'd get to stretch my legs a bit." The leader still couldn't believe his ears. He looked into the distance, mumbling, "Who's that?" That was where Inhan was butchering the bear. Seeing his mask, that person was immediately surprised. Inhan was also a little confused. He asked that person, "Can you see me?" Eartha didn't think so. She frowned and said, "Well, he's looking at the bear's corpse. He probably only sees your mask, because you're right next to the corpse." While Inhan was confused, the person approached. After a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that lightning?" The person next to him heard this and frowned, pouting and mumbling. "Are you trying to say that guy is the one who killed the bear? That's ridiculous. How could he, when it's only the 4th day of the apocalypse?" With suspicion, they approached. They started talking in Inhan's ear, "You're really strong. Have you gone through your 2nd job class advancement?" Inhan just listened silently without answering a word. This made the group of people feel annoyed, but he really didn't care. He hated these kinds of conversations. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and scolded angrily, "Hey! Answer when someone is asking you something." The leading guy immediately spoke up to calm things down. "It's okay, calm down. It seems like he doesn't want to talk to us. Let's go." A female ability user, seeing Inhan like this, couldn't help but remark, "So cool. It's like something out of Kodoku no Gurume, isn't it?" The leading ability user, unable to talk to Inhan, returned to the military's side. "Is there anything else you need help with?" A soldier immediately replied, "We got a call from another region." "Could you help us out?" He agreed without any hesitation. "Of course, that's my job." Inhan from a distance heard their conversation. He couldn't help but remark, "He seems to talk easily with anyone. Must be very sociable." If it were him, he would probably fail at the greeting stage. While Inhan was thinking, the guy approached again. He greeted him lightning. "Nice to meet you. I'm Do Yujin." After saying that, he even extended his hand in front of Inhan. This action made Inhan seem thoughtful. "Is he trying to shake my hand? But why?" Seeing Inhan not responding, Yujin spoke up again. "Seeing you handle that bear, I think it will be hard for me to catch up to you in this first mission." "First mission. However, I will definitely surpass you. You should remember my name." These words caught Inhan's attention. He glanced at him and slowly opened his mouth. "What will you do to surpass me?" Yujin was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to ask that. After a long moment, he smiled and replied, "In a world where strength represents rank, it will be easy to know who is the strongest in the world." Yujin said that one day, he would be stronger than anyone else. Inhan found this declaration a bit funny. What a boring reason. Does he want to be a hero or a Superman? Inhan really wanted to ask why Yujin had to be so competitive. Does he really need to compare himself to someone else? What's the point of becoming stronger? To be able to see yourself as stronger than others. And if you want to get even stronger, then do it alone and do it quietly. Whether it's self-study or training with a punching bag. Why do you have to put pressure on others? Inhan really wanted to point his finger at Yujin and give him a piece of his mind. Scold him until his face turned pale. He also wanted to call Yujin delusional. But Inhan really couldn't do it. Eartha saw his expression constantly changing. She asked worriedly, "Joe Inhan, are you okay? They've left." Inhan didn't answer either. He turned his head to look and saw that there was no one behind him anymore. He quickly regained his composure. He shook his head and said, "What do you mean, Eartha?" "I'm perfectly fine," Eartha snorted and pouted. "An introvert like you can't do much. In front of an extrovert like him. That's your weakness." Inhan couldn't be bothered to talk anymore. He continued to focus on butchering the bear's corpse. A moment later, he had obtained a lot of bear hide. Just then, the military personnel approached Inhan. Thinking they wanted the bear hide, Inhan immediately became wary and said, "These are mine." The person was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant. I have a proposal for you." He then began to tell Inhan about an app that notifies where monsters appear. Hearing this, Inhan frowned suspiciously. He hesitated for a long time before taking out his phone to download the app that the person had just mentioned. He asked doubtfully again, "Isn't this a military secret? Letting everyone know like this, is that okay?" The person smiled and explained, "It's all for the safety of the people. If we can, to destroy the monsters. We hope it will minimize the damage that we might suffer." Inhan thought that made sense. So without another word, he quickly turned and left, leaving the military personnel there. At that moment, someone approached hesitantly and asked the lieutenant, "Are you sure we can just let him go like that?" "We should ask him to cooperate with us. Use everything we have to pull him in." The lieutenant heard this and scolded impatiently, "Fool! Do you think an ability user, like him, who can defeat a second-class monster in an instant, would listen to us?" He said he had witnessed ability users leading entire nations in other worlds, and monsters that could destroy a whole country. So it's certain that Inhan will become even stronger in the future. If they tried to force him, it would probably backfire. The world isn't what it used to be. They just need to coexist and support each other when necessary. The subordinate was stunned for a long moment, then looked on with admiration. He said, "Lieutenant, you are truly wise." The lieutenant snorted coldly and said, "You idiot, I'm always wise. I used to study in Seoul, you know." Their conversation was overheard by two people. Inhan, Erta couldn't help but remark, "That soldier is smart. It seems he's quite experienced." Inhan shook his head slightly. "I don't know. I think he's overestimating me." Erta pouted in response. "I think you're underestimating yourself. If the army had tried to suppress Inhan to force his cooperation, you could have crushed the army. That's the only benefit of not following orders. The army had no intention of using Inhan. That soldier understood that and did what was best for both sides, keeping your mood good and setting the tone for the conversation. Inhan still doesn't know how strong he is in this world." While Erta was thinking, Inhan spoke up again. "Erta, it looks like 3 new monsters have appeared. What should we do?" Erta snapped out of her thoughts and said with a smile, "Why worry, just destroy all 3. Inhan felt the same way and nodded. "Perfect. Let's do this." So he then ran to where the 3 monsters had appeared. First was a giant rat. He easily defeated it. Next was a grasshopper. Finally, a large bird. Without much time, Inhan quickly wiped them out. But something left him confused. He mumbled doubtfully, "I destroyed 3 monsters, but I'm still stuck at level 24. Erta wasn't very surprised. She explained calmly, "Because those 3 monsters were weaker than the wolf and the brown bear. Your unique class requires more experience. If you were a normal person, you wouldn't be able to reach level 30 so easily." Inhan frowned and mumbled after hearing this. "At least we have a lot to show for it when we get back. And we've defeated all those things for the army, and now you have 10,000,001. With this money, you can do anything." He was thinking about whether he should buy a house. Erta scolded him in frustration. "It's foolish to use money like that. What if they purposely try to find out your identity? If you don't listen to me, you'll be getting advanced training." That's why she's going to erase all memory of it. There will be nothing left to worry about. Inhan couldn't believe it when he heard this. He exclaimed, "Magic from an angel is truly one of a kind." The next morning, the city awoke again after a night of monster attacks. Inhan was still sitting on his bed. A notification window appeared in front of him, leaving him confused. It said the connection to the other world had been restored. From now on, people might be summoned to other worlds to complete missions and receive worthy rewards. Inhan shivered slightly and mumbled, "They're talking about the place I was summoned to. So what does that mean?" Has he been abandoned again? Is he really the only one left in this world? And so, Inhan ran to find Urta and ask, "What is the meaning of this?" Urta frantically avoided his gaze and mumbled hesitantly, "The monsters on Earth have become too strong. So I'm just going around here looking for a few things, that's all." That's when... But before she could finish, Inhan's head was steaming. He asked through gritted teeth, "You want to send them to the other world? To gain experience more safely? Is that right?" Urta nodded cautiously. "That's right." Inhan grew even more frustrated and yelled, "Then what about me? While everyone else goes to the other world, what about me?" Urta didn't see this as a problem. She explained calmly, "You've been a loner from the very beginning. What's different now?" Inhan was still not content and cried tragically, "Even so, my mom will definitely ask me why I'm not going to the other world. I just know it." Urta thought for a moment and suggested, "Well, just tell her there's nothing to learn there. Then there won't be any problem from the start." Inhan snorted and refused. "I'm not going to act like some middle schooler going through puberty like that." Urta narrowed her eyes at him. After a moment, she spoke slowly. "Inhan, I'm truly sorry about your situation, but there's really nothing I can do. I'm not the one who decided this fate for you." Inhan sighed in resignation. "I know. I guess I can't go to the other world after all." Hearing that, Urta spoke up. "It's not entirely impossible." Inhan was momentarily stunned. A spark of joy appeared in his eyes. Urta explained slowly, "If you become a higher existence, you'll have that ability. Not only could Inhan go to the other world, he could even set foot in heaven. You would be on the same level as an angel." Hearing this, Inhan's eyes widened in amazement. "Really, if I become a higher existence, I can see Lita again?" Urta frowned in thought when she heard him mention Lita. The more she observed them, the more she saw they were almost in a long-distance relationship. But if that's the case, Urta was considering a possibility. Isn't she acting like some kind of love messenger between the two of them? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. Urta hated this. Immediately, she took her anger out on Inhan. She demanded fiercely, "Just train harder and become a higher existence. That way you can go to the other world and reunite with the one you love. It should take less than a millennium." Hearing the timeline, Inhan sighed helplessly. "I guess I have something to look forward to, huh?" After that, he went downstairs. His parents were already waiting there. They were watching the news. The media was reporting that the government was establishing emergency martial law. Inhan frowned and mumbled when he heard. "Like emergency martial law?" His mother explained gently. "It seems it's not just in our country, but all over the world. I guess they have no other choice, because the monsters are too dangerous. All schools and companies have been ordered to close. Meanwhile, the army is planning to kill monsters. At least they're trying to limit the number of people on the streets as much as possible." Inhan sensed that even the government had accepted that they couldn't do anything without change. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered something. He glanced at his parents. After hesitating for a long time, Inhan finally suggested, "Mom, Dad, you two should go to the other world." Hearing this, Inhan's mother was momentarily stunned. His father said casually, "Go for what? You were there for 10 years, but you couldn't even change your second class." Inhan hurriedly urged, "But from now on, there will be more monsters appearing. You should continue to get stronger. At least it's safer there than here." "I understand." Inhan's father nodded slightly. After that, he smiled and said, "If that's what you think, then I'll see you again soon. Never give up and try your best until the end." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Inhan's mother exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Why did you leave in such a hurry? You just left like that." With that, she put food on the table for Inhan and said caringly, "My dear, I think differently from your father. Although trying your best is great. Make sure you take good care of yourself, okay?" Inhan nodded while eating. Of course, the food is great today. But at that moment, his mother suddenly spoke up. "The masked person hunting monsters? That's you." This made Inhan's eating motion pause for a moment. He looked at her in surprise and asked hesitantly, "How did you know?" With a slight chuckle, she said nonchalantly, "Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you? I was very surprised to see you on TV. Even when you wear a mask and different clothes, I can still tell it's you." Inhan was even more astonished. So this is the special skill of mothers when it comes to their children. Thinking about it, he immediately started crying and complaining, "Mom, I think I'm going to cry." This world and heaven both look down on me. "Who looks down on you?" his mother asked, dissatisfied. Then she reassured him, "I'm always worried about you. Always be careful and stay focused at all times, okay? I'm sure you already know how strong the monsters are." "Right." She also told Inhan to be careful of people. There will surely be a lot of bad people, so always be on your guard against everything. Inhan nodded slightly, feeling happy inside. Although his mother was scolding him, it felt good to hear her words. The two of them ate their meal just like that. A moment later, Inhan's mother stood up to say goodbye to him. It was good to see you eat a good breakfast. I'm going now too. Make sure you're always careful. Inhan nodded slightly in response. Take care, Mom. But it was only then that he realized something. She had left a pile of unwashed dishes. Inhan sighed in resignation, so he had no choice but to put on gloves and wash the dishes. As he worked, he thought about his parents. They had gone to the other world to gain experience. Although he couldn't go, he still had other things to do. Meanwhile, Eartha approached and said, Inhan, I'm going to heaven to get more quest rewards. Inhan nodded slightly. Buy some ice cream on your way back, okay? Eartha didn't answer. She quickly left. Inhan watched her figure return to the sky for a long moment. Then he went down to his basement and flipped the switch. The basement lights instantly turned on. Last night, Inhan had bought a storage unit with his money. From now on, this would be his workshop. Although Inhan didn't have all the things he needed, the raw leather and bones would spoil if he didn't process them quickly. Inhan had also hoped to use metal, but since he didn't have the materials, he could only process some things he got from animal carcasses. Looking at the pile of items on the table, Inhan frowned in thought. It seems like processing and hardening the leather will take quite a while. At this rate, I wonder how long it will take to finish crafting the equipment. But just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. You can process that stuff with magic. Inhan was startled for a moment and turned his head. He saw Eartha behind him. He asked happily, You're back already? So fast, did you buy ice cream? But just as he said that, his eyes widened in shock. Eartha had grown to a large size. She was standing face to face with Inhan, no longer flying above his head. Inhan mumbled doubtfully. You can use gigantification magic. Eartha pouted and said, Who do you think I am? I've been using shrinking magic this whole time. With that, she held out her hand in front of Inhan and suggested, Give me your hand. I'll give you your reward. Inhan nodded dazedly and then held out his hand. Eartha quickly took his hand. Inhan felt that her hand was cold but very smooth. Very quickly after, a notification window appeared in front of Inhan. Heaven's mission. Reconnaissance mission complete. All of Inhan's stats will be increased by 1. In addition, he received the Eternal Flame reward. Seeing this, Inhan asked doubtfully, What is the Eternal Flame? Eartha smiled slightly, tilted her chin towards his back and said, Look. Inhan looked back and then his eyes widened in shock. The fire in the furnace was already lit. He muttered in surprise. When did the fire start? I didn't even light it. Eartha chuckled and explained, The Eternal Flame is a flame that will always burn and never go out. It is the precious flame of heaven. Inhan couldn't help but be skeptical. Then he exclaimed happily, A living eternal flame. This is exactly what I need. With a soft laugh, Eartha said smugly, I know, right, that's what I told Lita. Mentioning Lita, Eartha's attitude immediately changed. Remembering how she kept stuffing things for him and giving instructions, Eartha said with annoyance, Lita in heaven is very worried about you. Inhan, on the contrary, was very happy and excited. Really, Lita sent it. She really understands me. Of course. With a soft snort, Eartha was very dissatisfied with this lovey-dovey couple. But she still performed her duty and announced, I have some more good news. Heaven has sent you another mission. Since you can't go to other worlds, that mission is now. Inhan will have to create a dungeon on Earth. Inhan froze solid when he heard this. Create a dungeon, me, why, and how. Inhan felt this was truly insane. Then he immediately laughed and said, I'm sorry. I probably can't do it. Can I go make some instant noodles? Eartha shouted in frustration, Shut up! Heaven has chosen you to help create the dungeon, which is why they gave you this mission. Inhan frowned and fell silent after hearing this. Finally, he protested with dissatisfaction, It's not for me. It's for you. Eartha seemed to have been hit where it hurts. She was silent for a moment before speaking cautiously. Actually, it's for Earth, so it's for you. Inhan retorted unconvinced. You said I needed 10 years, but it took 1,000 years. Nothing has gone according to plan. What's the point in believing you? Eartha was a bit embarrassed by his accusation. Then she slowly explained, It's because when God used time on Earth, all things on Earth were affected by his power. They gained his power, which resulted in reactions that don't normally happen. With a soft snort, Inhan asked with dissatisfaction, Are you just going to use that as an excuse for everything that's happened? Eartha didn't back down and shouted, That's the plan. Inhan was a little speechless. How can she be so shameless? Eartha ignored Inhan's reaction and continued, You've been developing skills for the past 1,000 years. Your blacksmithing skills are superb. The only one who can create a dungeon on Earth is you. Inhan felt this was too absurd. Eartha was actually praising him. How unreal. She was even smiling patiently. It just felt suspicious. Inhan resolutely didn't believe it. He pointed at Eartha and scolded, You're trying to sweet-talk me into overworking. Eartha giggled twice. She smiled and said, It's a win-win. We carry out our orders. and you get quest rewards for your efforts. Hearing this, Inhan couldn't help but be suspicious. How is she so good at persuading people? He asked with dissatisfaction. What happens if I don't do anything? Eartha said nonchalantly. The monsters will have nowhere to hide, and humanity will pay the price. She didn't need to say how tragic that price would be. Inhan already knew, so he agreed immediately. Eartha threw a bag of materials on the ground. She said calmly, here are the blueprints and materials. We will support you. Whatever you need, we will provide. Inhan frowned, looking at the pile on the ground. There was Hacanium, Pexinum, and Elhastra. Those were 3 minerals used by higher species. It doesn't exist on Earth. What surprised Inhan even more was this magic stone. It was massive. Eartha had even prepared tools for him. Seeing them, Inhan was immediately happy. The best kind, too. Can I really use all of this? Nodding coolly, Eartha said nonchalantly, we will lend it to you. You need to return it when you're done. Inhan wished he had never asked. With a cold snort, he pouted and said, but how am I supposed to create a dungeon? With these things, do I have to dig or something like that? Eartha shook her head slightly. She denied it, no need. What they needed Inhan to do was create a magical tool that would attract the monsters. It transforms the area around the monsters into a dungeon. Inhan will use the provided blueprint to create this trap of destruction. Eartha said it won't be easy. Inhan looked at the blueprint for a moment. He nodded in agreement. I can see that it's not easy at all. But very quickly he raised his eyebrows confidently. He said, as for the quest reward, you should get it ready. Smiling unconsciously, Eartha said smugly, Inhan, I will definitely give you something that will blow your mind. Inhan was happy to hear that. He quickly prepared and started. He threw the magic stone into the fire pit. Eartha stood beside him, reminding him, if the eternal flame is too weak, you can add a magic stone to it. Inhan nodded slightly. Then he took another stone and put it inside. In the blink of an eye, the flame erupted more fiercely. Seeing this, Inhan got to work. Before long, his forehead was covered in sweat. But this serious look was actually very captivating. Eartha stood beside him, observing. She hoped there wouldn't be any mistakes. If Inhan didn't change his class to a knight, she would guide him to become a blacksmith. Inhan could create a weapon that could change the power of the gods. A few hours later, Inhan had created a blank. At this point, he spoke up slowly again. Next, it makes me a little nervous. Don't blame me if I mess up, okay? Eartha said casually. If you mess up and it melts, you can just remake it. It'll just take more time. Hearing this, Inhan felt relieved. He took a deep breath. Then he began to work on the newly created blank. His gaze was extremely focused. Seeing this, Eartha didn't disturb him. She just stood beside him and watched. The more she watched, the more she understood something. So this is what Lita felt. For 1,000 years, Lita was by Inhan's side. She had stared at him like that, just like Eartha is now. Eartha wondered why a high-ranking angel like Lita would be so interested in a human like him. But just as she thought that, she suddenly felt that her explanation for this was really pointless. It didn't make any sense. While Eartha was thinking, Inhan put down his tools. He let out a sigh of relief. Done. Eartha looked at him in disbelief and exclaimed, You're already done. Inhan nodded slightly. Thanks to this, he had awakened the blacksmith class and received the title Legendary Blacksmith. Eartha quickly went over to Inhan's side. She looked at the thing in his hand. She exclaimed in shock, You already finished it. Hearing this, Inhan said with dissatisfaction, What do you mean already? It's been 5 hours. Only then did Eartha realize. She had completely forgotten the time, while she was busy watching him work for 5 hours. But she couldn't let Inhan know and quickly covered it up. 5 hours is still too fast. Are you sure you followed the design correctly? With an indifferent shrug, Inhan tossed it to her. He snorted coldly, seriously for real. Check it yourself. Eartha reached out and caught it. After checking it for a long time, she exclaimed, It's perfect. With that thought, she glanced at Inhan. A human like you can really make this. After a long moment of contemplation, Eartha spoke with reluctance. At this level, you've passed. Inhan was immediately happy, really awesome. Time for mana crafting, right? Nodding coolly, Eartha said nonchalantly. Yeah, I've called my other angel friends, so wait a moment. Inhan looked at her shocked and asked hesitantly, Angel friends, is Lita among them? Eartha shook her head without hesitation. No. And so immediately after Eartha began to summon her holy power, a halo appeared above her head. Seeing it, Inhan exclaimed, I know that thing. That's the fluorescent light I used to see as a kid. Hearing that, Eartha explained with dissatisfaction, This is an angel's halo. In the blink of an eye, 3 angels appeared in Inhan's house. As soon as they arrived, they started whispering and gossiping about him, leaving him unsure of what to do. Inhan observed them secretly. Then he sighed in admiration. The angels are stunningly beautiful. He hadn't realized it when Erta was tiny, but now at her normal size she was breathtakingly beautiful. While Inhan was thinking, Erta spoke up again. All right, hurry up. We don't have much time. Let's start the crafting process. She told Inhan to just focus his thoughts on completing the trap of destruction and activating it. They would take care of the rest. Inhan nodded in response. Okay. Then the angels placed their hands on his shoulders. Holy power was instantly released. It enveloped Inhan's body, making him feel a great pressure weighing down on his body, as if being squeezed by mana pressure from all directions. This is the power of a higher being, a male angel said with a laugh, seeing this scene. Haha, can you withstand it? Biting his lip fiercely, Inhan muttered with determination, No, I have to do it. He has to focus. He is the one making these traps. Inhan will make a monster trap. Make it attractive to the monsters, and trap them once they enter. The thing that attracts monsters the most, that helps humans endure loneliness. For 1,000 years, Inhan can do it. Thinking this, he immediately opened his eyes. He had to create something that could soothe loneliness. Meanwhile, the 4 angels behind him continued to channel their holy power into Inhan. That male angel didn't expect a lowly human like him to be so capable. A normal person would have fainted the moment they met an angel. You have a strong will. Just then another angel shouted, We'll be blown away if we let go. That would be so humiliating. The remaining one also clicked his tongue in admiration. What an interesting person. How fascinating. Time passed just like that. The storage unit of Inhan was thus enveloped by a large amount of holy power. After a few hours, Inhan had completed the secret trap of destruction of Earth. Inhan's forehead was drenched in sweat. It's finally done. The male angel couldn't believe it and exclaimed, No way. He succeeded on his first try. The blue-haired female angel also nodded in admiration. I thought he would fail in the first 10 minutes. This even has alpha and beta options. Inhan was puzzled when he heard this. Erta beside him quickly explained, Blacksmith. They're talking about the additional options that appear during the final stage of the crafting process of the trap of destruction. That is the important reason for the blacksmith who created this artifact. The effects that appear depend on luck, materials, and the creator's ability. It's very rare to see alpha, beta, and the accompanying effects in a first-time crafted item. A joyous atmosphere quickly filled the room. Everyone was very happy because they had succeeded. Erta glanced at Inhan. She suggested they go place the trap in the dungeon together. Want to see what it looks like? Inhan nodded in agreement without a second thought. Of course I want to. Let's go. Very soon after, in a ruined city, Erta's group of angels had brought Inhan to this place. Looking around, Inhan couldn't help but exclaim, This place looks like the end of the world. The male angel glanced at Erta. He asked, Should we cast an invisibility spell on him, Erta? She shook her head slightly and replied, It's okay. As long as Inhan doesn't attack first, it will be fine. The monsters below don't react to him. Hearing this, one angel couldn't help but exclaim, As expected. You truly are a creation that even God has overlooked. Inhan was a little annoyed. These guys were treating him like a rare animal in a zoo. Let's see if after this mission, I'll even bother talking to them. Their group flew forward just like that. They stopped only when they reached a very desolate area. Erta quickly took out the trap that Inhan had just created. Holy power instantly enveloped it, but not long after it disappeared. Inhan exclaimed in surprise, What happened? It just vanished. But the angel beside him exclaimed happily, Everything went well. This left him a little confused. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Inhan's expression immediately changed. At the same time, inside the city, soldiers were fighting monsters. Facing them was a giant rat. Someone suddenly shouted, It stopped attacking, and it seems to be attracted to something. A swarm of giant ants was also heading in the direction the rat had just gone. A flock of birds also appeared in the sky frantically, flying in one direction, causing panic among the people. All the monsters in the city were now simultaneously heading towards the place where Inhan's group had just placed the dungeon. The male angel couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He remarked, I don't want to admit it, but this human really has a talent for making traps. Erta spoke up again nonchalantly. The dungeons in other places have also been activated. Inhan couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Other dungeons? Didn't you say they couldn't be used anymore? Erta slowly explained, How can the trap of destruction be used only once? So we cast a spell to change the energy that exists inside the dungeons on Earth, to be able to turn them into other traps of destruction. The conversation between the two fell into the sight of a female angel. She remarked with emotion, You two seem... Aren't you two a little too close? As soon as those words were out, both immediately denied it in unison. Not at all. Ilhan then looked down at the monsters below and fell deep into thought. Even after living for 1,000 years, in the end, they are still rushing headlong to their doom. just as God and the angels wished. The power of God is absolute. He can instantly transport all of humanity to another world, rendering even monsters helpless before his will. In the end, humans are merely pawns in his hands. The reason Ilhan was left behind for 1,000 years can be summed up in a single word: error. This made him unsure whether to feel resentful or grateful. While Ilhan was standing on the edge of an abyss, a pair of hands pulled him back, although Ilhan was very suspicious at the time. If it hadn't been for Lita, he probably would have gone insane. But now, without her by his side, he wants to become stronger. So strong that no power can control him. Ilhan wants to become stronger, for his own sake and for his own freedom. The next day, Ilhan sat on the sofa, eating while watching the news. The media reported that the sudden movement of monsters last night in Seoul was due to the function of dungeons, in many places being activated. As the person who caused this, Ilhan wasn't very surprised. Just like any other day after eating, he went to wash the dishes. He was just wondering when his parents would be back. Ilhan couldn't imagine how they fought, but since they had experience living in society, they would probably manage somehow. While he was thinking, Erta ran over smiling and said, "It seems the dungeon traps are all operating effectively and without any errors, huh? Good job, you, Ilhan." Ilhan wasn't particularly happy and sighed. "You said I needed to make 27 more dungeon traps, didn't you? Why have all the other angels returned already?" "I can still keep working," Erta slowly explained. "It requires a massive amount of mana to craft the traps of destruction. They're out of mana, so they'll need 2 days to rest." Hearing this, Ilhan quickly suggested, "You're not the only group of angels, right? For example, someone like Lita." Erta knew what he was getting at. She snorted and said, "Angels aren't that free. Lita is having a difficult time due to an increase in work. She definitely won't be sent to Earth anytime soon." Ilhan sighed helplessly. "I see, so she can't come." With that thought, he spoke again. "Anyway, we should head to the workshop. I'll start with the basic prep work first." Then Ilhan went out with Erta. She sat on his head again. He asked doubtfully, "Come to think of it, why do you become big when I'm making the dungeon traps, and then become small like this again?" Erta sighed and explained, "It's because I have other duties that require me to be present as an angel, and this is the perfect size to be your assistant." Hearing this, Ilhan joked, "You're pretty strict about those boundaries, aren't you?" A moment later, at Ilhan's workshop, Ilhan got to work as soon as he arrived. He wanted to make a few traps for tomorrow. Erta looked at the materials on the table, hesitated for a long moment, then spoke. "You, Ilhan, since yesterday's results were better than expected, I'll give you a gift as a reward." "You probably won't have time to make traps." After receiving this. Hearing this, Ilhan exclaimed happily, "What? Are you going to give me more Harcanium? That metal is pretty good." Erta snorted and scolded, "Stop daydreaming." With that, she waved her hand. Many animal hides appeared on the table. Erta spoke calmly. "The monster hides, dried and sterilized, that you received from your hunts, have been processed." Seeing this, Ilhan cheered happily. "This is perfect. Wait, it feels like the quality of this has improved." Erta smiled smugly and said, "How about that? Now you have more work to do, don't you?" Ilhan nodded slightly and got to work without hesitation. "With this, I can also make gloves and boots." And so he stayed in the workshop for a long time. He quickly made a pair of rare-grade leather gloves and also rare-grade leather boots. Both defense and attack power were good. Ilhan smiled happily. "Nice. This is breathable, too. After all, it would be a hassle if I got too hot while wearing armor and couldn't move." Erta, observing from the side, asked doubtfully, "Since when did your enhancement skill get so good?" Ilhan pouted and smiled. "I told you. For manual labor, you just need to know how to do it." Next, he set his sights on the bearskin. He was going to make armor with it. Seeing Ilhan so focused, Erta said nothing. She just watched from the side and couldn't help but smile. The two of them stayed in the workshop all night like that. Erta woke up, yawned, and sighed. A whole day has passed already, and yet Ilhan was still diligently working at his forge. Erta suggested, "Why don't you take a little break and then continue?" Ilhan shook his head slightly. "I'm almost done." "I'm not that tired." Unconsciously smiling, Erta pouted and said, "Well, I guess with that extraordinary stamina of yours, pulling one all-nighter is probably no big deal, huh?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Ilhan exclaimed happily, "Done!" He had finished a piece of leather armor, unique grade bearskin armor. Erta ran over in shock and asked, "Is it finished?" Ilhan shook his head slightly. "There are still a few things left. I still need to enhance it." With that, he picked up the bone fragments on the table. Then he began to enhance the armor in front of him. The armor's defense and attack power quickly increased. Even its durability did. Seeing the armor's features, Ilhan became even more delighted. "There's a hidden function in this armor." Erta nodded calmly. "I think I can guess the function from its name." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached for the armor. Instantly, the normal-looking armor sprouted sharp spikes. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "It hides sharp spikes, and those spikes pop out to counterattack if it takes damage?" Ilhan smiled happily. "That's right. It's like a hedgehog. A giant hedgehog that can even chase a tiger." Erta, hearing this, couldn't help but reflect on the wrist guard he made before. That also had some kind of mantis blade that popped out. Why are you so obsessed with hiding blades and then making them pop out? Hearing this question, Ilhan suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. "You're asking about that?" Erta was momentarily stunned. "It was just a random question. But why is the atmosphere so weird?" Thinking this, she hesitated and mumbled, "Is there a special reason? For example, did hedgehogs ever hurt your parents? Or something?" But Ilhan just yelled aggressively, "Because this is a man's dream, to create something special." Hearing this, Erta's face went blank. Then she exploded in anger and yelled, "That meaning is as empty as your head." What kind of nonsensical reason is that? After yelling, Erta panted a couple of times. Then she looked at the armor again and said, "It seems like this time there's an additional effect option." Ilhan frowned, thought for a long moment, then opened his mouth. "There are still some bones left. I'll use them to make a butchering knife then. It's too hard to cut meat with a spear." As soon as he said it, he started working. Before long, he had finished a rare-grade short knife. There was also a wolf skull mask. Erta looked at the ugly mask and asked doubtfully, "You made another new mask?" Ilhan nodded slightly and put on the gear. He smiled happily. "Yeah, I had some leftover materials. This is pretty cool, isn't it?" He stood in front of the mirror, admiring his new equipment. Erta, on the other hand, shrieked in panic. "You, Ilhan, what the hell did you do with that mask? Your concealment effect has been reduced." "Unbelievable." Ilhan shook his head. "I didn't do anything." Just then, a sudden noise came from outside, startling both of them. Ilhan muttered doubtfully, "What was that noise just now? Did it come from outside?" Erta listened for a moment more before speaking. "I think it's the sound of someone fighting a monster." Hearing this, Ilhan was instantly stunned and cried out, "What? A monster?" Outside the city in the Jongno area, an alert was sounding. A second-class monster had appeared. "Those still in the buildings, evacuate to the other world immediately." Erta cried out in panic. "There are still monsters that weren't trapped in the dungeons." Ilhan was also in no small panic. He pursed his lips and mumbled, "Oh no, please be weaker than a brown bear." Erta glanced at him and asked soberly, "You, Ilhan, are you starting to get scared?" Ilhan snorted and said aggressively, "That's not it. If it's faster than that bear, I'll have to skin it and make a new set of armor." But before brawling with that second-class monster, he needed to repair this spear first. Immediately after, Ilhan started the repairs. Before long, the process was complete. Its damage and durability had increased significantly. The critical hit rate also increased by 20%. Ilhan was instantly delighted. "Awesome. I just repaired it a little, and the damage increased by 300. With that, he glanced at Erta, pointed at the pile of tools on the table, and pleaded, "Give it to me!" Erta refused without hesitation. No matter how he begged, Erta firmly said no, making him a bit desperate. A moment later, in the Yongno area, when Ilhan arrived, the civilians were already running in panic. Erta pointed to the distance and said, "Over there." Ilhan followed the direction of her hand and looked, and saw a leopard climbing on the tall buildings. A helicopter flying by was destroyed by it. The army soldiers on the ground below grew even more panicked at this sight. The leader quickly said, "Anti-tank missiles are useless. Those who have changed classes charge out and throw your daggers. At it!" At the same time, fire magic relentlessly attacked the leopard. Ilhan, watching from a distance, mumbled, "Besides the soldiers, the people who've changed classes are fighting too. If this were the other world, they could easily gain experience points. But here, having to fight powerful enemies on Earth is too difficult." Even after changing classes, stabbing a second-class monster. Like this leopard is still not easy at all. However, they weren't wrong. Even if they go to the other world, Earth is still their home. So Ilhan felt it would be meaningless if it were destroyed. He didn't intend to risk his life to protect others, but Ilhan needed to try harder to protect them. That was all he could do. With this thought, Ilhan immediately equipped his gear and charged. He zipped past a crowd of people and rushed straight towards the leopard. The leopard was extremely ferocious at this moment, with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth, relentlessly attacking everyone. Erta, observing it from above for a long time, said, "That leopard is clearly much stronger than the brown bear." At that moment, the smoke and fire from the army's artillery shot out with a boom, heading straight for the leopard's head. Seeing this, the army personnel were instantly overjoyed. They were sure it was a goner. However, when the smoke and fire cleared, the scene before them terrified them. The leopard was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on its skin. The leopard's gaze quickly landed on the cannon. It slowly approached and grabbed the cannon with its paw. Then it brought it to its mouth, preparing to bite it to pieces. But before it could do anything, a bolt of energy suddenly struck. It was Ilhan. He charged from a distance, speaking aggressively. "I've never felt so relieved, because I'm not being noticed." Immediately after, he raised his spear about to strike. The leopard clearly sensed the approaching danger, but it couldn't see anything. By the time it realized, its eye had been stabbed, fresh blood spraying like rain. Ilhan had landed a critical hit on that leopard. Its eye was definitely done for. The people, seeing him, cheered happily. "Lightning! He didn't run to the other world. We're safe!" The soldiers in that cannon also let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Ilhan suddenly noticed something. The leopard's stabbed eye suddenly glowed. It threw its head back and roared at the sky. The cannon in its paw was also thrown away. Seeing this, Ilhan immediately jumped to another spot. The army personnel also immediately ordered to open fire on the leopard. In an instant, a rain of bullets began to bombard it. However, it had no effect. Ilhan rushed from a distance to where the cannon had fallen. He squinted at it, calculating for a moment. Then he swung his spear horizontally. Inside, 2 soldiers were trapped, unable to get out. Ilhan held out his hand and said coolly, "If you don't want to die, grab my hand tightly." The 2 soldiers quickly grabbed on. Ilhan carried the 2 of them and flew off. Soon, he landed safely on the ground. The 2, having just escaped danger, cried out, "Thank you so much. From this day forward, lightning will be our guide." Ilhan sighed helplessly. He didn't do this to become a hero. He saved them simply because he had the ability to. At that moment, Ilhan seemed to sense approaching danger. He immediately turned his head to look back. Then he spoke up, warning the 2 behind him to run. It was that leopard. Somehow it had run to where Ilhan was. Its eyes looked at him with extreme ferocity. Ilhan looked up at it. He couldn't help but remark, "This monster is smarter than that bear." It knows exactly who the threat to it is. At this moment, Erta also spoke up to remind him, "Be careful, you, Ilhan. The leopard has detected you. Your stealth skill is no longer effective." Ilhan wasn't worried at all. He curled his lip in a confident smile and said, "Don't worry. I can beat it even in a head-on fight." The giant leopard slowly advanced this way. The army leader immediately shouted an order. "This is our chance to attack." Immediately after, they opened fire on it. The ability users around also quickly and simultaneously unleashed spells to attack it. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. It struck the leopard below directly, causing it to roar in pain. This sudden situation confused everyone. They looked up and saw a nearby helicopter. On it was a girl. Someone recognized her. This girl was the one known as the Queen. But what surprised them was, she's that beautiful. They didn't know that. The leopard, attacked simultaneously by fire and lightning, was now extremely angry, but it didn't pay attention to the people outside. It was only interested in Ilhan. But Ilhan was very calm. "If you want some, come get it." The leopard seemed enraged by his taunt. It immediately raised its claws and struck. Ilhan quickly dodged. The ground was shattered by the leopard's blow. The leopard glared at him fiercely, but he had already run to its head. The people below, seeing this, were instantly worried. Even the Queen in the helicopter waited nervously. But before long, she realized something. The people below also looked towards that direction in panic. They saw fresh blood dripping to the ground, and Ilhan at this moment was like a hedgehog. The sharp spikes sticking out from his armor had stabbed straight into the middle of the leopard's forehead. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Hey, I think I'm going to get my money's worth." Hearing this, Erta was speechless. She mumbled in disgust, "Let me tell you something. You look disgusting, absolutely disgusting." Ilhan had no comment. He clicked his tongue and said, "Looks aren't the issue." Erta pouted slightly and asked, "Are you planning to let Lita see you looking like this?" Ilhan immediately shook his head. "No way!" The leopard, stabbed by Ilhan, roared in pain. It quickly tossed its head, causing Ilhan to fall. He couldn't help but remark, "This thing thrashes around like crazy." At that moment, the leopard charged towards the falling Ilhan. It slammed into the building in front of it. Ilhan had already dodged just in time. He smirked slightly. Then he used his foot to stomp on its head. The spikes on his boots also drew blood again. Ilhan didn't stop. His spear struck again. Ilhan landed 2 consecutive critical hits on the leopard's head, causing it to fall backwards. Seizing this opportunity, the army's cannons fired again. Everyone around also attacked it in unison. Unfortunately, against a second-class monster. The attacks of regular first-class humans usually don't have much effect, but they could still inflict small wounds on its body. There was a time when ants could overwhelm an elephant after all. This was a classic example. Ilhan looked down from above. He smiled and said, "This shows the importance of strategy." Erta, standing by, was a bit speechless. She quickly urged him, "You! Ilhan, hurry up and finish it." Ilhan couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Why, they can handle the rest." Erta said urgently, "This leopard is on the threshold of evolving to 3rd class." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, red vines suddenly sprouted from its body. Ilhan backed away in alarm, crying out in disgust, "What the hell is this?" "Gross," Erta slowly explained. "This part of its body is mutating at a very fast rate." "Not again," Ilhan pouted and said. "I'm not good with things like tentacles." "Call an elf archer or a princess knight," Erta snorted, and said, "You understand this is no time for jokes, right? I can't help you right now, even if you die." Hearing this, Ilhan pursed his lips. "It hasn't fully evolved to 3rd class yet. I have to attack now while I still can, damn it." Just then, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, confusing Ilhan. The leopard's vines were now tightly coiled together. Ilhan glanced back and saw the queen in the helicopter, but the leopard's vines were trying to attack him. Ilhan had no time to talk. He quickly swung his spear to cut the vines. The queen then spoke up. "You can't take it down with your damage. The level difference is too great." She wasn't wrong. The leopard's vines regenerated very quickly. Ilhan didn't have enough damage to finish it off. While he was thinking, the queen suggested, "You need a support buff from me." Ilhan was puzzled. A support magic buff. The queen slowly explained, "I don't have much mana left after that attack. Are you sure you can kill it?" Ilhan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Just buff me." Seeing this, the queen smiled and said, "I'm counting on you." Then she jumped from the helicopter. Ilhan was a bit confused. What is she doing? But before he could understand, his body suddenly ached. Before long, the queen had landed in front of Ilhan. She slowly said, "In order to buff you, I need to make direct physical contact. I'll use up all my remaining mana and won't be able to help you anymore." So her life depended on Ilhan. Hearing these words, Ilhan was stunned. What did she mean by that? But no one answered him. The queen spoke again. "Let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, lightning appeared in her hand. It quickly enveloped Ilhan's entire body. In an instant, his damage, movement speed, and even his critical hit rate increased by 50% for 30 seconds. Seeing the buff the queen had just applied, Erta couldn't help but exclaim, "For a human, this is amazing! How good is her mana control to be able to enhance someone when she's only 1st class?" Ilhan, on the other hand, didn't care about that. He exclaimed excitedly, "All right, nice if it's like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Ilhan charged towards the leopard without a moment's hesitation. He stabbed his spear into its body. It was accompanied by a continuous crackle of lightning. The queen at his side kept reminding him, "If we can't kill it, they will use a missile. If that happens, the number of casualties and the damage will increase greatly." Ilhan pursed his lips aggressively and mumbled, "We can't let that happen. My workshop is nearby." Immediately after, he landed another critical hit on the leopard. It was accompanied by the lightning effect. The sound of crackling electricity quickly spread. Fresh blood continuously flowed from the leopard's body. Ilhan received a lot of experience points, leveling up to 28. His other stats also increased sharply. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Erta also gave a rare compliment. Good job, Ilhan. You took it down before it could advance to third class. The queen stared blankly at the leopard's corpse, bewildered. She mumbled, "Is that leopard really dead?" Ilhan nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, didn't you receive any experience points?" The queen shook her head slightly. "I'm not in a party with you." Hearing this, Ilhan was shocked. There's a function like that? He had always been alone, so he didn't know such a thing existed. At this moment, Erta sighed and said, "A loner wouldn't do something like joining a party. They don't know, and they don't need it." At that moment, a notification window appeared again. The enhancement effect's duration had expired. For 3 minutes, Ilhan's stats would be halved. The giant leopard's body now swayed. Before long, it collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Erta had pulled Ilhan away in time. Otherwise, he'd be dead. He said gratefully, "Thanks, Erta." She pouted and said that was just a close call. It would be a disappointment if you were crushed to death by a corpse. At the same time, the people below now started to cheer and shout. They kept calling out, "Lightning!" which confused Ilhan. He didn't know how to react. Erta glanced at him, pouted, and teased. "All that praise is directed at you. Enjoy it." But Ilhan didn't say a word. This surprised Erta. She mumbled in a low voice, "What's wrong?"
"You, Ilhan, there are no more monsters here. You won."
Ilhan pursed his lips and shook his head. He pointed at the hide in front of him and yelled, "I just noticed the hide is all ruined. I can't make a new set of armor from it anymore?" Erta was speechless. She asked, annoyed, "Is that really so important?" Ilhan yelled aggressively, "Yes, it's very important to me." At that moment, someone approached from a distance and wanted to start dividing up the meat of the leopard. As they were about to butcher it, they were stopped. Ilhan said nonchalantly, "Butchering is my profession?" Hearing this, everyone quickly moved aside, making way for him. Ilhan glanced at the queen and asked, "How should we divide it?" The queen frowned, thought for a moment, then opened her mouth to answer. "You take 60%, I'll take 20%, and 20% for everyone else." Ilhan nodded slightly, glanced at everyone, and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone quickly shook their heads. Seeing this, Ilhan walked over to the leopard. Then he leaped into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his knife down. Soon Ilhan had retrieved a stone. He exclaimed happily, "I knew there was one." Erta, at his side, then reminded him, "You should focus on quality if you want to focus on advancing to third class." The people below were also watching Ilhan's actions. Seeing him get the mana stone, everyone started to whisper among themselves. Ilhan turned his head to look at the queen and asked, "How's this?" The queen immediately replied, "That should be enough for 60%. Ilhan didn't mind. He said calmly, "Then this is my share. You guys can split the rest among yourselves." Hearing this, someone spoke up indignantly, "But that's the mana stone. Shouldn't the mana stone be excluded?" Immediately, everyone started to argue at once. Objecting, seeing this situation, Erta curled her lip in contempt. As expected, these lower beings are truly hopeless. And I was a fool to think they were all like you. Ilhan paid no mind, scanned the crowd, and said, "All right, if you're going to complain, then do it like this." Everyone was instantly delighted, even praising him for being so understanding. Erta looked at Ilhan, confused, and asked, "What are you doing? Are you going to give them the mana stone?" Ilhan shook his head slightly and said, "It's not easy to persuade people around here." "My mother always said so." She told him to remember. Settling things with words isn't as easy as you think. Why bother arguing when you can use your fists? Ilhan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I'm going to be a son who listens to his mother." Erta was truly speechless. Is this a way of teaching? Ilhan ignored her reaction and said slowly, "I'll give you the mana stone." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it back into the giant leopard's body. This scene made the expressions of the people below freeze. Ilhan didn't care. He jumped down from its body and said coolly, "Take it however you like. And as I said before, I'll take my share. If it's not exactly 60%, then I guarantee no one here will be safe." As soon as he finished speaking, Ilhan aggressively stabbed his spear into the ground, causing the group to turn pale with fear. No one dared to object anymore and immediately let him take his share first. Under Ilhan's threat, no one dared to fight for his mana stone. Only then did Ilhan let out a sigh of relief. A good thing I didn't have to fight anyone. Then he jumped back onto the leopard's corpse and retrieved the mana stone. At this point, the queen approached and suggested, "If you can butcher my share, I'll give you 40%. I'll offer more. You'll take the bones, Inhan agreed without a second thought. Before long, he had stripped the bones and skin from the leopard. Seeing how much there was, the queen suggested calling for a vehicle. Hearing this, Inhan felt a bit suspicious. She must be the descendant of a wealthy family or a successful person. Come to think of it, didn't she arrive in a helicopter? That must have been expensive. While he was thinking, the other people cautiously approached and hesitantly asked, "Could you help with our share as well?" This question made Inhan's face sour. The group of people immediately backed away in fear, and so in the ruins of the Jongno area, a round of pleading began. A few minutes ago, this group had the audacity to ask Inhan to leave the monostone behind. Now they wanted him to butcher their meat for them. Seeing this, Eartha couldn't help but feel disgusted. "I can't with these lower-class beings. You humans really have some nerve. I'm out. Screw this, I'm just gonna go be a farmer." Inhan couldn't help but joke along. "Go on and tell Lita to come back." With that, he glanced at the group and named his price. "The price for my help is 50%. His words made the group exclaim in shock. "What? Just for skinning it, 50%? Inhan snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Take it or leave it." The group immediately called out in fear, "50% is fine. Please help us." With an agreement reached, Inhan went and skinned the carcasses for them. As soon as he set the meat down, another argument broke out. Inhan was getting really annoyed. "I'm going home." But he had only taken a few steps before someone called him back. Inhan glanced behind him and saw the queen approaching. She smiled and said, "Your concealment skill is truly impressive. Thanks to it, you were able to take down that leopard so quickly." Inhan really wanted to say it wasn't by his choice, but he couldn't actually say it. Seeing he didn't reply, the queen made a suggestion. "I want to form a party to hunt with you in the future. There's no one better suited to be my partner than you." Inhan shook his head, slightly declining. "I don't think so." The queen asked in surprise, "Why not?" "I'll continue to operate on Earth from now on. I'm not so weak that I have to return to this world for simple quests. You're the same, right? I think we'll be seeing each other often in the future." Inhan frowned slightly, remaining silent. The queen didn't give up and handed him a business card. "This is my card, let's keep in touch." Then she turned and left. Inhan frowned, looking at the business card in his hand. "So the queen's real name is Kang Mijay. Her exit was pretty cool. I like her style." With that thought, Inhan spoke up. "Eartha, let's go home. Looks like we've got more work to do." But just then, the leopard's corpse seemed to twitch. No one noticed. After returning, Inhan went to his workshop. He had created 4 more cores. Eartha, standing beside him, spoke with some dissatisfaction. "A level 3 monster has already appeared. What the hell is wrong with Earth?" Inhan pouted and said, "Go ask your boss." Eartha got angrier the more she thought about it. She yelled, "I could rack my brain and still not figure it out." Seeing her reaction, Inhan opened his mouth, annoyed. "You didn't say anything at the scene. Why are you making a fuss now that we're home?" Eartha glared at him and said aggressively, "I can only act like this at home. How could I let those lower-class beings see me flustered in public?" Inhan had no comment. He pouted and replied, "Is that so?" Seeing his attitude, Eartha became even more irritated. "Why are you so calm? This is your Earth's problem, isn't it? Don't you know how serious the appearance of a level 3 monster is? Right now, the balance of power on Earth is tipping in favor of the monsters. Humanity is being nurtured to slowly develop their strength by completing missions appropriate for this world, thanks to God's mercy. But the monster's evolution speed is too fast." Eartha didn't know how to balance this issue. While she was thinking, Inhan suddenly spoke up. "I'm not calm, but worrying won't do any good. I'm just doing what I can. What about people in other countries around the world?" Eartha slowly opened her mouth. "South Korea is the only place where monsters are showing signs of evolving to level 3. Hearing this, Inhan nodded in understanding. "Of course that's the problem. The trap of destruction." Eartha was startled by his words. She frowned in thought. Could the trap of destruction make monsters stronger? No way. But the trap of destruction could become a trigger that threatens the monsters. It's possible that monsters feeling threatened like that would go crazy and run rampant. With that thought, Eartha spoke again. "In other worlds, monsters are captured and defeated before they become wary. So normally the evolution of monsters happens inside dungeons. Through various crossbreeding within the dungeons, new and dangerous monsters appear. They cannibalize each other and evolve with a very small probability." After hearing this, Inhan couldn't help but remark, "It's a total crime pit in there." Eartha ignored him and continued. "But if we don't lock them in dungeons, they'll capture and kill humans, and evolve that way anyway. Regardless, monsters rarely fight among themselves." Inhan frowned and thought for a long while before speaking. "So, dungeons are essential for humans?" Eartha nodded slightly in response. "Therefore, creating the trap of destruction to lure them into dungeons was a brilliant move. We must quickly create more mana cores. When the angels recover and return, we can then build more traps. Soon after Inhan got back to his forging work, he tossed a stone into the furnace. Eartha, standing beside him, asked doubtfully, "You can forge a new item just by doing that. It's not that simple." Inhan shook his head, denying it. If it was just about simply finishing the job, it would be meaningless. He wanted to make something new, something he'd never tried before. But that would allow him to learn many new things. Eartha heard this and felt it made sense. Having to live in an unchanging world for thousands of years, Inhan all alone in this vast world. So it was only natural for him to enjoy tinkering and exploring. Eartha felt she understood his thoughts, but she was quickly startled. What am I thinking? Why would a higher being like me sympathize with a lower-class being? With that thought, Eartha immediately and repeatedly slapped her face to wake herself up. This action of hers confused Inhan. She fiercely bit her lip. But she didn't find it annoying to be around Inhan, did she? Thinking this, Eartha immediately spoke aggressively. Get stronger. If you become stronger, you can experience more things, and you can help more people too. I know, I'll try to get stronger. Inhan nodded slightly in response. Then he got back to his forging work. Time passed just like that. Until evening, Inhan was still in his workshop. The angels, after recovering their magical power, came to help him. After completing the trap of destruction, by hand, the angels, Mana, carried them to dungeons in various countries to set the traps. Inhan didn't know which countries they were, but as long as dangerous monsters didn't appear, it was fine. Eartha pouted and said, even if a level 3 monster appears provoked by the trap of destruction, it wouldn't be your fault. You're carrying out an important mission to curb the power of the monsters on Earth. I know, thank you for worrying about me. Inhan nodded slightly, smiling as he spoke. Hearing this, Eartha was momentarily stunned. Are you all right? But Inhan didn't seem to care much. He stretched and let out a long yawn. So tired, time to go home and sleep. After that, Inhan left the forge and returned home. After returning home, Inhan went straight to the bathroom. After looking in the mirror, he saw his body had become more toned. On the TV right now was news about the leopard. Inhan came out of his bathroom. He said in surprise, Eartha, I think my body got bigger, right, Eartha? Without even looking, replied nonchalantly. The higher your level, the more you develop. Why are you already surprised? Inhan couldn't help but frown and mutter, I think my face got better looking too. What do you think? She snorted lightly. Eartha opened her mouth, annoyed. To someone as noble as me, what your face looks like doesn't matter. But compared to other humans, you look good. Hearing this, Inhan cheerfully started parading back and forth in front of her, showing off. Eartha angrily threw a bag of snacks at his face and yelled, Stop blocking the screen, go put a shirt on. Inhan stopped teasing her. He quickly ran off. I'm going to bed. Don't stay up too late watching TV. Go to bed early. Eartha sat on the sofa watching his retreating back. She glanced at the potato chip bag on the floor. Eartha reached out, picked it up, and continued eating. There seemed to be something thoughtful in her eyes. After a long moment, Eartha muttered in a low voice, That appearance and that body are just average for a noble being. The only thing about you that's amazing that I see isn't your appearance. But just as she said this, Eartha suddenly stopped. She realized a problem. Wasn't she just praising his inner self? Eartha suddenly remembered Lita's loud voice praising Inhan, which made her even more annoyed. Meanwhile, Inhan was already tucked into his warm, cozy bed. The next morning, the sun rose again, its early light shining through the window. Inhan stirred and woke up. He saw a notification window in front of him. But it wasn't a notification. It was a skill. It was called rest. Inhan was a bit bewildered. He went outside to tell Eartha. After hearing him, Eartha exclaimed in shock, The rest skill. When did you learn that difficult SSS rank skill? Inhan couldn't help but frown and mutter in confusion. An SSS rank skill. I'm surprised too, Eartha questioned resentfully. What on earth did you do? Even I haven't learned it yet. The more Inhan heard, the more confused he became. For real? Is the rest skill really that amazing? For hundreds of years, every night he had researched how to sleep more comfortably. Eartha read his thoughts and was stunned. You focused your research on just sleeping to that extent. It was true she couldn't do that. Thinking this, she then sighed and said, The rest skill is already hard to learn, and it can even be evolved. Joe Inhan, you're really something. I have to admit it. Inhan frowned at Eartha. He asked doubtfully, What's this skill used for? She replied flatly, Resting. Sleeping well is enough. Hearing this, he asked again with suspicion. That's it, Eartha replied dejectedly. What else do you want? But Inhan didn't believe it. That can't be right. He pointed a finger aggressively at Eartha, questioning her. If that was all, you wouldn't have been so surprised. Fess up, just tell me the truth. Eartha caught red-handed side and said, I wasn't planning on hiding it. Forever. Okay, joke's over. Inhan looked at her speechless. Who was joking with her? Eartha quickly put on a knowledgeable expression and slowly began. It's time to explain skill evolution. Inhan was perplexed. Skill evolution. Eartha nodded slightly and said, skill. Evolution is a type of achievement in strengthening an acquired skill. It's a concept similar to a class change. This can be called the Akashic Records. Hearing this, Inhan raised his hand as if to ask a question. Please explain it more simply. Nodding calmly, Eartha slowly explained. Does the skill look different before and after evolution? See the difference? Inhan thought for a moment and nodded. That's easier to understand. Seeing this, Eartha continued. The skills you have that meet the evolution conditions are concealment, rest and physical combat. Spearmanship, butchering, and blacksmithing do not. It means those skills of yours have reached their peak. You still haven't awakened your concealment skill, so we exclude its evolution condition. Physical combat and spearmanship are too difficult compared to your level, so Eartha will exclude them as well. That's also the reason why she didn't mention skill evolution. After hearing this, Inhan asked suspiciously, so the rest skill seems a bit different, huh? Eartha raised an eyebrow at him and said with a smile, You can confirm that for yourself. Inhan was a little confused. At that moment, 2 notification windows appeared in front of him. After seeing the conditions on them, the expression on Inhan's face froze. He spoke tragically. What is this? How is this even possible? Eartha laughed nonchalantly. This kind is easy. She told him to check the evolution condition for his spearmanship skill. Inhan did as she said and opened the skill window to look. Eartha beside him explained again. Look, if the evolution condition for spearmanship is Mount Everest, the evolution condition for the rest skill is only at the level of Mount Pektu. The more Inhan heard, the more panicked he became. Climbing Mount Pektu isn't easy either. Eartha pouted as she said, It's easy if it's you. Hearing this, Inhan cried out in protest. You're tending to overestimate me. I haven't even mastered level 28 mana yet. Eartha didn't answer. She was deep in thought. Clearly, Inhan's slow leveling speed was due to his class. The barrier caused by his inability to use mana was the deciding factor. The difference in power, depending on whether one can control mana or not. The reason Inhan was so strong now was thanks to his peak martial arts mastery honed over 1,000 years. His stats or his martial arts ability, if he lacked one of the two, he would quickly be surpassed by others. But what if Inhan could control mana? Then he wouldn't be an ordinary creature, but would become an existence that could shake the very concept of the Akashic Records that govern all things in the world. Thinking of this, Eartha was very happy. That day was coming soon. What kind of person would Inhan grow into, and what changes would he bring? But she suddenly felt a little helpless. Eartha let out a soft sigh. Let's not think about it anymore. Thinking beyond the limits is too dangerous. Just let Inhan develop naturally. After their conversation, Inhan went to the dining table. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, left by his mother. She had also left him all sorts of instructions. Inhan ate while talking to Eartha. So what's the deal? Where do monsters come from now? Do they still exist on Earth? Eartha replied nonchalantly. When mana is activated, monsters that didn't originally exist on Earth will gradually appear. When the mana concentration becomes denser, creatures that previously didn't exist on Earth will also appear. After hearing this, Inhan frowned and asked, Where did you major in explanations? Eartha pouted and replied, I'm excellent so I can meet your standards. Just then news came on the TV. It was information about the level 2 leopard attack from a few days ago. Inhan looked at the screen and muttered in confusion, That place is the square where I fought 2 days ago, right? Eartha slowly opened her mouth. Is that the square where you left the giant leopard's body? Inhan nodded slightly. Then he looked at the media's report again. He exclaimed in surprise, even the leopard's body disappeared. In just 2 days, they divided it all up. How is that even possible? Eartha was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she spoke. It might not be what you think. Inhan didn't understand what she meant by that. Before she could explain, an announcement came from the TV again. As you can see, here where the body of a level 2 monster once lay is now completely clean. Images of the hunters from that time have also disappeared. Hearing this, Inhan was immediately alarmed. The media thought that those hunters had hidden everything together when the dungeon opened. He bit his lip aggressively, thinking. Then he shook his head, denying it. No, it can't be a dungeon. There was another monster there. Eartha thought so too. She frowned and said, The giant leopard was definitely dead. You even destroyed its mana stone. Normally, 99.99% of hunts would end there. Inhan looked at her doubtfully and asked, So what about the remaining 0.01%? Eartha hesitated for a moment before answering. A body about to reproduce, meaning a pregnant body about to give birth. Hearing this, Inhan felt it made sense. He nodded in understanding. So that's it. So it must have been pregnant. Just now on the TV screen, even though it was just for a very brief moment. I saw a black-furred leopard. Inhan guessed it must specialize in concealment. Saying this, he couldn't help but bite his lip, blaming himself. If I had cleaned up thoroughly back then, this probably wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Eartha frowned and reminded him, Joe Inhan, that's not your fault. It was a tragedy caused by the greed of those greedy humans. Inhan still didn't stop blaming himself, muttering in a low voice, but even so many people died. Among them were people who helped, who trusted and supported me. Seeing him like this, Eartha was a bit surprised. You're actually feeling down like this? It seemed she still hadn't fully understood this person named Inhan. While she was thinking, Inhan spoke up again. Why was it so fierce right before it died? Now I know the reason. He was sure it wanted to hide the existence of its child. Eartha heard this and nodded in agreement. Yes, overlooking that was my mistake. Also, the leopard cub seems to have concealment abilities, so it's even harder to detect. Furthermore, Inhan didn't even clean up the whole body, leaving half of it. The leopard's child didn't die but hid there. On top of that, the humans at that time were busy fighting over the spoils, so no one listened to Inhan's words to clean up properly. That's why half of it was left. Perhaps the people who remained at the scene left the mother leopard's body for too long while they were busy arguing. The leopard cub was probably born at that time. Eartha at this moment couldn't help but sigh. Its birth was truly the result of a miraculous coincidence. Also, she was sure the remaining hunters from that day were killed by the leopard cub right on the spot. Not a single one survived. Inhan really couldn't believe this. Guess. He continued watching the news on TV. The more he listened, the uglier his expression became. Inhan frowned and mustered. I really hope someone says it's not true. Could it be level 3? Eartha nodded calmly and said, looking at its extraordinary concealment ability, it's definitely a level 3 monster. Hearing this, Inhan stood up, turned off the TV, and turned to leave. Eartha watched his retreating back and asked doubtfully, Are you confident? Inhan bit his lip and muttered to himself, It'll probably be a bit tough, but as long as I prepare thoroughly, I can beat it. Besides, the opponent has a concealment ability, so of course I can't lose. Hearing this, Eartha couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the God-acknowledged master of concealment, Joe Inhan. Inhan replied annoyedly, Don't call me that. Anyway, it probably doesn't have any other abilities, right? Right. Eartha nodded slightly and replied, Yes, your reasoning is quite plausible. An individual cannot excel in every field, she said. In the case of the leopard cub, it has excellent concealment abilities, so its defensive abilities may be weak. Just reduce its concealment ability and then fight it should be fine. Inhan also felt this was reasonable and agreed. Right, I should go to the workshop to craft some equipment. With that, he reached for his jacket and put it on. Inhan spoke as he walked. I have to catch it quickly. If it enters the city, it'll cause even more damage. With that, he suddenly remembered something. Calling for backup would be good too. Inhan quickly ran to find Mijay's business card and even dialed the number on his own phone. This made Eartha beside him a bit speechless. She frowned and asked, Are you planning to call using that phone? Do you need to hold a press conference to announce that Lightning is Mijo Inhan? Only then did Inhan realize the problem. He quickly put away his phone and ran outside. A moment later, at a public phone booth, Inhan arrived. He then dialed Mihei's number. Eartha beside him nodded and said with a smile, This should be helpful. That was a wise judgment. Meanwhile, at Mijay's private residence, her phone suddenly rang. Looking at the displayed number, she realized it was from a public phone. A bit suspicious, Mijay still answered. Inhan, on the other end, heard her voice and was startled for a moment. Then he spoke up. It's been a while, no 2 days. Mijay didn't know who he was and asked hesitantly, Who is this? Inhan immediately pinched his nose to disguise his voice. I am Lightning. Hearing this, Mijay immediately brightened up. She said excitedly, It's Lightning. Hello, you contacted me pretty quickly? Inhan was dying of embarrassment. Mijay, on the other end, seeing he didn't reply, joked again. It seems you're shy about the nickname Lightning, huh? Inhan didn't have time for small talk. He quickly said, Anyway, have you seen the TV? That's not a dungeon. Mijay was a bit startled to hear that. Inhan quickly explained, It's a monster. And it's a strong type of monster with concealment abilities. Mijay frowned in thought before finally speaking. I had a general idea. It's indeed a very dangerous situation. Inhan told her a bit more before hanging up. He couldn't help but feel impressed. That girl named Kang Mijay is pretty sharp. She said she'll contact the military and the government to prepare for an emergency. Eartha also nodded in agreement. She's well connected. Inhan thought for a moment before speaking. Should I prepare too? He then ran to his workshop, preparing the bones and skin from the leopard the other day. Inhan raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's about everything. Time to get to work. Eartha, standing beside him, asked doubtfully, What are you planning to make? For a weapon, the steel spear should be enough. Just wait and see. Inhan didn't answer, speaking mysteriously. This annoyed Eartha. She grabbed his hair and pulled. I asked what you're making, Inhan said as he worked. Steaks. Eartha heard this and was confused. He didn't say anything more. He started making the steaks. Before long, he was finished. Eartha asked doubtfully again, What are these steaks for? Are you planning to make a necklace for a giant? Inhan pouted and said, Wrong, go back to kindergarten. Hearing this, Eartha was annoyed and wanted to curse, but her noble angelic bearing wouldn't allow her to do so. So she silently watched what Inhan was doing. Seeing him carving the bones, Eartha exclaimed in surprise, Ah, I recognize that shape. Is it a spear? Wrong. Inhan pouted and snorted coldly. Very quickly he finished. His weapon. Eartha saw it and was surprised. It's not a spear but a harpoon. Inhan winked and said with a smile. Exactly. This and a spear have different uses. You throw it at the prey, and after it hits you, pull it back. People often use it for whale hunting. Inhan slowly explained. This harpoon not only has piercing power, but once it's embedded, it can't be pulled out. You can't use an ordinary rope. You have to use a rope made from the hide of the giant leopard. After hearing this, Eartha asked again with doubt, You made it so fast, Inhan. Could it be you used mana to craft it? Otherwise, how could you do it so quickly? Inhan sighed helplessly and said, If I could use mana, would I be wasting my time making these things? I'd probably just go out and fight that black leopard directly. Just like that, he diligently worked and quickly finished. Eartha, observing from the side, couldn't help but speak up, using the mother's bones and skin to catch the child. You're a cruel one. Inhan smiled nonchalantly. It makes it easier to get its attention right. So now we'll use mana stones to add effects. Seeing this, Eartha immediately stopped him. Wait just for one weapon. You're using up all the materials. Isn't that a waste? Waste of what? Inhan pouted and said coolly. The only thing worth being sad about wasting is my own life. Eartha sighed helplessly. That's Inhan for you. Inhan paid her no mind and got back to work. He added effects to his spears and harpoons. Even the rope was enhanced. Before long, Inhan was finished. Eartha at this point couldn't believe it. She exclaimed, reducing skill casting time. Attaching a mana stone? Isn't that simple, you know? Don't get ahead of yourself. Inhan ignored her and said happily with a smile, There are also alpha and beta options. Eartha reluctantly pouted and retorted, Skills don't always have options, you know. The harpoon Inhan created was of unique grade with over 1,000 attack. Damage rate increased by 20%. Inhan was extremely happy about this. It even has the highest options. He joked, The name Akashic Record sounds pretty cool. The options are quite generous. Twice as good as I expected. Eartha didn't know what to say. This is too much of a cheat. Seeing her expression, Inhan asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Eartha didn't answer, so he continued working. A moment later, Inhan went back to the public phone booth to call Mijay. She said she was on her way to the scene. Inhan instructed in a low voice, Don't charge in right away. It has the ability to attack by surprise. He told Mihei that the leopard was born right after its mother died, meaning 2 days ago. But it didn't leave and stayed there. After hearing this, Mijay asked doubtfully, Why? Inhan slowly replied, It will take revenge on those who killed its mother, especially you and me. So we must be careful. The two of us are the ones who killed that giant leopard. Saying this, Inhan spoke in a low voice again. I'm waiting. Mijay asked doubtfully, You're still... Any other thoughts? That's right, Inhan replied with a slight nod. He wouldn't let it hide anymore. He told her to wait until then. Mijay replied without hesitation, I trust you. Inhan chuckled and asked, How much? The two talked for a little while longer before hanging up. The sun had now reached its peak. Inhan had also arrived at the area from the other day. Eartha whispered in his ear, reminding him it's nearby. Hearing this, Inhan couldn't help but smirk. Taking it easy, huh, Gutsy? Eartha said calmly. Of course it trusts in its ability to hide. It still doesn't know where you are after all. Inhan gave a cold smile, then stuck his weapon into the ground. He raised his lips into a smile and said, Let's see how long you can take it easy. Inhan had taken out his javelin. He was getting ready to fight the little panther cub. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. I purposely left an opening, but it's not attacking. According to his calculations, there should have been an attack by now. Knowing Inhan's thoughts, Eartha immediately spoke up. It seems it still hasn't found you. Inhan sighed in resignation. Could it be... Smiling unconsciously, Eartha raised an eyebrow and said, It means your concealment. Technique is a level above. That Black Panther's concealment technique. The stakes and javelin you prepared are also hidden by your concealment skill. Hearing this, Inhan couldn't help but feel resigned. I set a trap right in front of it and it can't even see it. Honestly. Seeing he was unhappy, Eartha immediately teased him. You really have the skills of a natural-born assassin? Next mission, remember to sign up for an assistant class. Inhan angrily snapped, cut the sarcasm, Eartha. She clicked her tongue twice. She pouted and said, anyway, the situation now is very advantageous for you. Don't miss this opportunity. Just then, Inhan seemed to sense something. There was a ripple of footsteps in the air. Although it was very faint, it was the little panther. It was heading towards him. Inhan smirked and said, of course. Meanwhile, the Black Panther had gotten close to him. A notification window suddenly appeared in front of Inhan. 10% damage from stealth, plus 10% damage from spearmanship. Inhan was stunned, but he quickly understood. A javelin is also a type of spear, so it gets the effect. Thinking this, Inhan immediately threw the javelin in his hand. The javelin flew with wind-ripping speed. Without a moment's hesitation, it plunged straight into the panther's back. The sudden pain made it roar endlessly. Seeing it impaled on the javelin, Inhan couldn't help but click his tongue. It's only half the size of its mother, but it's definitely level 3. Even with the added effects from stealth and spearmanship, it only went in halfway. Eartha then spoke up. If it were a true level 3, it wouldn't have pierced that deep. It seems because its stealth ability evolved. Its stamina and defense are lower than normal. She told him to feel lucky, because it only evolved its stealth skill. Inhan nodded slightly and replied, I know. While the two were talking, the panther suddenly roared and moved. Eartha cried out in alarm. Joe Inhan, be careful! The panther's claws were now swiping towards him. He hurriedly dodged. Its speed was truly fast. It's just that the javelin was still stuck in its body. The panther's movements were greatly restricted. When the rope pulled taut, the panther could no longer move. Seeing this, Inhan couldn't help but remark, the quality of this rope is pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the javelin again. Without any delay, he quickly threw it. Inhan also used a critical hit on this attack. The javelin once again pierced the Black Panther's body. He nodded in satisfaction. What a great hit. But at that moment, the panther's claws struck again. This alarmed Inhan. He raised his hand to block, and his gauntlet was shattered just like that. Inhan was also knocked back as a result. Looking at his two arms, he couldn't help but sigh. The bone blade is broken, but he didn't pay it much mind. He pouted and mumbled, well, using my hand was the cheapest option. The blade can always be fixed. Eartha, standing by his side, couldn't help but feel dissatisfied seeing this scene. That ridiculous spiky thing and the handguard could actually be useful. How annoying. Just then, the panther's claws struck again. Inhan quickly jumped up to avoid it. With a loud crash, the spot where he had just been standing was smashed by the panther. Inhan asked doubtfully, what was that? Eartha snorted coldly and said, a skill, what else could it be? Inhan pouted slightly. It has a lot of things for a level 3. The Black Panther was now growling, wanting to attack. However, its body was still held fast by the two javelins. Seeing this, Inhan smirked. Keep trying, giving up already. Move so you can get hurt some more. But as soon as he finished his sentence, the panther started biting the rope with its teeth. Seeing this, Eartha reminded him, you have to use the remaining javelin to stab it before it bites through the rope. Inhan nodded slightly and replied, I know. With that, he planted a stake in the ground. Could it have another long-range claw skill? Until now, he had always thought that monsters were just enhanced animals. But from now on, Inhan would have to face new creatures that completely defied common sense. Thinking this, Inhan grabbed the javelin and ran forward. Then he threw the javelin. Just like the previous times, it plunged straight into the Black Panther's body. Fresh blood gushed out endlessly. The panther was pinned down by 3 javelins. Inhan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, now that leg can't do anything at a distance anymore. Eartha couldn't help but praise him. You've got some fighting talent, don't you? Inhan patted his chest and said with pride, call me Ishmael. Eartha couldn't help but ask blankly, what's that? He looked at her in disbelief and asked, what? You don't know Moby Dick? Eartha couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. She pouted and reminded him, you're getting a little too complacent. The situation isn't stable yet. Just then, someone seemed to call Inhan's name from a distance, startling him. Inhan and Eartha immediately turned their heads to look. The two of them stared intently in that direction, wanting to see who was coming. It was Mijon. Next to her was another man. Without a word, she immediately summoned magic in her hands. Then she directly threw the lightning bolt in her hand. The panther, which was still in pain from being hit by the javelin, was now being continuously struck by lightning. Its body twitched relentlessly on the ground. Mijon's car quickly drove up in front of Inhan. She quickly got out of the car, frowning and smiling as she said, how on earth did you manage to restrain that monster? Inhan stared at her intently and said with a smile, Kang Mijon, you're here. Someone who just used a lightning bolt to take down that monster? Shouldn't be asking me that question, right? Hearing this, Mijon could only give a wry smile, without saying anything. At this moment, Inhan truly felt that. This woman was not ordinary at all. The power of Mijeon's magic just now, isn't it a bit much for a level 1 talent? But Inhan didn't have time to think about this. He still had important things to do. The Black Panther was now moving relentlessly. Its body had regained its freedom. Seeing this, Inhan immediately went into a combat-ready state. Looks like it just broke free from its restraints. He once again pulled the javelin from the stake. Inhan raised it high, preparing to throw. The Black Panther continued to squirm, wanting to escape its bonds. Just then Inhan threw the javelin. The javelin firmly pinned the panther's other leg. Then Inhan glanced at Mijeon and said, "Attack whenever you see an opening. It's strong so it could break free from the stakes at any moment." "When do we start the counterattack?" Mijeon quickly replied. "If we stop it with lightning, we can do it right now." She said that in 2 minutes she could hit it with something else, much stronger. Nodding in agreement, Inhan said casually, "Then let me know before you use that." At the same time, the panther was in great pain. One of its legs, pierced by the javelin, was bleeding profusely. Its eyes grew redder and redder. It stared ferociously at Inhan. Eartha reminded him again, its mana hasn't hit rock bottom yet. Inhan nodded slightly and said, "I know." But as soon as he said that, he saw the look in its eyes, a desire to take him down with it. Inhan couldn't help but click his tongue. He had seen that look many times before. When animals are in danger, they can unleash strength that surpasses even the desire to survive. Ironically, that is the brightest moment of their lives, like a flame that flares up brightly, only to be extinguished in despair. While Inhan was thinking, a change occurred. The panther threw its head back and roared. It struggled to escape the bonds of the javelins. At the same time, a stream of energy appeared around its body. Inhan couldn't help but be horrified, watching the stream of energy charge towards him. A gale-force wind rose up around him. Inhan mumbled in surprise, "What the hell? You've got to be kidding me." Eartha then spoke up to remind him, "Blood frenzy. It's gone berserk. Be careful, it's starting to unleash its power." Mijeon on this side began to summon her lightning to strike. But when it reached the panther, the lightning diminished. But the blood frenzy it launched at her was extremely powerful, causing the car to be thrown around. Mijeon hurriedly shouted, "The lightning can't reach it. It's hard to approach it like this." Just then the Black Panther began to roar fiercely again. Seeing this, Inhan couldn't help but remark, what a tough customer. Even with all its limbs pinned down, it's still immortal. If I want it paralyzed like before, I'll have to try to hold out until Mijeon is ready. Thinking this, Inhan immediately took off running. He ran straight to Mijeon's car. He asked in a low voice, "Don't you have any stronger skills to hold it down?" Mijeon hesitated for a moment. The person next to her reached into the back seat of the car. He quickly pulled out a gun and asked, "How about this?" Inhan poked his head down from the roof of the car and exclaimed in surprise, "A gun?" Mijeon also asked doubtfully, "If we attack it with this, will it have any effect?" Before her teammate could answer, Inhan nodded and said, "Yes, it will. I was just thinking about something else for a second. But now is not the time to think about that." Mijeon glanced at him and asked, "Do you even know how to shoot a gun?" Inhan blinked and replied confidently, "I can use most of the weapons currently available on Earth." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the gun and ran off. Mijeon watched Inhan's back and mumbled hesitantly, "If someone else said that, I probably wouldn't believe them. But hearing him say it, it doesn't sound like he's bragging." While Inhan was running, Eartha by his side asked doubtfully, "You hesitated just now because you were afraid of damaging the hide, right?" Inhan, having been called out, said in dissatisfaction, "Since when did you understand me so well? Let's not talk about this anymore." He quickly changed the subject. "It's jumping around like that, so it's hard to use spearmanship or physical techniques. So even if I use more javelins, it will just pull them out along with the stakes." But at that moment, Eartha suddenly shouted, "Joe Inhan, look!" Inhan stopped abruptly. On the other side, the Black Panther had pulled its leg out of the 2 javelins. Seeing this, Inhan couldn't help but remark, "It pulled out the stakes, but the rope is still fine. Hey, this beast hide rope I made is different. It's so sturdy." Hearing this, Eartha shouted in dissatisfaction, "This is no time for jokes." At the same time, Mijeon, in the car, also saw that the panther had escaped its shackles. She quickly checked her watch. Still 1 minute to go. Mijeon frowned and mumbled, "Just hold on a little longer. With the panther in that state, pulling out the remaining stake is just a matter of time." Inhan, of course, realized this as well. He immediately raised his gun. He snorted coldly and said, "Eat this, you alien creature." Hearing that, Eartha retorted, "This one is a product of Earth." But did Inhan care? Of course not. He immediately opened fire. The bullet lodged straight into the Black Panther's face. Fresh blood shot out of its eye like rain. Its body fell down along with it. Inhan, on the other hand, had mastered a new skill, marksmanship max level. Seeing this, Eartha exclaimed in shock. He shot his way up to Master Marksman in one go. Just then, the Black Panther quickly stood up. One of its eyes was severely injured. Mijeon from afar couldn't help but remark, "What a rifle has that kind of effect? Did he use a buff on the gun while I wasn't looking?" Eartha didn't think so. A machine gun made by ordinary people couldn't possibly do that to a level 3 monster. But Inhan's marksmanship skill has surpassed the weapon's limits, which is why it has such an effect. Just then Inhan shouted while shooting, "Mijeon magic immediately." She received the signal and began to summon the magic in her hands. As she prepared, she reminded him, 7 more seconds. Inhan nodded slightly, then waited for the countdown. But at that moment he sensed something. He immediately threw the gun down. Then he charged towards where the javelin lay on the ground. The Black Panther, on the other hand, had struggled. Free from the other javelin, it let out a roar. The panther charged straight towards Inhan. At the same time, Mijeon struck with lightning. The lightning bolt quickly struck the panther's head. Then it enveloped its entire body. Mijeon, on her side, was also trying hard to maintain the lightning bolt. However, at this moment, the panther suddenly lunged its head towards Mijeon. She screamed in panic, "Is it done yet?" Inhan on this side shook his head slightly and replied, "It's not over yet, it's still..." But before he could finish, the Black Panther's body faded and then disappeared. Mijeon became even more frightened and shouted, "Invisibility!" Inhan, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. That invisibility trick is just child's play. Immediately after, he charged forward with the javelin. Without a moment's hesitation, Inhan plunged it into the panther's body. He pouted disdainfully right from the start. "It was useless against me." Afterward, Inhan quickly jumped off its body. The panther collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Mijeon, watching from afar, couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "You can see through invisibility?" But Inhan didn't answer. He took the ropes from the javelins and quickly tied them. In a flash, he had tied up the Black Panther. Seeing this, Eartha asked doubtfully, "Why didn't you just kill it? Why tie it up?" Inhan explained with a slight smile, "I still have something to take care of with it." Just then, Mijeon also got out of the car. She quickly walked over to Inhan, but there was something strange about his expression. It made her a little confused. Mijeon asked, confused, "What is it?" Inhan spoke hesitantly, "Aren't we going to form a party? Are you going to let me take all the experience points?" Hearing this, Mijeon was stunned. Then she took Inhan's hand, and just like that, the two of them formed a party. Inhan could actually see Mijeon's status. He couldn't help but be surprised. "It feels so real." Mijeon seemed to sense that Inhan was very excited. She asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? You're acting like it's your first time in a party." Hearing this, Inhan was startled. He explained awkwardly, It's been a long time since I've done this." Eartha, knowing him well, showed a look of contempt in her eyes. Inhan ignored this issue and went over to the Black Panther. Seeing him, it let out growling sounds from its mouth. Inhan snorted coldly, "Begone." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed down with the javelin. The panther was killed by Inhan just like that. He received nearly 2,000 experience points, leveling up to 36. All his stats increased significantly. Inhan was stunned, looking at the series of notification windows appearing in front of him. Eartha beside him couldn't help but remark, "You went from level 28 to 36 in one go." Inhan suddenly felt quite dizzy. He raised his hand to rub his head. Mijeon on her side was experiencing the same thing. Seeing this, Inhan couldn't help but mumble, "At this rate I must have monopolized it all right. So much experience. It seems you're also getting experience points." Seeing his doubt, Eartha explained, "A level 3 has to be different from a level 2. Compared to the points you just received, leveling up that much is still not a lot. If it were the old job class, what level of penalty would you have to endure?" Hearing this, Inhan was stunned and mumbled. A moment later, his headache subsided. Without hesitation, Inhan went over to the panther. But he suddenly stopped for a moment. Then he hugged the panther's hide and cried, "I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. If I were a little stronger, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." Seeing this, Eartha was speechless. "Stop apologizing to the hide." Inhan looked at her defiantly and said annoyedly, "Think about it. Armor made from the hide of a level 3 monster would have amazing specs." With that, he began to butcher it. The panther mumbled non-stop, "What a waste. I'll have to take back all the intact parts." But when he split open its head, Inhan was surprised. He exclaimed in surprise, "This thing has a mana stone in its head." Eartha was a little surprised and said, "Both the mother and the cub have mana stones in them. You're really lucky." A mana stone is mana. That forms the moment a monster dies. It's a coincidental gathering, so people who kill monsters usually don't get mana stones. I heard the chance of getting a mana stone is only 17%. The lower the level, the higher the chance. The higher the level, the lower the chance of a mana stone forming. Eartha couldn't help but scold Joe Inhan in frustration. "You're insanely lucky." Inhan ignored her and reached in to feel for the mana stone. Not long after, he exclaimed excitedly, "Found it." A red mana stone appeared in Inhan's hand. He smiled happily and said, "It's pretty big. It's a level 3 after all." He suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly asked, "Among the conditions to evolve the rest skill, I think there was a level 3 mana stone. Now that I have this, I just need to meet the other conditions to evolve it." Right, but he forgot. There was someone else who helped kill this panther. Inhan looked towards Mijon and mumbled, "A mana stone is a shared loot in a party, so it has to be split evenly." Right. Mijon's headache hadn't completely gone away. She was still a little uncomfortable. She whispered, "I got about 1.5 million points." "What about you?" Inhan replied casually, "I got almost 3 million. Hearing this, Mijon couldn't help but be stunned. "The contribution level is 2 to 1. It seems my contribution was valued too highly." Inhan shook his head slightly and said, "Without you, I wouldn't have been able to catch it even if I died." Mijaon couldn't help but smile. "If that's the case, then I'm glad. Could you tell me your name?" Inhan looked at her in surprise and opened his mouth hesitantly. "My name." Mijaon looked at him, pouted, and said with a smile, "Or do you want me to call you Lightning?" Inhan was immediately frightened and quickly said, "My name is Joe Inhan, don't call me Lightning anymore." Mijaon couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "You should take that mana stone. If you handle it personally, then just give me half. Of the corpse, a mana stone normally takes up 60%, so splitting it according to contribution is reasonable." Inhan looked at her in surprise and asked, "You're only taking that little?" Mijaon didn't answer and suddenly asked, "What do you think is the most valuable profession on Earth right now?" Inhan was a little confused. "What do you mean?" Mijaon slowly continued, "A mage and angel it's the butcher. Even if you catch a top-tier monster, if you don't process it well, the corpse won't yield valuable materials. But Inhan can do it?" At this point, Mijaon smiled and looked at Inhan. "That skill of yours is unmatched, so of course it's valuable." So right after that, Inhan began to process the panther's corpse again. Mijaon, on the other hand, was on the phone with someone. Seeing this, Eartha remarked, "She seems to be a well-connected person. With connections here and there, getting close to her would probably be beneficial. It's rare to meet someone with both status, ability, and background like that." Hearing this, Inhan's hand holding the knife suddenly trembled. He mumbled in a low voice, "Eartha, building relationships with others isn't that easy." Eartha couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Did I touch a sore spot again?" Inhan didn't answer. He focused on processing the corpse. Not long after, he had completely stripped the panther's corpse. Skin, hide, bone, skin, bone. Extremely meticulous. Only then did Inhan let out a sigh of relief. "It's done." And over here, Mijaon had called 2 large trucks. She looked at the drivers and said, "All right, everyone, please load these things onto the trucks." Then Mijaon went over to Inhan and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, we were able to take down the monster before it got too badly injured." Inhan chuckled. He said, "I also want to thank you for your help." Mijaon stared at him intently for a long time. Then she suddenly said hesitantly, "Inhan, I hope you'll forget what I said earlier about you teaming up with me." Inhan heard this like a thunderclap and froze on the spot. Was he thinking he did something wrong, or did he do something to displease her? Seemingly understanding his thoughts, Mijaon quickly explained, "It's because I'm still lacking. You're too strong. The difference between your level and mine is too great." Hearing this, Inhan breathed a sigh of relief. Mijaon continued, "But I'll catch up to you soon. When that time comes, I'll come and ask you to be my teammate." Inhan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "We'll see about that later," smiling unconsciously. Mijaon said playfully, "Ha, you're still as resilient as ever." With that, she held out her hand in front of him. Inhan also quickly took it. And just like that, their party was disbanded. Inhan looked at the palm of his hand, feeling like he had regained his freedom. But at the same time, he had lost a teammate. It was both happy and sad. The party member window was gone too. He couldn't see it anymore. Just then, Mijaon's teammate urged her, "We should get going." Mijaon nodded slightly and replied, "I know." But as she was about to get to the car door, she suddenly stopped, then looked at her teammate and said, "Fred, wait a minute." Then Mijaon returned to Inhan's position. She said, "Can I have your contact information?" Inhan looked at her in panic and mumbled hesitantly, "What? That's a little..." Knowing what he was worried about, Mijaon chuckled. She promised, "I will definitely not reveal your name or your contact information to anyone else." Inhan was stunned for a moment and didn't speak for a long time. Could he trust Mijaon or not? But she had fought alongside Inhan 3 times already. Each time she helped quite a bit. Furthermore, Mijaon was very kind, gentle, and friendly. So Inhan quickly came to an answer. He could trust Mijaon. Thinking this, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you." With that, Inhan took out his phone and called Mijaon's personal number. Getting what she wanted, Mijaon quickly got in the car and left. Before she left Inhan with a "thank you. I'll definitely call you." "You?" Inhan watched her back and mumbled shyly, This is the first time a girl has asked for my number. Seeing this, Eartha was immediately dissatisfied. Being happy about this seems a little pathetic. Being mocked by her again, Inhan retorted unhappily, I'm not happy. It's just that from now on I have the right to hold my head high in front of others. The two of them argued like this on the way back. Instead of going home, Inhan went to his forge. He was fiddling with the system window. He mumbled to himself, a mana stone from a level 3 monster, something I thought I'd never get. And yet I have it in my hands like this. This is truly a case of good karma. If you keep doing good deeds, good fortune will come to you. Eartha, standing by his side, heard this and snorted coldly. I don't hate that positive thinking of yours. Inhan glanced at her. He pouted and asked, Why does that sound like you're cursing me? Eartha immediately avoided his gaze. She giggled and said, Maybe. Inhan couldn't be bothered with her. He changed the subject. I still haven't heard any information about trolls appearing on Earth. If it were someone else, they could just go to the other world and catch one to solve the problem. At this point, he cried out tragically. But it's not that I don't want to go. It's that I can't. Seeing this, Eartha immediately comforted him. Yes, I know everything. I know. Calm down. She said that the mana concentration on Earth is getting denser, so maybe trolls will appear on Earth soon. Inhan suddenly remembered something. He quickly exclaimed, Oh, speaking of which, about the reason why I need troll's blood to evolve the rest skill. Is it because troll's blood has the ability to heal wounds? Isn't it? That's right. Eartha nodded silently in acknowledgement. As long as you have extremely strong poison resistance, to withstand it, it's fine. Inhan was stunned and pursed his lips. It goes up a level each time. I don't know how much more I'll have to resist after this. Eartha snorted and scolded, So, don't you even think about drinking the blood or eating the meat of monsters, recklessly. After the warning, Eartha said seriously, But there's a more serious problem. That is the heart of a sleeping level 2 monster. You have to finish it in one blow. Inhan frowned slightly, thought for a long time, and then said, I think I just need to strengthen my weapon. And it'll be fine. Share some Harcanium with me. Go. Eartha bluntly refused without hesitation. No way. Inhan kept begging, making Eartha feel very annoyed and scold. It's already a special favor that I'm lending you the hammer and anvil, so just use them to create a powerful weapon before you have to return them. Seeing that begging wouldn't work, Inhan sighed and said, I know. First, I'll just make a weapon with what I have. With that, he picked up his spear and mumbled, This one's a little broken, but if I fix it, I can still use it. Eartha also spoke up admiringly. That's made from the bone of a leopard, right? The materials are good, so it looks really sturdy. Inhan nodded slightly. Then he took out the black leopard's muscle and tendon to examine. He didn't know which one to make it from, but at that moment his hand suddenly trembled, dropping both of them. They fell straight into the fire pit, engulfed by the flames. Inhan cried out in frustration, No. I was going to roast it and eat it to get a strong poison resistance skill. But... Hearing this, Eartha was displeased. She scolded it was rotten in the first place. Inhan was about to argue back, but he was suddenly stunned. Something inside the fire pit was transforming. He exclaimed in surprise, What is this? The eternal flames effect, the tendon is transforming. With that, Inhan looked at Eartha and exclaimed happily, There's a processing method like this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Eartha pouted and said, I don't specialize in production and crafting. While the two of them were still confused, the eternal flame stopped. The thing inside was still melting. Inhan immediately used a tool to take it out. Seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, This is amazing. Inhan quickly picked it up to examine. Then he said excitedly, This elasticity is amazing. From now on, I'll have to call this the Giant's Rubber Band. Eartha beside him narrowed her eyes and asked, What are you going to use that for? Inhan said happily, The elasticity of this tendon is incredible. Besides, it's also very sturdy. Forging it in the eternal flame made it even stronger. The same goes for water. The more it's worked, the stronger it gets. With this, Inhan will create a pile bunker. Eartha couldn't help but mumble in amazement. If it's a pile bunker, the basic principle is the same as a gun. But instead of bullets, it's loaded with iron stakes and fired at close range. If we use the elasticity of the black cheetah's tendon, it would be like a pile bunker crossbow. Although it's a bit clunky and complicated, its power is truly top class. Especially the piercing power, it's just the best of the best. Even though it's a weapon that only appears in fantasy stories, rather than in reality. Inhan nodded slightly and threw everything he had into the fire. He said with excitement, Instead of gunpowder, I want to use the elasticity of the Giant's Rubber Band. Apply force to it, and this will help return a huge source of momentum to the extreme. Eartha was speechless after hearing this. Yes, I should really acknowledge your strong willpower. She didn't understand how Inhan always came up with such surprising ideas. Lately, every time he's about to create something, Erta feels a little excited. While she was thinking, Inhan spoke again. I'll make it just the right size. To create a monster-grade weapon, he will use the black cheetah's teeth as stakes, because they are stronger and sharper than bone. With many ideas, Inhan got to work. Very quickly, a few stakes made from the black cheetah's teeth appeared. He looked at it for the long time before speaking. Now, if I could just use the black cheetah's magic stone to enhance it, it would be perfect. Hearing this, Erta couldn't help but be startled and say, "This is already impressive enough. If you're confident you'll encounter a level 3 monster again, before they appear, you might as well use it." Inhan was instantly discouraged and sighed. "Fine, I'll hold off." Immediately after he started to finish the machine, but he didn't stop crying and mumbling. Pile bunker. Next time I'll definitely find a suitable magic stone to enhance you. Very quickly, a brand new pile bunker was finished. After that, Inhan attached the giant's rubber band to the stake. He has to complete all 3 levels. He pulled the handle of the machine. It's just too heavy. Inhan strained his arm muscles but couldn't move it. He pursed his lips and mumbled this. Sturdiness is no joke. But Inhan didn't give up. He continued to pull the trigger. His hand trembled non-stop as he cried out for his mom and dad. Erta beside him pouted and teased. "Your parents have already gone to the other world. Go find them there." Under Inhan's efforts, the machine was finally fully assembled. He was out of breath and panting. "How long did it take me to assemble that?" Erta replied coolly, 2 seconds. Inhan frowned and mumbled after hearing this. "This will be very difficult to use continuously in actual combat. I'm already calling for my mom at level 1. To get to level 3, I'll probably have to call my great-great-grandfather." Inhan sighed after saying that. Then he reached out to load the rubber band again. Just like before, because of its sturdiness, his arm trembled non-stop. Until all 3 levels were loaded. Inhan was out of breath. Erta continued to tease him. Level 2 in 20 seconds. Level 3 in 2 minutes. But his efforts weren't bad. This pile bunker's durability wasn't bad. Moreover, its attack power was very high. Without magic or gunpowder, it can still generate a powerful force. Seeing its stats, Inhan said happily, "See, even without mana, I still have the alpha option. Can increase loading speed with attack speed." Hearing that, Erta pouted and said, "Including the stake, it's over 3 meters long. The flaws are also terrifying." Inhan couldn't help but be dissatisfied. He scolded her, "You really have a talent for nitpicking." Too lazy to care about her, Inhan continued to tinker with his machine. "Anyway, this is for fighting giant monsters. Now it's time for me to make a weapon for fighting small monsters." Hearing Inhan's intention, Erta advised, "What now? Take a break." But Inhan didn't seem to care, so he worked straight through until dawn. Inhan has completed placing the trap of destruction underground. He casually threw it behind him. The angel behind him quickly caught it. He exclaimed in admiration, "Another option. The features of this trap of destruction are too good. There's nothing to complain about." Erta also spoke up in confusion at this point. "He's already completed 17 traps. Originally, we only needed to make 11 more. Now Inhan has made 8 more than that." Erta really wanted to ask, "Do you still want to make more?" But Inhan's eyes were like those of a demon. She couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. The trap of destruction that Inhan created has such excellent features and a large scale that it's enough to increase the effectiveness of the other traps on Earth. But when all the monsters flock to the strongest trap of destruction, the other traps will just be redundant, even without monsters. But they will still disperse mana and take effect. Inhan looked at her blankly and asked doubtfully, "So what? Will humans get caught in the traps instead of monsters?" Erta shook her head slightly and said, "It's not like that. The random records of the Akashic records will interfere with the flow of mana from the trap of destruction to create a new monster." Inhan heard this and said excitedly, "It's that easy." Erta was a little speechless and continued to explain, "A big boss will appear. That can crush all those kinds of traps of destruction." Inhan immediately panicked and shook his head frantically. "I already know how scary this is. For now, I just want to hunt level 3 monsters." The leopard's characteristics of stealth were compatible with him, so he was able to take it down. But it was already difficult for Inhan to deal with it alone. In his current state, it would be very difficult to catch another level 3 monster. Knowing his thoughts, Erta smiled and said, "So, that's why I told you to fix the trap placement." At that moment, the other male angel suddenly approached Erta. He spoke coldly. "On Earth, only unforeseen things happen. It's all a headache, especially that one. It's better to manage that human a little more strictly." Inhan was a little stunned by these words. He hadn't done anything. Erta was also very dissatisfied with these words. She reminded him Inhan is not someone to be managed. "I only received orders to help him, not orders, to monitor and limit his abilities." The other male angel heard this and cursed in frustration. What a stubborn woman. This made Erta even more dissatisfied. Without another word, she summoned her holy power. In the blink of an eye, a sword appeared in her hand. Erta pointed it straight at him and ordered coldly, "Kitta, do your job well." Kitta looked at the sharp blade pointed at him, a little panicked. His expression instantly turned ugly. Inhan on this side was also startled. This was the first time he had seen Erta so angry. The other male angel couldn't help but speak up at this point. "You're interfering with something that's not your business." The blue-haired female angel also nodded in agreement. "He's right. You'd better focus on your own mission." Immediately after, the other male angel went to advise Erta to calm down. "I'm sure Kitta didn't come here to interrupt your work." Inhan, watching this commotion from the side, couldn't help but think, it seems angels aren't that different from humans. Even if they are higher beings, Erta is usually like that too. A moment later, the other three angels took the traps and left. Inhan watched their backs as they left without a word. At that moment, Erta suddenly cleared her throat and said, "I see you have something I shouldn't have." Smiling unconsciously, Inhan said cheerfully, "Wasn't it refreshing? I was quite surprised to see an angel able to show their own emotions." Erta sighed in resignation. "I don't know if you're a smart kid or a foolish one. As for angels having emotions, that's been happening for a long time, even if they're just small emotions." Suddenly remembering Kitta, Inhan mumbled doubtfully again. He didn't seem like that before. Erta patted his head twice and said with a smile, "That's why you're pretty cool." Inhan didn't understand and asked doubtfully, "What about me? What does that have to do with me?" With a soft chuckle, Erta pouted and said, "No, I mean the talent and skills you have. It's so amazing that it makes an angel feel jealous." Inhan was a little stunned after hearing that. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "You're overestimating me." Shaking her head coolly, Erta said nonchalantly, "You're just underestimating yourself." But she was too lazy to talk to Inhan about this. He thinks he's still too weak, but this could be a good thing. If it's you with your skills, talent, and the Supreme Being's challenge. Thinking this, Erta quickly suppressed the thought. "It's better if I don't think about it." The two quickly returned to the workshop. Erta then said seriously, "Anyway, there are two things I need to tell you about the reward." After completing the trap of destruction. Before she could finish, Inhan immediately shook his head and said, "I'm just handling the materials." Erta smiled when she heard this. She pouted and said, "You'll change your mind after you hear what I'm about to say. A new type of metal has appeared in the dungeons on Earth. Erta will tell you its location." Hearing this, Inhan's eyes lit up. "Tell me right now." The next morning, the city of Seoul welcomed a new day. But on the streets, only Inhan was walking around. He glanced around and mumbled doubtfully, "Why is no one out?" Erta beside him heard this and joked, "Could it be that this reminds you of the day you had to do everything alone?" Inhan's tone suddenly became nostalgic. He smiled and said, "A little, but it's different from then. It's not like before. Back then, he didn't know when everyone would come back. And everyone on Earth back then, including Mize, had to fight monsters. So he's not alone anymore." Hearing this, Erta suddenly felt a little happy again, for some reason. Inhan didn't know what she was thinking. He just walked deeper into the forest outside the city. He stopped in front of a cave in the forest. Looking at the magic in front of him, Inhan couldn't help but be puzzled. Is this the entrance to the dungeon? But he's pretty happy it's in Korea. Because I can walk here. Previously, the media had reported that it was now impossible to go abroad. No one can board a ship or a plane, Inhan thought. Should I make an airplane? Erta beside him was getting a little impatient with his rambling. She urged impatiently, "Aren't you going to start?" Inhan chuckled twice, then placed his hand on the dungeon door. But at that moment, a notification window appeared in front of him. It said that the entrance was only for those above level 50. Inhan read it and shouted in frustration, "It says people under level 50 can't enter. I'm only level 36. Erta raised an eyebrow and said with a confident smile, "Inhan, who do you think I am?" Inhan pouted and said, "A rude angel, a defective product." Erta immediately got angry and shouted, "I am a higher being than the one who created and manages the trap of destruction." Too lazy to argue with him, Erta immediately waved her hand. The dungeon door immediately lifted its restriction, leaving Inhan rooted to the spot. Erta snorted coldly again and said, "Now you can enter." Inhan gave her a thumbs up and said cheerfully, "You're more useful than I thought." Biting her lip aggressively, Erta said angrily, "Remember this in your head. I'm actually a big help to you." Inhan pouted indifferently, then placed his hand on the dungeon door. Very quickly, the scene before his eyes changed. Inhan saw it and panicked. The blue stones that grew all over the dungeon emitted an energy that made people crave it. Inhan's eyes immediately lit up. "How can you do such amazing things?" "Amazing." Erta glanced at him and said with a cold snort, "You're the one who made it. A small question for you. How do new monsters appear on Earth?" Inhan was momentarily stunned, thinking for a moment before answering. You once said it happens when the mana on Earth gathers. Eartha opened her mouth nonchalantly. This is the basic condition. Everything that appears is forgotten, even rice weevils. Inhan was startled for a moment, then said again, it's like how it appears in the room. It's filthy and there are leftovers everywhere. Even cockroaches. Nodding coolly, Eartha said seriously, that's right. Monsters are like rice weevils and cockroaches. They only appear in environments that are perfect for them. Inhan was a little confused and asked, why are you telling me this? Eartha looked at him with a wicked smile. She smiled and said, from now on, you must kill the monsters in this dungeon and analyze their hearts. That's the metal that has appeared on Earth. In the blink of an eye, Inhan's expression immediately turned grim. Why didn't she tell him sooner? Inhan frowned at Eartha. He asked, monsters with metal hearts. Why are you only telling me this now? I was so excited to go digging. Eartha snorted coldly. What's this? I said you could get metal, not that you were going to dig. Hearing this, Inhan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He said dejectedly, so it's hunting, not digging. I even prepared all my digging tools. Inhan sighed. Then he took off the hat on his head and put it away. He exclaimed excitedly, this is a magic bag with expanded space. As soon as I get the chance, I have to use this bag. It's super useful. Eartha was stunned and mumbled in confusion. It's a reward from a mission, but its capacity is limited. Plus, there's no magic that makes this bag lighter. Inhan pouted and said nonchalantly, I have no problem carrying a few dozen tons. Hearing this, Eartha was displeased. She scolded, a few dozen tons is fine. Are you crazy being scolded by her again? Inhan didn't know how to retort. He quickly changed the subject. Besides that, they look like dungeon walls, but you're saying they're monsters. Eartha narrowed her eyes and asked, yes, why are you disappointed? Inhan sighed in resignation. I feel like I've run into a spoiler. Were you planning to run in here and try to dig like, oh, it's metal, and then get ambushed? Eartha asked in surprise when she heard this. You want that? Inhan pulled something out of his bag. He said excitedly, I want to experience something new. That would be better than swinging a hammer against a metal monster. The thing he just took out was a heavy combat hammer. Eartha exclaimed in surprise when she saw it. Smart. Its strength is guaranteed because it's made from black cheetah bone. Plus it has an alpha option, even though you didn't perform mana crafting. Inhan easily gets rare or higher grade items from any quest. He did it as expected of Inhan. He's extremely skilled. At this point, Inhan spoke up again. Even if the new metal is a really good choice, once I get it, I won't have anything to use it for. And I don't know who I could give it to. What a waste. Inhan felt this hammer was a bit useless. With that, he immediately slammed it down. With a loud bang, the wall in front of him was shattered. Surprisingly, Inhan received over 100,000 experience points. This left him a little stunned. He mumbled in confusion. Did it die with just one hit? Eartha nodded slightly in response. Well done. That block of light is the Iron Heart's heart. That's the most durable part of a monster's body, and where all the mana is concentrated. The Iron Heart can reinforce a part of its body with mana if it detects danger. Usually one person distracts it, while another ambushes it from behind. Inhan frowned and mumbled after hearing this. I thought that was too easy. For a level 2 monster, an ambush is too weak. It's just a little boring. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but click his tongue and remark, but danger usually finds you when you let your guard down. People always get attacked when they think this is easier than I thought. That's how characters in novels die over and over. Inhan at this moment was no different from a brat. Eartha mumbled in dissatisfaction. You read quite a lot, don't you? But in reality, there's nothing in the dungeon. No ambushes or conspiracies. But Inhan still leveled up to 38. His stats also increased a little. He sighed and lamented. This dungeon thing. Is it really this boring? Hearing this, Eartha scolded him in frustration. You're so weird. This dungeon is always surrounded by 2 people. And Inhan has to walk around for about 10 to 20 minutes to find a monster. In addition, all these monsters die with a single blow, even if you don't land a critical hit. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Inhan clutched his head and screamed, no adventure, no thrill, nothing. This is purely labor. Seeing his antics, Eartha couldn't help but feel helpless. She sighed, how did you reach the maximum level of weapon technique, along with spearmanship and combat? Ignoring this, Inhan continued deeper inside. He seemed to see something in front of him. It was a level 74 Great Iron Heart. Inhan mumbled in amazement. This heart is much bigger than the one I saw earlier. Eartha slowly explained. This is a Great Iron Heart. It's about 20 levels higher than a normal Iron Heart. Hearing this, Inhan got excited. Finally, a chance to try this weapon. Pile bunker almost at level 3, I choose you. With that, he took out his pile bunker, leaving Eartha speechless. You always have something in your hand to deal with every situation. Inhan didn't care what she thought. He charged straight for the great iron heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his pile bunker and thrust it straight into the great iron heart. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into pieces. Inhan received a lot of experience. He let out a refreshing shout, "Awesome!" Just hearing it, he was extremely satisfied with that one blow. The iron heart's heart now lay on the ground, but Inhan didn't care. He frowned and mumbled, "But I can't use it. It's only a one-time use. How do I reuse these bullets? Or should I make them into cannonballs instead?" Hearing this, Urta immediately urged impatiently, "You can think about this later. Take the iron heart's heart." Inhan immediately ran to pick up the heart. Then he mumbled doubtfully, "This is the heart of a great iron heart. It's harder than a normal iron heart's heart, isn't it?" Urta nodded slightly and explained, "An iron heart king is the complete form of an iron heart, with the highest durability in the world. However, it won't be here, because it's a level 4 monster." Inhan frowned at her and joked, "Don't be a jinx like you always are, okay?" Urta knew he was teasing her and snorted coldly. She said with dissatisfaction, "Unlike other monsters that have undergone an abnormal evolution, the Iron Heart is a new monster on Earth. This won't happen again." But as soon as she finished speaking, a strange movement suddenly came from behind. The expression on her face immediately froze. She was confused. She mumbled, "I thought this couldn't happen again." Inhan looked at her helplessly. But the level 4 Iron Heart King really did appear. But very quickly, he took out his gravity hammer and shouted, "This time I'm putting away the ice pick and using this." As soon as he finished speaking, Inhan happily charged at the Iron Heart King and slammed it. Urta, standing outside, held her head in helplessness. "You're the only one in the world who fights so cheerfully." Inhan and Urta stayed in the dungeon for several days like that. Inhan gained a lot of experience during those days, also reaching level 40. Urta then spoke up. "The dungeon is no longer an obstacle. You can come back if you need more Iron Hearts." Inhan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I hope to meet the Iron Heart King again next time." Urta was a little speechless. "Is there anyone else like this?" Seeing her expression, Inhan asked, confused, "Is something wrong?" Urta shook her head slightly and said, "No. I'm just surprised, because the trap of destruction that created the dungeon is already old. There's no problem anymore. That's all." Half believing, half doubting, he heard her tone. He bet that something big was about to happen. He had learned that whenever Urta was too casual about something bad was sure to happen. Immediately after Inhan and Urta stepped out of the dungeon, the sun was high in the sky now. Having been in there for many days, Inhan stretched his muscles a little. But before he could even take a breath of fresh air, a commotion on the other side startled him. Someone had appeared in front of the dungeon. It was the 3 angels Kitta. They had just appeared from heaven. With their presence, Inhan understood the situation. The installation of the traps of destruction throughout the earth was complete. Hundreds of thousands of dungeons were erected, all over the world, opening one by one. Monsters began to appear, less and less. And as the monsters were locked away in civilization, humanity began to regain its security and stability. The media then reported on this matter. Inhan worked while listening to the news. Urta was also eating and watching. Before long, she turned off the TV. Then she spoke up. "The Supreme Beings are limiting the quest. Rewards to get people to return to Earth. The dungeons are also open. We need people to return to Earth to destroy the monsters there." Inhan heard this and nodded in understanding. "Henry's in a frenzy. My parents are back too, right?" Urta replied nonchalantly. "I think so. Anyway, show me what you've made." "Do any of those have options?" Inhan said indifferently, "Probably. I was too sleepy, so I haven't checked them thoroughly yet." After coming out of the dungeon, he had been up all night, making these, so he was a little tired. But since the traps of destruction were finished, so the angels will come back to get them. So Inhan wanted to finish everything before then. He had previously created armor with the core of the Iron Heart. It was a full set of jet black legendary grade armor. Its attack power was up to 4800. The defense stats are also very high. Inhan looked at the pile of stats in front of him, dazed. He mumbled doubtfully, "Can it have 3 options?" Urta nodded casually. "Yes, from now on?" But before she could finish, Inhan exclaimed happily, "These options are super awesome. 30% increased attack thanks to the armor's effect. 50% increased attack when using a spear too. It's the best of the best." Urta also frowned slightly and thought for a long time before speaking. "I think it also strikes fear into the enemy." This was added to emphasize the options that go with the armor. An item without mana crafting. Having 3 options is almost impossible. But thanks to the title Legendary Blacksmith, Inhan had made what seemed impossible before possible. Speaking of which, Urta couldn't help but remind Inhan, don't sell items with 3 options. Revealing your ability is also too dangerous. But Inhan didn't seem to be listening. He suddenly asked excitedly, "So what if it has 4 options?" Urta stared at him and scolded with dissatisfaction. "I'm serious. Inhan cowered and quickly nodded. Sorry, I messed up. With a soft snort, Urta said coldly, Anyway, from now on I declare that items with 3 options will be called gamma options. Hearing this, Inhan pouted with disdain. He didn't talk nonsense with her anymore. He looked at the pile of items on the table and said, I used the remaining iron hearts to craft these weapons. Urta asked doubtfully, You're not going to use the steel spear anymore? Inhan shook his head slightly and replied, It's too outdated now. All the weapons and armor that he no longer used will be thrown into the eternal flame. As soon as it began to devour those weapons, the eternal flame leveled up. Much to Inhan's surprise, he exclaimed in amazement, The eternal flame is a flame that can level up. It seems to level up pretty fast, too. What good is it? Urtha replied coolly. Everything has its use. Hearing that Inhan didn't ask any more questions, he let out a long, tired yawn. He pouted and said, I can't stay awake any longer. I'm going to sleep. With that, he turned and left. Urtha watched Inhan's retreating figure, then looked at the eternal flame in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. A slam. The sound of the closing door snapped her out of it. She quickly ran after Inhan. After returning to his apartment, Inhan slept for a long time. When he woke up, he was still groggy, but as soon as he entered the kitchen, he was wide awake. His eyes widened. Inhan's parents were actually home. Inhan happily exclaimed, Mom, Dad, you're back! Then he quickly sat down at the table and began to eat ravenously. If you didn't know better, you'd think he'd been starved. Inhan's mom muttered in confusion, Eat slowly. Haven't you eaten anything these past few days? I left food in the fridge. Inhan hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, gave a thumbs up, and said with a smile, Mom's cooking is number 1. In reality, it was because he had lived in a dungeon for 2 straight weeks, eating nothing but beef jerky. Of course he was dying for a home-cooked meal. Just then Inhan's dad stood up and said, I'm off to work. I have to get to the office before the monster alert goes off. Inhan looked at him in surprise and asked, Dad, you're going to work in a situation like this? He nodded slightly and replied, The financial support just ended. I need to get back to work quickly to solidify my position. With that, Inhan's dad picked up his bag and left. Inhan couldn't help but sigh. His dad would probably go to work even if there were monsters. Now he understood those memes about Koreans going to work during a zombie apocalypse. As he was thinking, Inhan suddenly realized something. He quickly called out, Dad, take this! With that, Inhan took out a shirt and instructed, This should be good enough to protect you from those monsters. His dad saw it and exclaimed in surprise, Both the options and the defense are beyond amazing. Where did you get something like this? Inhan explained vaguely. I don't know, but I happened to find it. Mom and I have one too. His dad didn't think much of it and nodded. All right, thank you. See you later. Inhan and his mom stood at the door watching his retreating figure. After a long moment, his mom spoke up. The universities are reopening. Are you planning to go back? Inhan shook his head slightly and replied, No, Mom, I don't think university is necessary for me now. Smiling faintly, she said casually, All right, then just do as you please. Mom trusts my son. Inhan looked at his mother moved. She really was a good mother. With that, thought he took out a shirt just like the last one and gave it to her. Mom, take this. It will protect you. Even a level 2 monster's attack won't leave a scratch. But Inhan's mom had her eyes on his bag. She said excitedly, Oh my, but I like that bag better. It would be great to take that bag to the market. Inhan was a bit speechless and immediately refused. After finishing his meal, Inhan quickly left the house. He went straight to his forge. But when he saw the scene inside, his eyes instinctively narrowed. Inhan exclaimed in shock, What? The workshop changed after just one night. His workshop had been completely transformed into a new one. Even the eternal flame seemed to have changed. The surrounding forging tools were the same, gleaming so brightly it would make others envious. Just then Urtha jumped out and announced, Heaven has decided to reward you for the achievements you've attained. These tools are made from metals that will only appear after Earth evolves 2 more tiers. Inhan's eyes immediately lit up. He laughed excitedly. Thanks, I'll make good use of these tools. But before his joy could fade, Urtha continued, That's not all. Inhan frowned in surprise and looked at her. Urtha took out a book and slowly explained, This too. A record of lethal poison resistance skills. It will allow you to overcome monster poison. Even the poison of a level 4 monster, Inhan exclaimed in shock. Isn't this super rare? Now I can chow down on troll meat. Urtha really wanted to curse. Why haven't you given up on that idea yet? She took a deep breath and continued. And the final reward, I will tell you the location of the troll dungeon. Inhan asked in surprise, The location too? She nodded calmly. Urtha said nonchalantly, That's right. There's a troll dungeon in the United States. Hearing this, Inhan froze solid. And so Inhan packed his bags and went to Incheon Airport. He walked with excitement, muttering, This is my first time flying. Eartha beside him couldn't help but snort and remind him, "Joe In-han, I think you've forgotten something. You need a passport and a visa to go abroad, but you have neither of those things." Hearing this, In-han's face went blank. He had forgotten about that. But very quickly, In-han thought of a way to deal with it. He smiled mysteriously and said, "But it's okay, I'll sneak on." Eartha looked at him speechless. Does this guy have any shame? The answer is no. His shame stat is negative infinity. In-han, extremely cheerful, walked onto the plane. He was even singing as he walked, happier than anyone. Looking at his idiotic behavior, Eartha scolded him angrily. "That's enough, you're too calm." Ignoring the world, In-han really did sit comfortably on the plane without paying a single cent. He laughed happily and said, "Even the security system of modern society can't detect my concealment skill." At that moment, a flight attendant pushing a drink cart passed by. In-han sneakily reached out and grabbed a can, confusing the flight attendant. "Am I missing a Coke?" She then went to get another can. In-han's plane took off. Before long, he saw another plane fly by. He frowned and muttered, "What's that, a fighter jet?" Eartha nodded slightly and replied, "It seems to be a fighter jet piloted by an ability user in case monsters appear in the sky." In-han nodded in understanding. "No wonder the tickets are so expensive." Eartha picked up the schedule next to her and looked at it. Then she spoke. "Before we get to Arizona where the troll dungeon is, we'll be stopping over in Los Angeles." In-han replied casually, "Los Angeles sounds good." Eartha said happily. Things seemed to be going smoothly this time. The plane continued on its way to Los Angeles. However, every time she says that something bad happens, as soon as he set foot in Los Angeles, In-han encountered monsters, leaving Eartha a bit dazed. She was about to say something, but In-han beat her to it. The next line is going to be, "There must be some mistake, right?" Eartha, having her line stolen, scolded him angrily. "Don't steal my catchphrase." In-han didn't care. He took out his mask and smiled calmly. "If an angel can't foresee this, then it's up to a human like me to step in." Seeing this, Eartha quickly reminded him, "This is no ordinary matter. It's an overflow. The prophecy has come true. An overflow is a phenomenon that occurs when a trap of destruction explodes for an unknown reason. The result is the birth of a horde of mutated monsters. Mutated monsters are much stronger than normal types. The most prominent sign is the energy from the trap of destruction, seeping into the surrounding space, altering the environment. But In-han didn't seem to care much. He found a deserted place, then took off his jacket and put it away. He looked around and spoke. Part of the airport has turned into a desert, so normally monsters are trapped in dungeons. But when an overflow occurs, the monsters themselves transform the outside world into a dungeon. With that, In-han put on his mask. Eartha beside him was still talking urgently. Exactly. Overflows usually happen when the world undergoes a change, as dungeons gradually form. They could be a side effect of some grand magic, or due to a dungeon's collapse. But that doesn't seem to be the reason for this event. In-han had no comment after hearing this. He took a running start. Eartha was still chattering endlessly in his ear. The biggest problem is that the mutants born from an overflow can react with other dungeons and cause another overflow. This means that if you miss even a single monster, in another place, an overflow will occur. Hearing this, In-han was immediately startled. His steps quickly came to a halt. He frowned and asked, "Wait a minute, is that a flag? I bet I'm going to miss one then. An overflow will happen, and I'll have to work hard to clean up the aftermath." This statement made Eartha's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. She was so angry she wanted to bite someone. But she suppressed it, bit her lip, and said, "We must avoid that at all costs. I'll give you a quest. The reward is stats and a skill." In-han nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. "Okay, I accept." At that moment, an explosion suddenly went off in front of them, startling them both. Inside, the airport had become a complete mess. People were fleeing in all directions. Someone with a gun tried to attack the monster, but it was useless. The monster seemed to have an iron hide. Bullets couldn't even scratch it. If you listened closely, it was muttering, "Record. Must find the record." In-han, observing from the outside, spoke after a long pause. "Looks like some kind of gecko." Eartha, seeing his cavalier attitude, quickly reminded him, "It's a level 2 mutated monster with special abilities. Don't be careless." Frowning, In-han pouted and said, "Seriously, you know I have this badass armor and spear, right?" With that, he reached into his bag to get his weapon. The monster over here was still frantically attacking people. In-han took out a spear. This was a weapon he had just crafted. Its attack power was over 2400. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and stabbed one of the monsters in the head. He killed it in a single blow. He also received a lot of experience points. In-han couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome!" Looking at the monster's corpse on the ground, Eartha spoke up to remind him, "No mana stone. If you plan to butcher it, you should save it in your inventory." In-han was freaking speechless. My bag can hold a corpse this huge. Meanwhile, people were whispering about him. Hearing this made Inhan even more alarmed. He had forgotten, even with his concealment skill, if he caused a commotion like this, people would see him. Then another monster approached Inhan from behind. It spat a massive fireball from its mouth. He was startled and quickly jumped back to run. He was wondering if this was the attack that destroyed the wall. But Inhan didn't have time. I have to get outside first, he thought. He immediately ran. Before long, Inhan stopped. He faced the flame head-on. With a bang, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Smoke and dust filled the air, debris flying everywhere. Everyone was worried, wondering if he was still alive. But when the smoke and dust cleared, an arm reached out from within. Inhan was still standing there, safe and sound, without any sign of injury. He said cheerfully, "I'm fine even after taking a direct hit. I can fight while taking hits without needing to dodge." Immediately, Inhan's confidence soared to its peak. He raised an eyebrow, taunting the monster. "Bring it on." But the air in front of him remained dead silent, leaving Inhan utterly baffled. An ability user then suggested, "We can't just stand by and watch. Those who can fight, follow me, let's form a party. As for the non-combat ability users, evacuate immediately." Inhan froze solid again. They completely ignored him. Seeing this scene, Eartha couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. "Looks like they lost all hope in you after that stunt. Even the monster is ignoring you now. Hilarious." Inhan grew even more annoyed and snapped, "Shut up!" And so a chaotic battle erupted at the airport. The ability users tried their best to fight the monsters. But the strongest person here, Inhan, was left on the sidelines. With the normal skills of the ability users, here, fighting monsters like the fire lizards was already too much for them. Before long, they were on the losing end. Just then, a fireball shot towards an ability user. In that split second, Inhan appeared and blocked the attack. Before the person could even thank him, he had vanished. Inhan didn't have time to listen to their pointless words. He had charged straight for the monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his spear. The monster's mouth was pierced through just like that, but it still kept muttering achievement. Warrior's achievement. So noisy. Inhan snorted and cursed. Then he quickly delivered another slash. The monster died on the spot. Just then, the monsters suddenly surrounded Inhan. They kept muttering, "The strongest warrior is here. If we eat him, we can evolve." Evolve. Hearing this, Inhan was speechless and muttered in confusion. "Are all the monsters obsessed with achievements and evolution like this? Is it because of the overflow? These guys are a little nuts." The person he had just saved also came over to thank him. Inhan recognized the voice as a girl's and put on a cool demeanor, saying, "From now on, I've got your back." As expected. The girl thought Inhan was very cool and he was pleased with himself. Time passed slowly like that. But inside the airport, it was still a chaotic battle with monsters. Inhan had just killed another one. He had reached level 44. Inhan looked at the mountain of corpses and couldn't help but say, "These lizards just keep on coming, don't they?" Eartha reminded him, "You don't have time to kill them one by one. You have to kill the leader first, then finish off the rest. If you let the leader live, more monsters will keep appearing." Biting his lip aggressively, Inhan said irritably, "Easy for you to say. You think taking on all of them is easy?" Just then the monsters shouted in unison, "We have to kill him first. Achievement. Warrior's achievement." They were so loud it annoyed Inhan. He charged forward with his spear, annoyed. But at the same time, a monster spat out a fireball. Inhan's movements halted. He quickly raised his spear to block it. With a bang, the fireball exploded in an instant. Debris flew everywhere. Dust filled the sky. But when the smoke cleared, Inhan was still standing there majestically. But the monster was dead. His performance was too amazing, making the onlookers outside gasp in admiration. "Amazing. We're having trouble taking down one and he's handling them all by himself." Inhan didn't care what they were thinking. He was still fighting the horde of monsters by himself. He did a flip in midair. He wanted to use the high ground to find the leader. Sure enough, Inhan quickly found one. A black-skinned one standing in the center. Without a moment's hesitation, Inhan charged forward with his spear. With a bang, a monster died. He leveled up to 45 because of it. Inhan landed lightly on the ground, bit his lip, and muttered, "I still can't learn how to control mana. By the time I get my subclass, if my progress stays like this..." Eartha pouted and said, "It'll be fine until level 100. Still, you level up really slowly." But at that moment, something above Inhan's head was exploding. Inhan was still dazed. A young man in armor approached and urged, "Hurry up and move. It explodes on contact." Inhan couldn't help but be stunned. This person is speaking Korean. Meanwhile, the monster got very close to Inhan, but he basically didn't care. He snorted and asked, "Explode these things, how interesting." With that, he reached out and grabbed its throat. Then he threw it directly like a piece of trash. As soon as it hit the wall, an explosion erupted. Seeing this, the girl next to the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a neat trick." The young man quickly warned, "Don't imitate him." Inhan, of course, didn't know what they were thinking. He was still standing there majestically, facing off against the leader monster by himself, as if he were just playing with it. Just then, the monster slammed its claws on the ground. Rocks from beneath, the earth suddenly shot up, attacking Inhan. Unfortunately, Inhan quickly jumped high into the air, pouting contemptuously. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for someone who's faced ocean waves. To catch a Moby Dick. Eartha was truly speechless. Still joking at a time like this? In a flash, the place suddenly exploded, causing the people outside to cry out in panic. I knew he was underestimating them. "Is he dead?" Inhan from afar heard this and grumbled with some annoyance. "Who's dead? I knew that rock would explode." Eartha was helpless against his childishness. She snorted and scolded. "You know they can't hear you." Inhan ignored her mockery. He took another weapon from his bag. First a spear, this time a pile bunker. He let out a fierce yell and charged. "Time to try out a new toy." The leader monster saw the thing in his hand and broke out in a cold sweat. But it couldn't stop Inhan's fierce charge. In an instant, the sharp metal spike was pointed right between its eyes. Inhan then activated the machine's energy. Immediately after the monster was hit, it took a critical hit. Fresh blood poured from its forehead, causing it to collapse in pain on the ground. Seeing this, the monsters behind it immediately charged forward to help. But before they could reach Inhan, they were blocked by the other ability users. But very quickly they were knocked away by them. At that moment, a large greatsword charged forward, slicing off the heads of those monsters. The only person with these strange weapons could be Inhan. Eartha sighed helplessly. "You look so weird." Inhan didn't care. As long as it kills monsters, what's the big deal? At the same time, although the leader monster was lying motionless on the ground, its mouth still kept muttering something. Achievement. Human is too strong. Hearing this, Inhan turned his head to look back. Before he could understand what was happening, the ground suddenly cracked and water shot out from below like rain. Then the ground began to shake violently. The sudden change in the situation confused everyone. Someone realized something. They quickly shouted, "Quick, that monster! It's trying to blow this place up." The desert area next to the airport was shaking violently, just like an earthquake. Inhan stood next to the leader monster, watching everything in a daze. At that moment it muttered again, "The human world is too dangerous." But as soon as it finished speaking, the great sword came down on its forehead, killing it on the spot. Inhan snorted and pouted. "You're right about that." As soon as he killed it, Inhan received nearly 2 million experience points. He couldn't help but mutter in confusion. These monsters can even change the surrounding environment. But they're still a lower level than the black leopard. That doesn't make sense. "Why so little experience?" Eartha slowly explained. "The previous leopard was a mutated monster. It's stronger than other monsters. Much stronger." Hearing this, Inhan nodded in understanding. He then jumped down below, but seeing the atmosphere here, he was stunned. Everyone was gathered in one place. Seeing Inhan, they cheered. The young man from earlier said warmly, "Are you hurt?" The girl beside him also offered enthusiastically, "I can heal you." Inhan squinted at the two of them. He recognized them. They were the Korean couple from before. Eartha, beside him, seeing this scene, couldn't help but say mockingly, "Joe Inhan, I feel a ton of jealousy coming from you." "What are you jealous of?" Inhan pouted and said, "You're an outsider, so you wouldn't understand." With that, he walked past the two of them and left. Before leaving, he warned, "I'm fine. Please stay away from the monsters. If I miss even one, it'll be a big problem." The girl watched his retreating figure and asked, bewildered, "Hajin, do you think his third job class made him stronger?" Hajin shook his head, denying it. "I haven't even heard of anyone reaching the level for the third job change." The two of them, they stood in the desert discussing Inhan. The person in question didn't care much. He was still killing monsters and farming experience. He killed as he muttered, "Even if I go all out here and hunt all these lizards, one might still survive." Inhan didn't want the scenario where he missed one to happen. And then it flies away and then runs into a forest. And then after returning to Los Angeles, another mutation disaster occurs, just because of it. Eartha, reading these thoughts of his, couldn't help but be annoyed. "What kind of movie is this?" Inhan aggressively bit his lip and said, "I won't let it happen." Then he started slaughtering monsters again. He jumped into the air, looked towards 11 o'clock, and saw two monsters fleeing. He immediately chopped their bodies in half. After killing until he was exhausted, Inhan finally spoke up. "Are we almost done?" Eartha didn't answer. She saw him collecting the monster corpses into his bag. She asked doubtfully, "Are you just going to keep hoarding monsters like that?" "Why not?" Inhan pouted and replied, "I got a ton of monster corpses." But as soon as he said it, his face immediately soured. "It's too heavy." After Inhan finished packing, his body sank into the ground. Inhan looked tragically at Eartha, pleading, "Give me the option to change the bag's weight." A moment later, after a comprehensive massacre by Inhan, Los Angeles Airport had returned to peace. Inhan found an empty spot and checked the notification windows that had just appeared. Another quest, completed. All his stats had increased. At the same time, Eartha seemed to be busy with her own thing. She was muttering some kind of heavenly incantation. In a flash, a blinding light shot out. 2 angels had appeared here. The blue-haired female angel glanced at Eartha and asked, "Is that you? Why did you call me?" Eartha replied nonchalantly, "I need some help with artifact design." The other female angel immediately nodded in agreement. "All right." Then the 3 of them quickly cast a spell on Inhan's space bag. Before long, it was enveloped by a stream of holy power. Eartha brought it to Inhan. She said seriously, "Now you can adjust the weight however you want." Inhan gratefully thanked her. At that moment, a laugh suddenly reached the ears of the 2 of them. It was the blue-haired female angel. She looked at Inhan and said admiringly, "I watched you fight today. The person I'm supervising is also on the battlefield." Inhan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "There's someone else getting help from an angel." "Like me?" Eartha nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. We protect those with excellent abilities and rare potential for the sake of the Earth." The other angel immediately introduced herself. "Her name is Najuna. If you have a chance, help her next time. It would be good for you to help Juna, because she's blessed by the goddess of beauty." Hearing this, Eartha immediately cut in, "Wait. Feta, don't tell her about Joe Inhan's abilities. His information needs to be protected." "All right." Feta nodded without hesitation. She pouted and said, "I've never seen Eartha care so much for a mortal before. Could it be you have a crush on him?" This statement made Eartha's face turn red with anger. But Feta continued to joke, "You can't. I'll kill you." Eartha, furious, immediately chased her away. "What did you say?" "You're done here, so go back." Feta cheerfully went back to heaven with the male angel, still not forgetting to wave goodbye. "Inhan, be nice to Najuna." Eartha glared at her. Then she glanced at Inhan and asked, "Do you want to help her?" Shrugging indifferently, Inhan pouted and replied, "How could I? I'm an outsider. I never approach others first." Hearing this, Eartha breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll give you your reward. The skill is called superhuman strength. You can use it without spending mana." Inhan couldn't help but suspect, "Sounds like a monster skill, doesn't it?" Eartha snorted and said, "Have you learned all the skills a human can learn already?" A moment later, a plane departed from Los Angeles Airport. Juna was also on this flight. She leaned back comfortably in her seat and looked for Feta, saying, "He said he would be on this flight, but I don't see him." Seeing this, Hajin reminded her, "Juna, sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. Lower your voice, people will hear." But with Juna's fun-loving personality, how could she be quiet? So she kept gossiping about Inhan with Hajin. But they didn't know that Inhan was sitting behind them, hearing everything. He couldn't help but mutter in annoyance, "I feel like I should just ignore them." Have you ever heard of Chekhov's gun? The plane took off and left just like that. That evening, a few days later, in a certain forest, Juna was resting here by a campfire. She was gnawing on a piece of meat. The 2 of them were eating and drinking happily. The one suffering was Inhan. Why did he have to grill meat for them? He grilled as he shooed them away. "If you're done eating, then leave." But Juna acted as if she didn't hear and said cheerfully with a smile, "Can you make more? It just melts in your mouth." I had no idea the meat of this scorpion monster was this delicious. The meat they were eating was the meat of a scorpion that Inhan had just defeated. You were the one who killed the monster, and you were the one who butchered it. Ilhan was also the one who grilled it. He did everything himself. To explain this situation, Ilhan had to go back to that moment. That morning when he arrived at a cliff, he discovered a very large dungeon gate. Ilhan and Eartha just stood there staring blankly at it for a long time. Even Eartha was confused and asked, "What is this?" Ilhan replied, annoyed, "Don't ask me. You're an angel, you should know more than me." Eartha really didn't know. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "I'll scout around a bit. I heard it's a normal troll dungeon." With that, Eartha quickly went inside. When she saw what was there, she nodded in understanding. "I see, this is a very rare phenomenon. 2 traps of destruction were coincidentally placed here. This caused the 2 dungeons to merge into a larger one." With that, Eartha quickly warned Ilhan, "Something like this could contain monsters other than trolls. You should be careful." Ilhan didn't understand a single word. "What the hell are you talking about? Can you explain it briefly?" Eartha hesitated for a moment before saying, "I mean, there will be 2 boss fights." So the 2 of them quickly went inside. This dungeon was a grassland. Ilhan's luck wasn't bad. He encountered a troll as soon as he entered. He exclaimed happily, "There's a troll!" But at that moment, the troll suddenly sighed. "Troll, tired." Then it lay down on the ground to rest. Seeing this, Ilhan cried out in shock. It fell asleep in 3 seconds. Is that a rest skill? Is that why I need troll blood? To evolve the rest skill. No taking advantage of the troll's deep sleep, Ilhan slowly walked towards it. He smirked wickedly. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed it with his spear, killing it on the spot. Ignoring the experience gained, Ilhan began to drain the troll's blood. He even said nonchalantly, "Too easy." Erta snorted and scolded, "Easy for you." Having made a good haul right from the start, Ilhan became even more excited and ran off. "Let's go hunt 500 more." At the same time, outside, someone else approached the dungeon entrance. It was the two Hajin and Yuna. Looking at the dungeon's restrictions in front of them, Yuna couldn't help but exclaim, "A dungeon this big and the level restriction is only 50. At this point, Feta also chimed in, "Be careful, na Yuna. We don't know what's inside." But Yuna was basically not, excitedly entered. "A date in a dungeon is so much fun." Hajin sighed helplessly. "You don't even like me that much." Ignoring Feta's desperate cries from behind, the two of them just entered the dungeon. Elsewhere in a corner of the dungeon, a blazing fire was burning brightly, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. After defeating many trolls, Ilhan had set up camp to rest. After waiting a while, the meat skewers were cooked. He immediately smiled happily, perfect. Then he started to eat greedily. Erta, standing by, saw this and bit her lip. "You're so hungry you're eating troll meat. It's poisonous, you know." Ilhan replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I know, but it's delicious. A bit tougher than beef, but it's really tasty." Just then, a notification window appeared in front of him. He exclaimed in surprise, "It even helps my poison resistance skill level up faster." Erta was still annoyed and grumbled, "That just goes to show that what you're eating is highly poisonous." Ilhan had no comment. He just kept eating and said, "I have that skill, so it's fine." So by the time the fire died down, he had also finished a large piece of meat. He leaned against an ancient tree, rubbed his full stomach, and said, "That was delicious. My cooking skill has also leveled up." Erta couldn't help but snort, coldly, "Yeah, cooking monster meat helps it level up faster." Putting that aside, Ilhan suddenly became serious and said, "Hey, I've been here for 5 days now, but I've only seen trolls. I even started a fire and cooked meat, but no monsters came. Isn't that strange?" Erta also found this quite strange. She nodded and said, "I have a theory, though I'm not sure." Ilhan squinted at her and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Erta replied nonchalantly, "The concealment effect hid the traces of the fire and the smell of the meat." This made Ilhan stunned. He cried out in disbelief, "That's so absurd!" Shrugging nonchalantly, Erta pouted and said, "Your concealment ability can even fool God." And so the two of them stayed in the dungeon for another night. The next morning, the sun rose high again. Ilhan quickly found the 500th troll. He just walked behind it, chatting as he went, "A lot has happened." Erta snorted and said, "Yeah, the fact that you've eaten a lot of trolls." The troll in front, unaware of their presence, found a good spot and sat down. Then, like the others, it closed its eyes to rest. But by this time, the two, Ilhan and Erta, had started to argue. Erta pouted and demanded, "Just kill that damn troll already." Ilhan glared at her. Then, with one spear thrust, he killed the 500th troll. He gained quite a lot of experience points, but he couldn't reach level 50 yet. Without a second class, Ilhan was stunned. A series of classes quickly appeared before his eyes, including Bloodlancer, Bluntmaster, Death God, Apprentice, and Berserker. Erta saw this and was instantly delighted. She cleared her throat and said, "Congratulations. You, Ilhan. You finally get to choose your second class, but there might be a lot of changes. It's time for me to explain. Bloodlancer is Ilhan's natural next class. It will also be very beneficial for his existing traits. A Bluntmaster can master all kinds of weapons. Even Ilhan's body can be used as a weapon. A Berserker is a warrior who will not leave the battlefield until either the enemy or they themselves are dead. All three are strong and rare classes, and they're not affected by mana." So Erta told Ilhan he could choose whichever he liked. Ilhan only heard her introduce 3. There was still one left. He asked doubtfully, "What about Death God Apprentice?" Erta shook her head helplessly. "I'm not sure. I've never seen it before. It's probably a one-of-a-kind class. It might be very different from its name." Hearing this, Ilhan remembered what happened before. He pursed his lips and mumbled, "Ah." For example, a spear-wielding warrior, but Ilhan decided to ignore it. He would choose the Death God Apprentice class. Erta wasn't too surprised. She spoke nonchalantly. "I knew you'd choose that. You like mysterious things more than anyone." Ilhan had no comment and said, "You know me too well." Right after that, a series of notification windows appeared in front of him. But the conditions for advancement made Ilhan's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. He yelled in frustration, "What kind of difficulty is this?" His frustrated shout echoed across the entire grassland, but no one sympathized. Ilhan sat down on the ground helplessly and sighed. I now understand why some people never get past level 50. Killing a third-class monster with one blow at level 50. That seems impossible. The more he spoke, the more desperate he felt. Erta glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "Can you think of a way?" Ilhan thought for a moment before answering. "I'll have to postpone evolving the rest skill. If I use a mana stone to reinforce my weapon with mana crafting, it might work." So right after that, a powerful surge of energy suddenly appeared. On the grassland, the creator was none other than Ilhan. He didn't even know if it was enough. But at that moment, a noise from behind suddenly startled him. Ilhan glanced over to see, but he saw a scorpion capturing someone. He cried out in shock, "What? A sand scorpion? What's it doing in the highlands?" The person it had captured was Yuna. She was extremely panicked and crying for help. Yuna screamed her lungs out, but the scorpion held her tight and wouldn't let go. Feda beside her was even more panicked. "That's why I told you to be careful." Yuna shrieked in terror. "I'll be more careful from now on. Please help me." At the same time, Hajin was also chasing after the scorpion to rescue Yuna, but it was a desperate situation. Ilhan, watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "What's wrong with them? Why are they fighting over such a weak monster?" Erta slowly explained. "This can happen if you're suddenly ambushed." Ilhan sighed helplessly. He took out his mask and put it on, saying with dissatisfaction, "I really don't want to get involved with these two at all, but I can't let them be in danger." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a meat skewer. Seeing it, Erta was startled. She didn't know what he was planning. Ilhan didn't care what she thought. He raised the skewer in his hand and yelled aggressively, "This is the skewer I use for my meals. But take this iron heart steel skewer. You can rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it, causing Erta to cry out in frustration. "You used such a precious material to make a meat skewer. You're insane." But no matter what she said, the meat skewer flew through the air like a blur. It stabbed straight into the pincer that was holding Yuna's scorpion. Yuna was dropped just like that. Ilhan quickly ran over and caught her. Then without a word, he threw her back to Hajin. Extremely decisive. Hajin didn't expect Ilhan to act like that. He was tackled by Yuna, and they both fell to the ground. But Ilhan had already taken out another weapon. He quickly rushed in front of the sand scorpion, gripping the weapon tightly in his hand. Ilhan struck aggressively. The scorpion couldn't dodge in time and took a full blow from him. One hit, one kill. The scorpion died just like that. Ilhan received a decent amount of experience. But there was one thing that surprised him. Its level was actually 78, higher than expected. Erta then explained, "Its main weapon is poison. But you have poison resistance, so it would be an easy fight for you." Ilhan nodded in understanding. "I see, a giant scorpion. I bet it's delicious. I have a feeling it tastes like lobster." Hearing this, Erta cried out in frustration, "You're eating again! Did you just come here to eat?" Meanwhile, Yuna had gotten up from on top of Hajin. Feda asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yuna didn't answer. She stared blankly at Ilhan on the other side, then cried out in shock, "He's the Dark Knight." This nickname surprised Ilhan. He asked, confused, "The Dark what now?" Yuna quickly explained, "You don't know you're really popular on Instagram. People call you the Dark Knight." Hajin, who had also come to his senses, retorted, "Many people also say he's an FBI agent." Yuna shook her head and chuckled, "But I think the name Dark Knight sounds cooler." The two of them just stood in front of Ilhan, discussing his nickname. Erta, on the other hand, was fuming. "As I thought the internet is a devilish thing. Those damn things always distort the truth." Ilhan was a little scared of Erta like this, but he still had other things to do. "Oh well, time to go." But as he turned to leave, Yuna noticed. She cried out in shock, "He's ignoring me!" Hajin also remarked, "I guess he fights scorpions alone. What an amazing person." By nightfall inside the dungeon, after a day of monster hunting, it was time to rest. A plate of delicious fresh meat was placed on the pan, the aroma wafting up. Ilhan was, of course, the cook. But there was one thing. The two uninvited guests were still standing by their mouths watering. Yuna exclaimed, "It smells so good. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten all day." Ilhan was a little helpless. He sighed and said, "I can give you a few pieces, but they're poisonous." Yuna didn't mind. She exclaimed excitedly, "Okay, I can handle it." As soon as she finished speaking, she placed her 2 hands near the pan of meat. "Poison disappear, purify." In an instant, a stream of dark aura rose from it. Yuna immediately smiled happily and said, "Now I can eat. The poison is gone." Ilhan was stunned. They were both very good-looking and had good skill moves. My God, that's not fair. At this point, Erta spoke up, "I heard she's blessed by the god of beauty. She has a truly amazing divine power." So that's how we have the scene in the vast Kaoyuan, where 1 person grills and 3 people eat like before. Yuna and Hajin, having eaten their fill, thanked Ilhan, but Ilhan said nothing, just nodded casually. Seeing he didn't reply, Yuna said cheerfully, Are you sad? Do you want to join our party? Ilhan immediately shook his head and refused. No. His bluntness made Yuna look at him in disbelief. Hajin Oppa, I was rejected instantly, even with this beauty. Seeing the two of them, Ilhan was surprised. Are they dating? That's not the reaction I expected from a couple. While Ilhan was thinking, Hajin approached and handed him a business card and said, "Thank you for saving my teammate. We'll be leaving now. Please contact us through this number. We promise to repay you." Looking at the business card in his hand, Ilhan was startled. This looked like the business card Mirai had given him. Maybe they were from the same company. Yuna also took one out, gave it to him, and said with a smile, "Please accept my card. We're just here on business, so we'll be returning to Korea soon after." Seeing this, Hajin immediately covered her mouth. "Stop it now, Yuna. If you reveal information like that, Ilhan could be sure they were from the same company." After that ruckus, Yuna and Hajin left. Ilhan watched their retreating backs and sighed. "I'll probably see them again in this dungeon." Hearing this, Urta snorted and scolded. "I told you to stop predicting the future." But before she could finish, Ilhan smiled slyly and said, "Because I'm going to follow them. I have no other choice. The scorpions won't attack me, so I have to follow them. They'll be the bait." On the other side, the two, Hajin, on this side, didn't know they had become Ilhan's bait. Yuna was still grumbling as she walked. "He probably would have followed us, if I could have charmed him for a little longer. Unless he's gay." Hajin was really at a loss with her. He decided to stay silent. Yuna continued to chatter on. "It's too difficult for the two of us. Do you think he'll help us if we give him everything we get from defeating the scorpion?" Hajin didn't answer right away but asked back, "So what if he wants the scorpion's poison?" Hearing this, Yuna immediately fell silent. Hajin continued to remind her, "It would be really bad if he asked us what we need the poison for. So you need to reconsider your offer." But the two of them didn't know that their conversation had been completely overheard by Ilhan, who was walking behind them. He smirked. "Hajin is really cautious." Yuna was only silent for a moment, then continued to speak. "Appa, do we really need to hide anything from him? Moreover, he saved our lives and gave us a meal. I'm sure he's a good person." Hearing this, Hajin sighed helplessly. "I'm surprised you're still as naive as ever at your age." Yuna didn't seem to mind and said cheerfully, "That's because you and Mirai have been protecting me." Ilhan, walking behind, was a bit bored and asked, "Didn't you say this was a dungeon they're here? Just for a scorpion?" Erta said, annoyed, "I don't know. I thought we were the only ones here." Ilhan didn't believe it and questioned with a cold snort, "That's suspicious. I think you're trying to trick me, just because I can predict what will happen." While the two were arguing, another scorpion appeared. Ilhan quickly noticed it. He immediately killed it in one move. Erta, seeing the weapon he was holding, asked annoyed, "That skewer again. How many of those did you make?" Ilhan smiled happily and said, "Call it the Iron Heart Skewer. I named it that." Putting that aside, there was something that made him feel strange. He frowned and mumbled, "A monster appeared," but they didn't notice. "They're lucky I'm following them. Their guardian angel couldn't have expected this." Erta slowly explained, "An angel's power on Earth is limited. Guardian angels are not allowed to interfere too much in human lives. They can only offer solutions and advice." Hearing this, Ilhan joked, "So they're not useful in every aspect. There's still something inconvenient." Hearing his intention, Erta scolded him, annoyed. "What do you mean I've been helpful to you, right?" Just then, Yuna's clear voice suddenly rang out. "Where's the giant super scorpion?" Hajin said helplessly. "You mean the giant death scorpion?" Hearing this name, Ilhan also stopped arguing with Erta and remarked, "So that thing is called a giant death scorpion. A name that sounds strong." But at that moment, Erta's expression suddenly darkened. Hajin's too. Something had blocked their vision. He exclaimed in shock, "When did it appear?" It in his mouth was that death scorpion. Hajin and Yuna backed away in fear. Hajin screamed in terror, "It's here, the giant death scorpion." But Yuna was still in the mood to exclaim, "It's so big, so you're the giant death scorpion." Hearing this, Hajin scolded, annoyed. Now's not the time to be impressed. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his weapon. He ordered Yuna to enhance him. Yuna quickly complied. She spread her hands in front of her, and a strange pattern appeared, accompanied by dazzling lights. She mumbled non-stop, "Please make Hajin stronger." In an instant, Hajin's strength had been significantly buffed. He charged towards the death scorpion with his sword. Ilhan, watching this scene from outside, couldn't help but remark, "A knight and a guardian angel." "I won't need to interfere, right?" Erta nodded slightly and replied, "They can definitely handle it themselves." On the other side, while Hajin was fighting fiercely with the death scorpion, Yuna was standing on the side cheering. She didn't notice a troll approaching. Ilhan saw it and sighed. "But now maybe I should help them." Before long, Yuna seemed to notice something was wrong too. When she turned her head, she saw the terrifying face of the other troll. She immediately screamed, "Hajin Oppa, run!" This panicked Hajin, who didn't know what was happening. While the troll was chasing Yuna, Ilhan appeared from behind it. In his hand, he was holding a crossbow. Without a moment's hesitation, he loaded it and fired. It quickly pierced through the troll's body, killing it on the spot. This sudden turn of events left the two, Yuna and Hajin, stunned and unable to react. When he looked closer, Hajin's expression turned grim. He didn't expect the one who appeared to be Ilhan, but Ilhan didn't care much. He landed on the troll's corpse and said coolly, "Ah, just as I thought. This is a one-time use." The crossbow in his hand now showed signs of cracking. Erta scolded, annoyed. "That's because you ignored durability and only increased attack power." "Who does that?" Ilhan said nonchalantly. "I needed a powerful shot like this to take down a third-class monster." Erta, hearing this, didn't know how to retort. The words that came to her lips disappeared. Only then did Ilhan remember there were other people here. He quickly spoke up. "I'm done. You can continue. Goodbye." The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Both the Death Scorpion and Hajin were frozen solid, but soon they both reacted. The Scorpion attacked and Hajin dodged. Seeing this, Yuna cried out in panic. "Hajin Oppa is in danger." Immediately after she ran after Ilhan, Yuna pleaded, "If you help kill the Scorpion, we'll give you everything except the Scorpion's poison." It seemed like Ilhan would refuse, but he sealed the deal without a moment's hesitation. Hajin, fighting the Scorpion on this side, heard Yuna's offer and yelled, "Hey, you idiot! I warned you not to." Yuna didn't back down and retorted, "Appa, be reasonable. You need his help right now." Hearing this, Hajin was helpless. It was true. While he was distracted, the Scorpion's tail whipped towards him, and so he was caught by it. At the same time, Ilhan appeared beside them like a god and asked coolly, "Are you done arguing? I'll help now." Hajin hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when his body went limp and he fell, because Ilhan had severed the Scorpion's tail, causing it to release him. But that still wasn't enough. Ilhan continued to attack. His spear was firmly embedded in the Death Scorpion's body. Hajin, who had just fallen to the ground, watched Ilhan's attack and couldn't help but feel amazed. Amazing. While he was dazed, Yuna yelled, reminding him, "Hajin Oppa, you attacked too." Hajin immediately snapped out of it and stood up, gripping his sword tightly. Then he unleashed a powerful slash. Seeing this, Erta couldn't help but remark, "The skill he just used was influenced by your previous attack. In other words, he's using his power better now." Ilhan asked doubtfully, "Is that also a mana skill?" "Right. He's weaker than I thought." Hearing this, Erta snorted coldly. "Not everyone is a monster like you." Ilhan had no comment. He charged in front of the Scorpion again. He asked in a cold voice, "Hey, Scorpion, do you know what my most proficient skill is?" The Scorpion stared at him blankly, not understanding. "It's attacking weak spots," Ilhan shouted aggressively. Then he stabbed it in the head with a killing blow. The Death Scorpion died on the spot. Ilhan had gained over 2,000 experience points. The giant body of the Death Scorpion collapsed to the ground. As agreed, Ilhan began to butcher the entire body of the Scorpion and gave its poison stinger and poison gland to Hajin. At the same time, in another corner, an Erta was strangling Feta and questioning, "You brought that Scorpion to force you, Ilhan, to help, didn't you?" Feta, having been called out, couldn't deny it. She could only admit it. Ilhan, of course, didn't know about this. He was still continuing to dissect the Scorpion's corpse. Soon after, he found a third-class mana stone. Feta saw it and exclaimed in shock, "A third-class mana stone." Erta didn't care and still held her by the neck, scolding, "Don't try to distract me. Take this angel's lock." After dealing with Feta, Erta threw her away. Then she returned to Ilhan's side and said, "You got the mana stone, good." Ilhan nodded slightly in response. "I should be able to complete the mission right away." Hajin's mission was also complete. Hajin immediately suggested, "We're going back to Korea now. Do you want to come with us? If you can, we'd like to invite you to join our company." Ilhan refused coldly without a moment's hesitation. No. This stunned the two of them. Then they started to persuade Ilhan, saying anything they could think of. Even Feta joined in. But they only made him more annoyed. He almost snarled. I said no. Famous people can have fun on their own. Don't drag me into it. In an instant, Ilhan's mood had changed. Erta sighed helplessly. His PTSD is acting up again. With that thought, she shooed them away. All right, he doesn't want to. Stop clinging to him. Just go. Hajin and the others had no other choice. They could only say goodbye to Ilhan and leave. Only Ilhan and Erta were left in the dungeon. Ilhan immediately cheered up again. Erta sighed and said, "They're gone. Now I should stay invisible." Ilhan nodded slightly. He picked up the third-class mana stone from the ground and started his work. His remaining skills, thanks to it, developed quite a bit. Then Ilhan began to enhance many of the things he had. In an instant, the entire corner where he stood was covered in energy. At that moment, a system notification window appeared in front of Ilhan. You have acquired transcendent regeneration. This stunned him for a moment. This skill, when Ilhan is injured, can regenerate in an instant. Once activated, he can't reuse it until he has recovered enough energy. Seeing this, Urta congratulated him. You've acquired an extremely difficult skill to train and level up. But once it reaches higher levels, even if your heart or brain is crushed, you can still return to your original state. Hearing this, Ilhan muttered in fear, how long do I have to train to do that? But it sounds like a great skill, doesn't it? And it's worth training. Urta nodded slightly. A satisfied smile also appeared on her lips. The two of them just stood there talking in the dark night. After a long while, Ilhan spoke again. Now I just need to catch 100 more second-class monsters and I'm done. The requirement for Death God Apprentice is truly a terrifying one. Immediately after he went to hunt for the trolls. After observing them for a long time, Ilhan asked again doubtfully, but the trolls' movements seem different from before, don't they? They usually rest under trees, but now they're not resting at all. Suddenly thinking of something, Ilhan was terrified. Ilhan muttered in fear. The two of them are trying to avenge their leader, but they don't look like the type to hold a grudge. Urta, too lazy to banter with him, urged, just get this over with quickly. And so for the next 2 days, Ilhan went around the dungeon hunting trolls. But he had only managed to kill 97 of them. On the evening of the second day, Ilhan as usual found an empty piece of land to rest. He sat by the fire grilling meat and muttering, the number of trolls has dropped sharply. Before I'd run into at least one every 10 minutes. But now it probably takes an hour to find one. Moreover, they're acting very strangely. This made Ilhan quite suspicious. When he ambushed them, they were all terrified, begging for their lives. Troll doesn't want to die. Troll wants to go back, too lazy to run, but Troll wants to live. Remembering that, Ilhan couldn't help but speculate. Maybe there's someone stronger, controlling them. Urta frowned slightly and mumbled, I don't think there's another troll with a higher status than the leader. Ilhan was still suspicious and speculated in silence. Then it must be a different kind of monster. Urta thought so too. She nodded in agreement, possibly. So Ilhan quickly devoured the meat, leaving only the bones. Then he spoke up. I'm heading back now. Urta didn't stop him. She spoke nonchalantly. I agree, no need to take unnecessary risks. Ilhan quickly turned and left the dungeon. As he walked, he spoke. This isn't the only place with second-class monsters. And so the two of them walked on through the plains. But Ilhan suddenly felt something was wrong. He frowned and mumbled, this isn't the right way. It looks a little different than before. Urta heard him and was suspicious. She frowned, really, let me see. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and focused her mind. Soon she opened her eyes, but her expression had changed slightly. She cried out in alarm, the exit is gone. These words made Ilhan freeze up. Urta didn't know what was happening. She panicked, clutching her head and screaming. The exit disappeared, and I can't even contact the other angels anymore. I've never encountered anything like this before. Seeing her like this, Ilhan quickly spoke to calm her down. Calm down, Miss Angel. Urta took a deep breath, regaining her composure. She suddenly thought of something and muttered hesitantly, could this be a forsaken world? Hearing the word forsaken, Ilhan's face fell. He asked back suspiciously, a forsaken world? Urta nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, God manages many worlds, partly to help other living creatures when they are in peril. But sometimes, the monsters become too strong and wipe out all other species. Then when the monsters have no more rivals, they start to tear each other apart. Meaning that, the future of that world is considered lost, and heaven will abandon that world. Urta, while speaking, tried to use her aura to contact the other angels, but it was useless. She spoke with growing urgency. I can't contact the other angels in a forsaken world, because all connections from here to heaven have been severed. Ilhan still didn't quite understand. He asked doubtfully, but Urta, this is a dungeon on Earth. It's not a forsaken world. Urta nodded slightly in response. Yes, it should be, but... Before she could finish, the ground suddenly shook, causing Ilhan's pupils to constrict involuntarily. He quickly called out to Urta. Urta looked at Ilhan in confusion, not knowing what he was about to do. Before she could understand, Ilhan had scooped her up and started running. It seemed like at the same time, the spot where the two of them had just been standing exploded. Fortunately, they had dodged in time. When the dust settled, a figure was revealed inside. In its hand was a scythe. This person's form was no different than the Grim Reaper. Ilhan frowned at it and asked, what is that? Urta slowly explained. It's an unrecorded monster. It's a variant that appears when monsters eat each other and evolve. Therefore, she has no information about it. She told him to be careful with it. Meanwhile, that monster had swung its scythe to attack. Ilhan quickly dodged. He quickly realized it was much stronger than the troll leader, but Ilhan didn't think he would lose. No matter how strong it was still just a third-class monster. Just now, the monster had targeted Urta, not Ilhan. He wondered if it was because of his concealment ability, and its signature ability was also concealment. In the moment of crisis, Urta shouted, "I will give you a reward for saving the life of a supreme being. If we get out of here alive, so don't die." Rarely did her eyes show such worry. Ilhan knew the opponent was tough. He quickly dodged its attack. Meanwhile, the monster was muttering something about a new record. Ilhan yelled in frustration, "You keep rambling about a new record, what's that got to do with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's scythe struck again. Ilhan could only dodge. The pile bunker was already destroyed. Now the only weapon he had left was this spear. He had to rely on his armor as a shield. At that moment, the monster spoke again. "Hurry up! I need to obtain your record." Ilhan was stunned and muttered doubtfully. "That is," Urta quickly warned him, "be careful, it's magic." It seemed like at the same time, a surge of energy appeared beneath Ilhan's feet. Not daring to be careless, he quickly leaped into the air. Sharp stakes appeared below. Ilhan, looking down from above, watched the monster intently. Immediately after he gripped the spear in his hand, he yelled aggressively, "Eat this first!" As soon as Ilhan finished speaking, the spear had already flown and stabbed straight into the monster's head. It had suffered a critical hit, causing it to scream in pain. Seeing it didn't die, Ilhan immediately gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed, "Damn it!" "A critical hit only did that much," Urta slowly explained. "There's almost a 100-level difference between you. To be able to inflict damage on it, even a little, is already a miracle, for your skills and weapon." At that moment, the monster sneered and taunted, "Weak. But no matter what, I will get your record." As soon as it finished speaking, it swung its scythe at Ilhan again. Ilhan fought back fiercely, but was still pushed back. He gripped the spear in his hand. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed the monster with his spear. However, the monster blocked it with the shaft of its scythe. It sneered and said, "How can you be both so weak and so strong? Give me your record. Give me that knowledge." "Shut up, you're too noisy," Ilhan cursed in frustration. Then he continued to fight back. But at that moment, his expression changed slightly. A surge of magic struck him in the face. It exploded in just 2 seconds. Fortunately, Ilhan dodged in time. However, a part of the armor on his waist was broken. Ilhan pursed his lips and thought to himself, "It even used a powerful skill. My armor broke too. He wouldn't be able to last long if his equipment was broken." With that thought, Ilhan looked at the monster and mumbled, "Is this the true power of mana?" Meanwhile, the monster started to attack him again. It shot out a powerful energy beam. Just behind Ilhan, a series of sharp stakes appeared. Ilhan didn't back down. He yelled aggressively, "Bring it on, you bastard! One of these days I'll master mana." Immediately after, he charged and stabbed his spear into the monster's face. However, a strange change that surprised him occurred. From that monster's face, sharp spikes also appeared. Ilhan quickly dodged. Urta, watching this, was no less terrified. Ilhan, on the other hand, although he had dodged, was still hit in the shoulder by a sharp spike, causing him to scream in pain. "That really hurts," Urta asked worriedly. "You, Ilhan, are you okay?" Before Ilhan could answer, Urta saw something. The blood from the wound on his shoulder was turning black. This is a curse. Even though Ilhan is immune to all poisons, he can't stop it. Urta grew more and more worried. There seemed to be a calculation in her eyes. After a long moment of contemplation, she lifted her wings and flew into the air, which confused Ilhan. She immediately yelled, explaining, "The fight will be tougher if he keeps targeting me. It would be better if I left." Ilhan frowned slightly. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Okay, you go on ahead." Urta stared at him intently for a moment. After a long pause, she spoke. "Don't die." Ilhan didn't say anything. He attacked that monster again. This time, he activated a critical hit. But after using that move, Ilhan's hand gradually lost feeling. He found this to be a truly difficult situation. With that thought, Ilhan put on his leather mask. Strangely, he didn't feel desperate at all, because there was still a prophecy that needed to be fulfilled. The person Ilhan mentioned was also in this plane. It was the girl named Ymir, the one Lita had asked him to help before. Elsewhere, Urta was flying frantically. As she flew, she thought, if Ilhan's power wasn't limited on Earth, would things be this difficult? And that Grim Reaper? But there's no time to worry about that. Now Urta needed to be faster. They're not leaving this place. Not if this really is a forsaken world. All she could do now was hope Ilhan would hold on. Elsewhere, in another corner of the dungeon, 3 people. Ymir was there. Hajin was looking for the exit but couldn't find it. He muttered doubtfully. "Why isn't the escape scroll working?" Ymir asked in confusion. "Are you sure it's not broken?" "The exit is gone now too." Feta was waiting for the 2 of them. But at that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. From the sky, a beam of light shot straight down to the ground, confusing all 3 of them. Feta, after taking a closer look at what it was, cried out in shock, "Urta!" That beam of light was indeed Urta, but she was lying on the ground at this moment. But she didn't care and quickly yelled, "Feta! Now you can repay your debt." At the same time, Ilhan, on the other side, was fighting that monster, to the point where his mask was almost shattered. However, this made that monster extremely furious. It kept screaming and questioning, "Why won't you fall?" Why? It was almost going mad, relentlessly swinging its scythe at Ilhan. He quickly dodged, cursing in frustration, "Don't ask me, you bastard!" Ilhan didn't back down at all. He started to fight back. As he fought, he mumbled, "Humans have only been back on Earth for 2 months. Do you think I endured for 1,000 years just to live for 2 months?" Saying this, his grip on the spear tightened. Ilhan stabbed down, yelling aggressively, "I will never die here." But as soon as he landed this blow, his body collapsed to the ground. His fingers could no longer move. Seeing this, the monster laughed triumphantly. "Now you must die." Ilhan bit his lip, unwilling to accept defeat. Urta had told him not to die before, so he wouldn't die. And Ymir had said they would meet again. If Ilhan died here, the things he wanted to do would be impossible, so he couldn't die like this. He still had to wait to meet Lita again. At this moment, Ilhan really missed her. While he was thinking, that monster swung its scythe to strike. Ilhan suddenly heard someone call his name. It sounded like Lita's voice. He bit his lip fiercely. He didn't want to die here. Boom! A sound. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the clearing. But when the energy dissipated, there was no one under the monster's scythe. This confused it. The moment it struck, he didn't know where the strength came from. Ilhan had rolled away to dodge. The monster looked at him doubtfully and mumbled, "How did you—" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "We're not late, are we?" The person who arrived was Ymir. She immediately cast a spell and began to chant an incantation. "Please save that person." Instantly, a surge of energy appeared on Ilhan's body. That energy surge was like holy power. In an instant, the wound on Ilhan's hand began to close. The fresh blood from the wound on his shoulder also slowly disappeared. Ilhan's eyes widened in shock. "The curse is gone. This healing power is amazing. Now I can fight back against that bastard." At that moment, the monster swung its scythe again to attack. Ilhan quickly dodged. This angered it, and it glared at him. He snorted and pouted, "Don't look at me like that." Now that Ilhan could move, if they hadn't arrived in time, he would have really died. At the same time, Hajin, seeing that monster, cried out in panic, "Why is a monster like that in this dungeon?" But at that moment, Ymir suddenly shouted, "Hajin Oppa, attack!" Hajin asked in a panic, "I have to attack too." Ymir scolded, annoyed, "Who else is going to—" There was no other choice. Hajin had to take out his shield and sword to fight. He immediately charged towards that monster. Ymir from behind wasn't idle either. She started to use buffs on Hajin. With the supportive energy, Hajin charged straight into that monster's body. However, he was quickly pushed away. Seeing this, Feta couldn't help but cry out in panic. How could he fight against a monster like that? At the same time, Erta was also very surprised. She found Ymir too strange. How did she do that? Even when Ilhan had to attack the Reaper countless times, this girl could knock the Reaper back with just a blessing. But she didn't think much of it. She quickly flew to where Ilhan was. Erta asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Ilhan nodded slightly. "I'm still alive." Hearing this, Erta let out a sigh of relief. Then she said urgently, "I need a little more time." From now on, Ilhan looked at her with slight suspicion. But he didn't ask much. He looked towards Hajin. He asked, "Hey, how long can you last on your own?" Hajin looked at Ilhan in fear and disbelief. "You want me to face this thing on my own?" Ilhan said nonchalantly. "I just need you to stall for a little while." Hajin was a bit hesitant, then glanced at Ymir. After a long moment of contemplation, he answered, "If Ymir helps maybe about 30 seconds? That's enough." Ilhan nodded casually. Then he disappeared. So only the group of 3 was left. Hajin fought that monster. Ymir relentlessly cast blessings on Hajin to push back the monster. Feta at the side trembled with fear. She mumbled, "Erta, at this rate Nayuna will die. I don't care about Kang Hajin, but I'll be mad at you forever if Nayuna dies." Hearing this, Erta snorted and scolded, "You're so cold." But you, Ilhan, said 30 seconds would be enough. Feta trusted him, looking at Hajin fighting his hardest on this side. But with the monster, Feta still couldn't calm down and asked, "What if he's slower? He's not even a good squad leader." Isn't that right? Elsewhere, in a peaceful part of the grassland, a group of trolls was moving through the area, unaware that someone was following them. By the time they realized it was too late, Ilhan had begun to slaughter them. On this side, Feta, after hearing about this from Erta, couldn't believe it and cried out, "Hunting trolls!" Right now, Erta nodded coolly. She confirmed that Ilhan needed to kill 3 more second-class monsters to change his title. She said as long as he could level up, his condition would be fully restored. Elsewhere, Ilhan had just finished off 100 trolls. and he had become an apprentice reaper. All of Ilhan's stats were restored. His attack power also increased. As a result, Ilhan had leveled up to 53. His muscles had also become more toned after leveling up. Ilhan, after finishing everything, quickly ran back. Now there were only 10 seconds left. On this side, the battle was still raging fiercely, but Hajin was injured. Fresh blood was starting to flow from his shoulder. His armor and shield had reached their limit. He was now very suspicious. How did Ilhan manage to fight this monster alone and still survive? While Hajin was thinking, the monster attacked again. Seeing this, Ymir immediately used a blessing on him. Goddess, please protect Hajin's life. Boom! A loud crash sounded. The monster's scythe had shattered Hajin's shield. Hajin was also sent flying. Ymir, seeing this, quickly ran over. Feta, seeing she had gotten in front of the monster, her expression immediately turned grim. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't stop it. The monster swung its scythe again. Although Ymir was terrified, she still squeezed her eyes shut and mumbled an incantation, please rebuke this evil one. In an instant, a surge of energy shot out from her hand. A series of runes formed in front of her. They emitted a blinding light, shining straight at that monster. Boom! Continuous energy explosions erupted, engulfing the monster. Seeing this, Urta couldn't help but remark, a human successfully defeated a Reaper. She has incredible potential. Feta smiled happily and said, Ymir will save all of humanity. Urta squinted at that monster being struck by holy power and kneeling on the ground. She immediately spoke up, but he won't be in this state for long. At the same time, Ymir on this side was relentlessly shaking Hajin awake. Hajin, Oppa, we have to run. Hajin shook his head, slightly pursed his lips and said, my body can't move. At that moment, the monster spoke again in anger. I will kill you. In an instant, Ymir's expression turned grim. Are we really going to die here? But at that moment, a sound suddenly came to the ears of the two of them. Form a party. Hajin, who was lying down, was instantly stunned. Immediately after, he saw a party window in front of him. The total number of members was 3. Seeing the names of the members displayed, Hajin was even more surprised. At the same time, someone was walking this way. Seeing that person, Hajin exclaimed happily, you're back. The person who arrived was none other than Ilhan. At the same time, the monster had begun to stir and wake up. Hajin fell into a panic again. Ilhan then spoke up. You've resisted this far, that's good enough. I'll take care of the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already charged off under the astonished gazes of the two of them. Hajin, he just watched Ilhan's retreating back like that. The moment he saw his sturdy back, he thought to himself, I'm saved. Then Hajin let out a sigh of relief, which left Ymir confused. Hajin smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I just realized how weak I really am. I felt terrible at first, but the moment he appeared, I suddenly felt relieved. Their battle had dragged on until nightfall. The monster, pushed to its wit's end by Ilhan, kept muttering, what Homo sapiens? 6th class. At the same time, Ilhan was using his concealment skill to hide. The battle was chaotic, so it hadn't noticed his position yet. With this thought, he activated superhuman strength. Instantly, Ilhan's muscles bulged. The monster sensed the approaching killing intent, its eyes widening in surprise. Ilhan looked down from above. He snorted and said, it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his spear down. A critical hit had been delivered. Dust and debris flew everywhere. When the dust settled, Ilhan was instantly stunned. He seemed to see something beneath the tip of his spear. It was the face of a woman. She was even shedding tears. But they were tears of release. She smiled and mumbled, thank you. Ilhan frowned slightly, but he didn't let go. From that girl's body, a surge of dark energy actually appeared. After killing this monster, Ilhan had actually received nearly 32 million experience points. He had also leveled up. He stared intently at the girl under his spear, muttering doubtfully, was her curse lifted? I've never received tens of millions of experience points like this. While Ilhan was confused, a series of notification windows appeared again. It turned out this girl was Lacidna. She was a level 157 monster. At the same time, Ymir and Hajin also ran over to check on him. We leveled up thanks to you, so we're fully recovered now. Are you hurt? But as soon as they arrived, the expression on Hajin's face changed. He mumbled in confusion. I remember it being very strong. In 10 years in the other world, I've never encountered anything like it. I even thought we were about to die. Ilhan didn't pay attention to them. He put his weapon away in his bag. Then he took out another weapon, startling Hajin. Ilhan gave a wicked smile and said, then I'll just handle things as usual. But before he could even make a move, Urta shouted, stop! Ilhan looked at her in confusion and asked, why? Urta didn't answer and asked back, are you going to dismember her? Ilhan opened his mouth confused, why not? That's a monster, Urta retorted, annoyed. That's a human. Ilhan looked at her, annoyed. I have no ill intentions. The important things are whether her skin is thick, her bones are hard, and if she has a mana stone. That's all. Erta was speechless, but before long a thought unconsciously crossed her mind. Even Ilhan was stunned, frozen in place. The corpse in front of them was turning to ash. In an instant, Ilhan's spirits sank. Hajin from behind glanced at Ymir and mumbled. The corpse turned to dust. I know, I didn't think it was really... Ilhan, who was desperate, hearing Hajin's words, was instantly jolted back to reality. Even Erta was momentarily stunned. Ilhan glanced at her and asked doubtfully, Breaker, what's with that cool name? Erta slowly explained, those who absorb mana stones and are assimilated by the monsters, mana their bodies taken over. They are called breakers. When a breaker dies, they turn to dust. After hearing this, Ilhan nodded in understanding. Ah, so the Reaper just now wasn't a pure monster either. Erta nodded slightly in response. That's right. It could be a more intelligent species like an elf, but its origin is still human. Hearing this, Ilhan glanced to the other side. Then he walked over and pulled up the cloak. Ilhan picked up the mana stone and smiled happily. I couldn't dismember her, but I still got this, no? Not only the mana stone, her armor and weapon are here too. At that moment, Feta rushed over from a distance and exclaimed excitedly, Did you notice? The exit from the dungeon has reopened. Erta nodded slightly. Yeah, and our powers have been restored. I think that Reaper and Lysidna hold a secret. Saying this, her tone was a little regretful. It's a shame I couldn't hear what she had to say. Erta quickly glanced at Ilhan. Sensing this, he asked in surprise, Why are you all looking at me? But very quickly Ilhan realized the problem. He questioned aggressively, What you mean? It was all my fault, Erta pouted and said no. I'm looking at you because you're cute, Ilhan actually believed her. He smiled shyly, which made Erta speechless. Caring about him, Erta started to think about other things. The Reaper has been defeated, but nothing has been resolved. That mysterious ultimate dungeon, sealing the power of even higher class species, a third-class breaker, something that shouldn't exist on this earth and a forsaken world as well. Erta couldn't understand what was happening. Thinking of this, she looked at Ilhan again. Despite all that, what she could be sure of was that Ilhan had won the battle against the Reaper, and in the future he would surely do well. After a chaotic night, Hajin was now very grateful to Ilhan. He bowed his head to Ilhan, Thank you for saving us. Ilhan shook his head, slightly denying it. No, I'm the one who should be thankful. If you hadn't shown up at the right time, I couldn't have done it. However, Hajin was still very insistent and said, You helped us more than we helped you. We couldn't have found a way out of the dungeon on our own. And Ilhan was a bit speechless after hearing this. He hesitated for a moment, seeming quite worried. Finally, Ilhan spoke cautiously. If you say so, then you won't mind if I take this, right? With that, he held out the mana stone in front of Hajin. Seeing that thing, his face froze. But before long, he let out a sigh. Hajin nodded in agreement. Of course, you take it. Ilhan was a bit surprised. He had agreed immediately without any demands. However, Ymir had a condition. She smiled happily and said, Since you're taking it, give us your number in exchange. No. Ilhan refused without a second thought. Ymir seemed to have expected this. She spoke excitedly. See, Hajin Oppa, I'm this pretty and I still got rejected again. Ilhan couldn't help but be surprised. She really was beautiful. Like an angel, but he refuses anyone who promises him otherwise. While he was thinking, Yuna asked again, So what's your name? Ilhan still said bluntly, You don't need to. But before he could finish, Yuna's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ilhan, pleading, Your name. Please tell me your name. Ilhan couldn't help but tremble under her charm. He had no choice but to say his name. My name is Yu Ilhan. After hearing it, Yuna smiled happily. What a nice name. The two of them chatted happily. Hajin, standing on the side, didn't understand what was happening. This was the first time he'd seen Yuna be so bold with a man, and it was also the first time he'd seen a man honestly reject her like that. Hajin didn't know whether to be happy or sad anymore. He guessed they were both beings that a normal person like him couldn't comprehend. A moment later, their group exited the dungeon. Ilhan quietly tried to leave first, but was stopped by someone calling out, Erta. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw an angel in armor appear. She slowly opened her mouth a report. The two Hajin and Yuna looked at the other angel, their eyes unconsciously widening. Erta on Ilhan's shoulder, seeing her, also nodded and said, Right. That's great. Then, she flew in front of the female angel to report. Ilhan, watching from below, couldn't help but wonder. Is she Erta's superior? How does her presence affect this entire place? While he was thinking, the two of them finished talking. The other female angel approached Ilhan. She slowly opened her mouth, Human you, Ilhan. Because you saved Angel Erta. In such an emergency situation, we will discuss a reward for this and inform you later. Ilhan nodded slightly. Okay. You can give it to me after you're done. Anyway, I didn't do it for a reward. The other angel continued to speak. Furthermore, this was a very serious accident. Therefore, I will be borrowing Erta for a while to investigate more thoroughly. Ilhan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Okay. The female angel was very pleased that he didn't complain. She calmly continued, then this dungeon will be sealed, temporarily by the power of heaven. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked over to the dungeon gate. Then a few more angels appeared and began to channel holy power to close the dungeon. Ilhan, watching them quietly from behind, fell deep in thought. Will more dungeons like this continue to appear? Or perhaps someone is intentionally creating such dungeons, but he didn't know for what reason. And there was the girl who died in that dungeon. Thinking of this, Ilhan clenched his fists. Just worrying about it wouldn't lead to an answer. He had to become stronger to survive. Before long, the dungeon gate was completely sealed. At this moment, the high-ranking female angel spoke again. Among the countless worlds out there, Earth is one of the most unpredictable elements. There are many angels responsible for watching over Earth. Hearing the sound, Ilhan glanced back. She suddenly chuckled softly and said, and Lita said, she misses you very much. Hearing this, Ilhan was momentarily stunned. But very quickly, he became happy. She really does. But then, he suddenly remembered something. Ilhan had to ask the angel to tell him more. However, she had already taken flight. She calmly opened her mouth. Well then you, Ilhan, I bless your future. I will return Erta to you as soon as possible. Then she flew high into the sky, ignoring Ilhan's mournful cry. Wait, don't go, tell me what, Lita said. She said nothing. One of the cruelest ways to torture someone is to stop talking halfway through a sentence. And that high-ranking female angel had just made Ilhan experience that feeling. After spending several days in the dungeon, they boarded a plane back to their country. Yuna and Hajin walked out of the airport with their luggage. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw a black car waiting there, and in it was the person they were waiting for. It was our beautiful Queen Mirai. She smiled and said, welcome back. Did you two get the item? Yuna was instantly delighted. Hajin said with annoyance, we just met and you're already asking about that. Really, you? Then the two quickly got into the car. Hajin sighed and said, we got it, don't worry. Yuna, with her usual playful demeanor, said cheerfully, Mirai, listen, Hajin got beat up. And so throughout the whole ride, she told Mirai all about what happened in the dungeon. After hearing it, Mirai was surprised. She asked, a Korean who uses a spear? Yuna nodded slightly. Yeah, he's really strong. Even Hajin couldn't do anything. Mirai didn't need Yuna to say the name. She guessed it was Ilhan. Hajin looked at her expression and asked suspiciously, do you know him? Mirai propped her chin on her hand and said with a pout, no, I've never heard of him before. Anyway, thanks to you two, I can now advance to my second class. Let's go for drinks tonight, my treat. And so the three returned happily. There was also an amazing round of beer ahead. On the other side, Ilhan had also returned to his home. He pushed the door open and called out excitedly, I'm home! However, no one answered, which made Ilhan a little suspicious. Mom's not home. Just then he saw something on the table. Ilhan went over to look. It was a letter from his mother. She said she had gone to Farada to get some fresh produce and would be home before evening. After reading it, Ilhan sighed helplessly. Mom went to another world just to get food. So after that, he went to take a clean shower. While showering, Ilhan thought that maybe his mother was stronger than he thought. At least she had more combat talent than his dad. A moment later, Ilhan stepped out of the bathroom. He whispered while drying his hair, well then I'll go to the workshop for a bit before dinner. Ilhan quickly arrived at his workshop. He took everything out of his bag. Inside was a lot of meat filling the entire workshop. He looked at it, sighed, and said, if I don't deal with this soon, all this meat will spoil. With that, Ilhan started processing the meat with a knife. He mumbled as he worked. Can I request a magic imprint for the expiration date on the packaging? I have nowhere to put all this. And I don't want to throw it away. But just then he suddenly noticed something. The eternal flame suddenly flared up violently. Ilhan asked doubtfully, you can eat meat too. The eternal flame flickered slightly. He immediately smirked and said, awesome. So right after that, Ilhan started cutting meat and throwing it into the furnace. He exclaimed with great excitement, cooking practice and using up the meat. 2 birds with 1 stone. Ilhan cut a lot of meat into the eternal flame. It ate until it was happy. On another note, at the highest point of heaven's sky, a conference was taking place. The person standing in the center spoke slowly. Investigations show that Lita Katsuha was an elf from the world of Daru. Erta was also present, because she was one of the 2 witnesses to the appearance of Lita Katsuha. As soon as the male angel finished speaking, the angels below began to whisper among themselves. She really is a talented person. If only she had been born 500 years ago. Daru is an abandoned world. How could she have appeared on Earth? Hearing the noise, the male angel immediately shouted, silence! When the surroundings fell silent, he continued, this incident raises 2 main issues. First, how could a part of an abandoned world transcend time and space to connect with a dungeon on Earth? Second, why did this happen? In a dungeon, with multiple overlapping traps of destruction. At this point, the male angel's tone became serious. If the human Ilhan hadn't killed Leda Kachiha, Erta and Feta would have lost their lives. And in the worst-case scenario, Earth and the abandoned world would have merged. As soon as he said this, another angel snorted in dissatisfaction. He said contemptuously, "It's only been 2 months since the great cataclysm on Earth. And now you're telling me a human single-handedly defeated a third-class world breaker." Feta, hearing this, corrected him with annoyance. Single-handedly. Yuna fought alongside him. But the other angel still didn't believe it and said with a pout, "How is that possible? This person seems suspicious. Shouldn't we consider the possibility that he's behind this whole incident?" His words made another angel, sitting below, grind her teeth in anger. Finally, that person couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table standing up, silencing the hall. Erta and Feta also turned their heads to look. The angel who had just spoken also squinted in that direction. The one who spoke was none other than Leda. She said fiercely, "Go ahead and badmouth him. Ilhan is that strong because he trains incredibly hard. Ilhan is a very good kid." Everyone was quite surprised by Leda's ferocity, especially just to defend a human. The male angel presiding over the conference spoke up again. "There are many angels who have been with him. There's no reason to doubt him." As soon as he finished, Erta also stood up and said, "He protected me and Feta." She had previously reported many times about Ilhan's excellent skills. She said she hadn't detected any conspiracy or malicious intent from him at all. With so many people defending Ilhan, the angel who had objected earlier was silenced. He snorted and said, "We'll just have to wait and see." The presiding male angel didn't care and continued, "We can't conclude anything right now. So we've decided to increase the number of angels on Earth, 4-fold, to conduct an investigation. Also, to help Earth regain its balance, God has decided to give rewards to the humans who performed exceptionally, as well as to Erta and Feta. Heaven will send more guardian angels to certain humans." At this point, the male angel scanned the others and warned Monitor Earth. "If the abandoned world connects with Earth again, we won't be able to fix things." So right after that, another group of angels flew down to Earth. But the angels were not happy. They grumbled incessantly, but still didn't dare to disobey orders. Leda and Erta were about to leave, but they were called back. It was the presiding angel. He said in a low voice, "Leda, Erta, stay for a moment." Leda and Erta were a bit suspicious, wondering what he was up to. Then they re-entered the hall. Besides the two of them, Feta was also there. The male angel stood at the front and spoke seriously. "Thank you all for listening. The reason I wanted to talk to you is to decide what reward to give you Ilhan, because he believed they understood him." Hearing this, Leda exclaimed happily, "Great! What should we do to make Ilhan happy?" Erta glanced at her and suggested, "Instead, we should give Ilhan something that would be useful to him." The male angel nodded slightly. "I understand your point, Leda. I promise to give him a good gift, at least to the best of my authority according to God's will." Hearing this, Leda was excited. She cheered. Erta, however, exclaimed in surprise, "Really, Lord Mura?" She didn't expect Mura, who always maintained a neutral stance and respected fairness, but he was allowing an exception. Mura spoke coolly, "I am only carrying out God's will. We are doing this to help Earth return to a state of balance." At this point, his gaze suddenly darkened. And this is just a feeling. But Mura felt that Ilhan could get to the core of the problem, more than the 7 billion returnees on Earth. On another note, at Ilhan's workshop, he was still diligently forging weapons. Although sweat dripped from his forehead, he was very happy. But after looking at the clock, Ilhan cried out in panic, "It's almost 1 a.m. Mom's dinner full of fresh seafood." However, he didn't go home. He continued to stay at the workshop. Ilhan persistently forged his weapons. A moment later, he let out a sigh, because he had completed the upgrade of his Iron Heart muscle bayonet. Before it was only level 3. Now it had been upgraded to level 4 and its attack power had also increased. Ilhan sighed, "I won't be able to use it at level 5. If I want to use it again, I won't have enough stamina, but level 4 is strong enough." Now he wanted to make some ranged weapons. A gun or an arrow would be useless, since he couldn't control mana yet. Perhaps Ilhan would die in the end. After thinking for a moment, Ilhan finally thought of something. He decided to make a spear with a hook at the pommel. It would have higher destructive power and a longer attack range than other weapons. Plus, Ilhan had the spearmanship skill effect. That would be perfect. With this thought, he enthusiastically got to work. The sound of hammering once again echoed in the workshop. Meanwhile, Ilhan saw something on the table. It was Leda Kachia's cloak and weapon. He squinted, seemingly deep in thought. After a long moment of contemplation, Ilhan spoke. "As expected, the sub-option is concealment. If I get any more concealment abilities, I might actually disappear for real. The weapon is more useful. It increases the critical hit ability. But it's still missing something. I'll melt it down and make it into a spear. Ilhan quickly placed the scythe into the eternal flame. However, it didn't react at all, which made Ilhan's eyes widen in disbelief. It's not melting, I guess there are things the eternal flame can't melt. These words touched the pride of the eternal flame, so it immediately erupted violently, to show its capabilities. In an instant, the flame grew, stronger and stronger. Ilhan grew more excited and cheered. Go for it, eternal flame. You can do it. But not long after, Ilhan saw a dark aura fly out from within the flame. It formed a phantom in the air. Ilhan was startled, turned his head, and cried out in panic, Leta Katiha! Although he didn't understand what was happening, he gripped his weapon tightly. Immediately after, Ilhan turned towards the dark shadow and yelled, Bring it on! But as soon as he finished speaking, the dark shadow suddenly flew away. It went straight into the mana stone he had placed in the distance. Before long, the shadow disappeared. The mana stone became even stronger. Ilhan stared blankly at this scene, mumbling in confusion. What the hell just happened? When the dark shadow disappeared, the scythe began to melt. He still didn't understand what had just happened, but anyway, it worked. He started forging the weapon again. Meanwhile, Urta had appeared from behind, mumbling in a low voice, He's using the metal. I knew I'd see him work with Harcanium one day. Next to her was Lita. Lita smiled excitedly and said, He doesn't even know we're here. He's so focused, I'm so proud of him. That's right. Ilhan had no idea the two of them were there. He was still very focused on his work. Before long, he had finished a legendary-grade death-calling destructive spear. But it wasn't complete yet. Ilhan observed it for a long moment, then nodded and said, Right, something's still missing. Lita, watching from behind, understood the problem. It's not complete until it goes through mana, crafting using a mana stone. Meanwhile, Ilhan seemed to have seen her. But he didn't believe it, rubbed his eyes and mumbled, Have I been working too much? I'm starting to see things. But a familiar voice reached Ilhan's ears, startling him. Lita stood before him and said happily, Are you surprised? In an instant, Ilhan was completely stunned. Then he exclaimed in shock, Lita! Lita wiped away her tears and said with a smile, I'm back. Ilhan joyfully embraced her and said excitedly, Lita, how long has it been? 2 months later. Lita shook her head slightly and said emotionally, It feels like it's been 100 years. Urta, standing outside watching these two teary-eyed people, was a bit unhappy. But she didn't plan to interrupt at this moment. Ilhan suddenly spoke up. Welcome back, Urta. You did a good job. With that, he gave an extremely sincere smile. Seeing his smile, Urta also smiled and said, I'm back. Immediately after, Ilhan's workshop became cozier. The three of them sat at the table, happily drinking tea. Ilhan said excitedly, Damn, now I have double the burden. Hearing this, Lita scolded, annoyed, a burden. Is that what you call me? After not seeing me for so long, Urta was already used to this. She accepted it calmly and spoke coolly. You, Ilhan, Heaven has decided to find the source of the anomaly on Earth. They will be sending more angels down to Earth. After hearing this, Ilhan frowned and mumbled, So they don't even know what happened, Urta admitted nonchalantly. That's right. But there's a high probability that something similar will happen again. Ilhan nodded and said, Heaven can't do much, huh? They don't know the cause, and they can't prevent it from happening. Urta also agreed with his statement. At her attitude, Ilhan was a bit surprised. He asked doubtfully, Did something happen to you? Urta said calmly, You are an ally of Heaven. There's no reason for me to defend Heaven anymore. Plus, you saved her life. At that moment, her relationship with Heaven completely changed. Speaking of which, Ilhan immediately remembered something he hadn't received yet. He quickly said, Oh, that's right, my reward. Urta stared at him stunned. She said, You only remember the reward. Ilhan didn't seem to notice. He continued to smile and said, You said I would get a reward. Can you make it so my bag prevents items from spoiling? Urta glared at him. She mumbled through gritted teeth, You, Ilhan. Ilhan shivered slightly and said quickly, I guess you won't. Then I just want to be able to make requests. Urta asked, surprised, You'd be satisfied with just that. Ilhan was momentarily stunned. She wasn't getting angry. He was sure this was a trap. Otherwise, why would Urta be so nice? Urta couldn't be bothered with Ilhan. She said calmly, What you did was praiseworthy. With that, she gave him an optional crossbody bag. Ilhan happily accepted it, his eyes shining as if he'd seen gold. But Urta continued, You deserve more than that. And this isn't all. Ilhan was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Urta glanced at Lita and said, Now it's your turn. Ilhan didn't know what to think. His cheeks suddenly flushed. At this moment, Lita walked in front of him with a radiant smile. The two of them stood facing each other. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Ilhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Could the other reward he would get be Lita herself? He grew more and more nervous, waiting for Lita to speak. Just then, Lita slowly opened her mouth. Are you ready, you Ilhan? I am. Ilhan nodded without a moment's hesitation and chuckled softly. Lita requested excitedly, Then please open your subclass window. Ilhan froze in an instant. Erta seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She opened her mouth to tease him, what's wrong? Ilhan was instantly annoyed. She was definitely enjoying watching his reaction. Then Ilhan opened the subclass window to look. It displayed a window that said, Angel's Partner. He couldn't help but ask in shock and confusion, What is this? Angel's Partner. Seeing this, Erta explained to Ilhan. But she spoke for a long time, and he really couldn't hear a word. At this point, Lita cut in, basically, You and I will be together forever. You're happy, right? Hearing this, Ilhan sighed helplessly. I don't really need it that much. These words made Lita and Erta freeze solid. Lita asked in shock, You don't like it? Why not? Shrugging nonchalantly, Ilhan pouted and said, I don't think you two would be of any help to me in a fight. Hearing this, Lita shrieked. Erta retorted even more indignantly. I admit I was a burden when you fought the death god, but I can prove I'm supportive in all other situations. Seeing their reactions, Ilhan tried to hold back his laughter, but before long he burst out laughing, leaving them both stunned. He smiled shyly, Haha, I was just kidding. How could I not be happy with this reward? I just wanted to see how you two would react. Lita immediately scolded, annoyed, You're so mean. I was so scared. Erta also let out a sigh of relief, but still put on a cool front and said, It's not like I wanted to be with you or anything. Ilhan had no comment. Then he pressed accept on the notification window. In an instant, his vision lit up. A series of notifications appeared. You have become an angel's partner. Ilhan can form a partner relationship with up to 2 angels. All stats will increase by 30% when fighting breakers and immortals. You have also acquired the passive skill Angel's Blessing. All rewards from quests will increase by 30%. In addition, Ilhan also received an active skill, Angel's Support. This means he can borrow power from an angel, depending on their abilities, when fighting in an abandoned world. And currently, Ilhan is partnered with Lita and Erta. Ilhan read through it all, then frowned in thought. So, this is a party. Here he could see Lita and Erta's statuses. And there was one thing that surprised Ilhan. It was that all stats would increase by 30% when fighting breakers and immortals. Thinking of this, Ilhan glanced at the 2 behind him, startling them. Then he ran over and hugged them both. He said happily, I'm sorry for pranking you 2 just now. You 2 are really super helpful. Hearing this, Lita nodded happily and replied, Okay. Erta, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed, but still snorted coolly and said, Of course, I'm very helpful. Ilhan quickly let them go and spoke again. How do I train the active skill Angel's Support? I wonder. Hearing this, Lita suddenly gave a wicked smile and said, The deeper your interaction with an angel, the faster this skill will grow. Ilhan stared at her stunned. Something seemed off. He felt like she wanted to eat him up just now. Could he have been mistaken? Erta seemed to have noticed this too, but she didn't say anything. She cleared her throat and said calmly, Anyway, that's all of your rewards? I look forward to continuing to work with you, Ilhan. Lita followed her lead and exclaimed excitedly, Let's play now. Ilhan nodded slightly, his eyes filled with determination, but he returned to the forge, because he had to complete the mana crafting for the spear, the harpoon, and also refine the polar bear's blood. This made Lita extremely dissatisfied. Unfortunately, Ilhan didn't care at all. He remained focused on his work. Before long, his spear was completed. Discover all of the death god's skills as you wish. Seeing this, Lita's eyes widened in shock. She turned her head to look at Erta and said in disbelief, Our Ilhan now has the super difficult mana crafting ability? Erta nodded slightly and replied, Heaven gave him a quest. He learns very quickly. At that moment, the spear in Ilhan's hand suddenly emitted a stream of dark aura. In an instant, it enveloped an entire corner. This spear was called the Black Dragon-slaying Spear of the Shadow Death God. It having a dark aura was normal, but its stats and properties surprised Ilhan a little. What does fighting a dragon mean, and a dragon's roar? Why is there an option about dragons? At the same time, Lita was also secretly observing the spear. After a long moment, she said in a low voice, I think you dug too deep into its records. It seems Leta Kachiha's world was destroyed by the dragon race. But this option is here, because her dying wish was to destroy the dragon race and protect her world. After hearing this, Ilhan frowned and mumbled, So, is it because I delved too deep into its potential? Erta nodded slightly and said, Your mana crafting was very successful. You should be gentler. At this moment, Lita sighed and said, I think it will be useful someday. But at the very least, dragons are 3rd class. You should run if you encounter them. No, you missed something. But Ilhan shook his head in denial. After a long moment of silence, he shouted aggressively, This is an omen. Erta was momentarily stunned. She cried out in disbelief. Does that mean you'll be fighting a dragon soon? Lita beside them heard their conversation and was confused. How did they come to that conclusion? Ilhan, meanwhile, continued to complain to Erta. I have to face a dragon while I'm still this weak. It's too hopeless. Erta nodded firmly and said, but I'm sure you'll overcome it somehow. Lita looked at the two of them annoyed and said, so why are you two starting to worry about that already? There's a long way to go before we face a dragon. But hearing this, Ilhan and Erta immediately laughed. A long journey has ended. Look forward to Ilhan's new challenges in the future.